Chapter 2035 Danger. The silver glass bug's wings had been broken. There were knife marks adorning its body, and its shell had been battered to the point where its flesh was mostly exposed. It was gushing silver blood everywhere. This guy's life must have been a tough one for it to be so determined. Even in a state like that, it had come looking for Han Senator. Seeing the silver glass bug coming toward him, Han Sen couldn't help but raise a wry smile. His situation was even more dire than the silver glass bugs. He didn't have half the power he would need to fight a scary xenogeniac such as that. Blurg. The silver glass bug came over to Han Sen and coughed up silver blood. It looked like it was doing just as badly as he was. I say, brother, since we are both looking like this, why don't we try to get along? We could just not step on each other's toes for a time. Han Sen was heavily injured, and he scooted backwards across the ground as he spoke to the silver glass bug. Han Sen did not know if the insect would understand him, but he didn't have many options. He did not have the time to fight, as his body was aching and his fingers were soft. The silver glass bug did not understand Han Senator. The jaws filled with saw-like teeth opened wide, and it came snapping at him. Han Sen could not do anything. He summoned a beast soul armor and put it on. He didn't have the strength to dodge the bug's attacks. The armor provided Han Sen a small boon of power, but it also took that same power to use it. He was so soft right now that he had absolutely no strength. There was no point in thinking about using the demon stone cow beast soul, as shapeshifting beast souls were quite taxing on the body. In Han Sen's condition, he could not afford to spend any more energy. The silver glass bug jumped on Han Senator. The monster's claws scrabbled around as it kept trying to bite Han Senator, but the beast was heavily injured too. Its strength was low, and it could no longer use silver light. Its jaws weren't as strong as Han Sen expected, and when it latched onto Han Sen, its teeth could not penetrate his armor. All that was left were some light marks. Han Sen let out a sigh of relief. If the bug couldn't kill him while he was wearing that armor, he might stand a chance. The silver glass bug soon grasped the situation as well. It gave up trying to gnaw through Han Sen's armor, and it grabbed Han Sen by the leg instead. Then, it dragged Han Sen away and into another cave. Han Sen did not know where the silver glass bug was taking him, but he had no strength to fight back. So he decided to play dead and allow the bug to drag him deep into the recesses of the caves. He focused on trying to recover his body, hoping that he could at least regain enough strength to fight if the need arose. Earlier, Han Sen had hung around in the cave beneath the silver statue that held the beginning of ancient god. He had not traversed the entire cave system, however. Now that the silver glass bug was tugging him along, he soon found himself passing down tunnels he had never seen before. The silver glass bug marched forward relentlessly. The silver glass bug was heavily injured. It dragged Han Sen very slowly, and after half an hour, they both found themselves inside a giant cave. Han Sen heard the sound of running water, and he looked up to see a pool that had flowers in it. Han Sen glanced around. He thought he might have been dragged to the very bottom of the cavern system. The pool before him must have connected to the waterfall outside. He could still hear water sounds from there. The walls of the cavern were laced with vines. They were covered in leaves, but there did not seem to be any fruit. It was difficult to tell what type they might have been. The silver glass bug continued to drag Han Senator, judging from the way it was going. The silver glass bug was dragging Han Sen towards the pool. It wasn't long before Han Sen realized something was wrong though. The silver glass bug was heavily injured. It had opted to drag Han Sen all the way there instead of prioritizing its own grievous wounds. It had obviously brought Han Sen there for more than just a simple bath. What does it want? Why did it drag me to this pool? Does it want to drown me? Han Sen thought to himself as he eyed the pool. Han Sen was too weak to use his Dongxian aura, so all he had to rely on was his basic eyesight and hearing. But for the time being, he couldn't hear anything unusual. All he heard was the sound of water. But when he looked carefully at the pool, his face turned glum. Inside the pool, Han Sen spotted a giant black shadow. It looked like something had been hidden deep within the pool. Han Sen didn't know what that patch of darkness was. Perhaps it really was just a shadow. But when Han Sen took the silver bug's behavior into consideration, he determined that the pool was nothing nice. Han Sen tried to resist, but his body was weak. He could not pull his legs free from the bug's mouth, and he could not stop the bug from entering the water. The silver glass bug kept bleeding, but it insisted on dragging Han's son to the pool. When it reached the pool's edge, it gathered itself, and then lobbed Han's son into the water. Han's son struggled, but it was no use. He plunged into the water. When the icy water touched him, it jolted him awake. He felt a bit of strength return to him, and he tried to swim back to the shore. But the silver glass bug was standing guard at the edge of the water. When Han's son got too close, the bug's claws flashed forward to whack him on the head. It sent Han's son tumbling back into the pool. Han's son tried swimming to another shore, but the silver glass bug was not willing to let him go. As soon as he grew close to land, the creature used its claws to knock him back into the water again. Han's son had been on Dream Island for a long time, digging for gemstones underwater. He was good in the water, but he did not have any strength right now. Merely keeping himself from sinking was all that he could manage. If he fought the silver glass bug, he'd collapse after only a couple rounds. He was already struggling to breathe in the water, so he did not dare go too close to the shore again. The silver bug was afraid of something though. That seemed to be why it was avoiding the water itself. It was still injured badly enough to remove its ability to fly. Han's son did not go to the shore again, so it stayed where it was. It kept squealing at Han's son, sounding very angry as it did. Han's son tried his best to stay afloat, but when he looked down, he could not see much in the water beneath himself. The depths of the pool looked like a black hole beneath him. He could not see the shadow that he had noticed beneath the surface. He could not see anything, but he sensed something moving in the darkness beneath him. It seemed like it was rising too, which made his stomach sink. Am I going to die today? Han's son had a very strong will, but his circumstances filled him with hopelessness. He felt the shadow grow larger. Chapter 2036 Return Ruin. See, the silver bug clearly hated Han's son. Perhaps because Han's son had stolen the beginning of ancient God. No matter how hard he tried to climb onto the shore, the bug would thrust him back into the water. The shadow was growing larger. Han's son did not think it was just his imagination, and he earnestly believed that something was rising toward him from the depths. Han's son wanted to live, so he scrambled toward the shore again. But he was too weak, and he was physically unable to climb up. Boom! The water exploded into a fountain as a giant monster's head appeared. When it opened its mouth, Han's son was as small as an ant in comparison. Water rushed toward the gaping maw, and Han's son was pulled in with it. He found himself falling into a strange place that was as big as a house. Am I in the monster's stomach? Han's son fell into a strange liquid, and to his shock, he saw that it was corroding his armor. His Marquise-class soul armor had strong defenses, but after being coated with that substance, the armor was already fizzing. The corrosive was very strong, and it wouldn't be long before the armor was completely destroyed. He thought that, at best, his armor would buy him 10 minutes. The walls were black. Han's son swam to them and tried hitting them, but it felt as if he was striking rubber. His fists bounced off without leaving a single dent. Han's son did not know if it was because he was too weak, or if the creature was too high of a level. Either way, it had a strength that he just couldn't overcome regardless. He couldn't bring down the walls, and the way back up had been sealed. Han's son was soaked in a highly corrosive liquid. Things were getting dire. The soul armor was plumes of bubbles as it fizzed. It was being corroded at an alarming rate, and it'd soon break. Han's son knew that there was no way out. His only hope was to regain some energy while he was in the substance. The soul armor was breaking down too quickly though. It was on the precipice of breaking. So, Han's son took a deep breath and returned his soul armor. He used the dregs of his strength to cast Petrify, turning his body into stone. Now he had nothing left to do. Life or death was now at the whim of destiny. Petrify could turn Han's son to stone, but it wasn't very strong. There was a difference between it and the defensive petrification genoarts. The liquid was strong enough to melt the soul armor of a Marquise. He did not have much hope of Petrify seeing him through the ordeal. He only made the attempt because he couldn't think of anything else. The liquid surrounded his stone body, but surprisingly, his petrified body was not corroded. He slowly began to sink to the bottom, Han Sun could only cast the story of genes. It was the sole geno art he could make use of while using petrify. Time went by, and the liquid churned around Han Sun continuously. He did not know what the monster was doing, and he did not know where he was. But to him, right then it did not matter. On an island in Return Ruined Sea, there was a collection of the dragon assembled. They looked like humans, but they had dragon horns. They were in the process of conducting a strange ritual. They threw the xenogeneics they had killed into a pool on the island. They mumbled something to the pool, but it wasn't clear what they were saying. "Father, we've gathered such a small amount of food. Will it be enough to satiate the dragon god?" A little boy, with red dragon horns, asked his father. "Maybe." The father had to force a smile. Return Ruined Sea was one of the xenogeneic spaces that belonged to the dragon, but it was not a primary one. The dragon there was only one part of the greater dragon host. Their blood was not that pure. Return Ruin Sea was like a training ground for the dragon. The impure dragons were often sent there, and only the strongest of them were taken seriously by the dragon. Those who proved their power were taken away to become proper dragons. The dragon on that island had mixed blood. The pure dragon had dragon horns and wings, but the people of that island only had horns. They were making sacrifices to something they called the dragon god. They gave it food because whenever the dragon god came there to eat, it would leave behind dragon scales. They were items of great importance to the dragon, but the dragon god ate a lot, and these dragons were not strong. They could not hunt many xenogeneics, and so they could not offer much of a bounty. They were worried about whether or not the dragon god would even like the food. If the dragon god was not fully satisfied, he would not leave them scales. That was assuming that he'd even eat at all, if the stuff was not to his liking. The dragon were all very worried. The corpses inside the pool had dyed it red, but soon enough, the pool began to produce bubbles. Everyone stared at the water nervously. Boom! The red pool exploded, as a giant beast opened its maw and swallowed up the meat. The dragon kept throwing food into the pool, and the dragon god xenogeneic consumed everything it was given. Its maw was like a bottomless pit. The food that fell into it just disappeared, and the beast had a stomach that seemed infinite. Quickly, they threw the last of the xenogeneic meat they had into the pool. Everyone looked at the dragon god, wondering if they had satisfied it. They did not know if it would leave them dragon scales. The dragon god ate all the food, and when it was done it roared to the sky. It made the entire island vibrate. The water for dozens of miles around was thrown into wavy turmoil. After it roared, it returned to the water and disappeared. Everyone was shocked, but after a while, their expressions turned to depression. They hadn't given the beast enough food. Thankfully, the dragon god hadn't eaten the assembly, but it also hadn't left them scales. But as the dragon lowered their heads in exhaustion, the sound of thrashing water was heard once more. It sounded as if something was splashing its way out of the water. They quickly raised their heads again, and what they saw made their eyes widen. There was a silky smooth man coming out of the water, clutching a white feather knife. They all stood motionless, unsure what was happening. Something alive had come out of the dragon god. It was like a fairy tale to them. Chapter 2037 Spiky Turtle Han Sun did not want to remember how he got out of the monster's stomach. After sloshing his way out of the water, he flopped onto the shore, gasping for breath. Then he raised his head and looked around. A dozen people were standing in a huddled group, simply staring. They looked like humans, but they all had dragon horns. There were men and women, young and old. It took Han Sun 3 seconds to realize he was naked, so he quickly summoned his spell armor and pretended nothing had happened. "The weather is good today. Are you guys here for a bath as well?" he asked casually. The first thing Han Sun learned was that 2 days had passed. Han Sun was curious about the dragon god. It was a xenogeneic creature that could travel from the ancient god space to the Return Ruined Sea as it pleased. That was a powerful ability for it to possess. Han Sun was glad that he had been able to survive getting swallowed by a creature such as that. He was quite lucky. The dragon were talkative enough, and Han Sun soon came to understand their situation. Return Ruined Sea was similar to Planet Eclipse. It was a place inhabited mainly by xenogeneics. It was larger than Planet Eclipse though, and there were many of the dragon there. The dragon weren't able to breed between themselves all that much, and pure dragons were quite rare. So many of the dragons sought to reproduce with members of other races. It was difficult to determine if any particular set of mixed genes would be a good thing. So the mixes were usually sent to places such as Return Ruin Sea, where they could grow. When they grew strong, they would be taken back to the other places occupied by the dragon. There, they could officially be considered part of the dragon society. There was a family on that island whose blood was neither pure nor strong. The strongest member of the family was the granddad, who had managed to become a marquis. Because Han's son was not a xenogeniac, they had no reason to be hostile to him. Killing him would be pointless. Plus, Han's son had come from the dragon god pool. They did not know who he was, and they did not know if he was strong. When they asked Han's son for his name, he did not give his real one. Han's son didn't know how much time had passed while he was in the creature's stomach, and he didn't know if they had heard about Dragon 13's death. The last thing he wanted to do was risk exposing himself, so he gave them the name Sanmu. He was a crystallizer, and the dragon god had delivered him there somehow. Han's son left out the part about being swallowed, of course. He said his fate was tied to the dragon god, and that he was, for all intents and purposes, a chosen one. He had been getting chased by xenogeniacs in a distant place, and the dragon god had chosen to save him. The dragon god allowed him to ride on its back until it brought him to Return Ruin Sea. Since he was lying so much already, he went a few miles further. He claimed that the dragon god obeyed him. When the family heard this, they were frozen. They did not know whether or not they should believe him. After all, Han's son appeared right when the dragon god had emerged from the pool. He must have had some connection to the dragon god, since the creature had not eaten him. The family treated Han's son well, and he was able to learn a good deal of information from them. What disappointed Han's son the most, though, was the fact that there were no high-tech items. And the dragon had established a rule there, saying that they had to reach the level of Duke before leaving Return Ruin Sea. There was one other way to leave, however. If they had enough talent, they could go to the planet's dragon headquarters. If they were given approval, they could be allowed to leave, even at a low level. Then they would be transported to one of the dragon homeworlds. The dragon are strange and so very cruel to their own. Han's son was deep in thought. Since he had no way of contacting Sky Palace or the rebate, he didn't want to go through the right channels and risk exposing himself. He couldn't figure out a way in which he could leave there. Still, Han's son was not very worried. He could still go back to the sanctuaries. And the xenogeniacs in Return Ruin Sea were better than those that could be found on Planet Eclipse. It was a good place for him to be. I need to find a way to leave. If the dragon find out that I'm here, that could turn out poorly. Han's son sat on the shore, trying to think of a way in which he could leave Return Ruin Sea. He was there for half a month, but still, he could not figure out a way off the planet. Sanmu! Sanmu! As Han's son was thinking, a little red dragon boy came running towards him. Little Rock, what's wrong? Han's son asked the little boy. The little boy was called Long Yen. He was the youngest of the dragon there. Spiky turtles, so many spiky turtles, Long Yen was gasping. What's a spiky turtle? Han's son asked. You will know if you follow. Long Yen tugged at Han's son, directing him to the other side of the island. Long Yen's family was standing next to the shore. They looked out to sea in worry. Han's son followed the direction of their gazes, and saw something dark approaching the island. With Han's son's vision being what it was, he could tell that it was a swarm of black sea turtles. They were each the size of a stone mortar, and their numbers were countless. Old Mountain, what are these sea turtles? Han's son asked the oldest person there, whose name was Longshan. Longshan's face looked grim. They are the xenogeniacs known as spiky turtles. Ordinary turtles of their variety are viscount. But in a group like there is bound to be earls, marquises, or perhaps even some dukes. They live in the sea, and during mating season, they come to the shorelines. The spiky turtles usually head to the north to mate, so we don't encounter them. This time, however, they did not go to that turtle island. They came here. Will they attack us? Han's son asked. Of course they will. They are so cruel, especially when they want to breed. Our island is too small. If this many spiky turtles come, We will have nowhere to hide. A dragon lady named Long Shinju said worriedly. Old Mountain, what are you going to do? Han Sun asked Long Shan. If these were just ordinary spiky turtles, we could likely deal with them. In fact, such a thing would be good for us. But I fear there are many higher-level spiky turtles in their midst. If we are to escape, the nearest place to get to would be Turtle Island. Perhaps there are more spiky turtles there though, Long Shan murmured. While they were talking, many spiky turtles were arriving on the shore. They crawled up the sand with their spiky black shells. They looked scary, like a number of moving castles. Chapter 2038 Dragon Pool Island in the middle of the sea. A green leaf was afloat on the water. It bobbed gently as the ocean swells moved beneath it. A dragon man and woman were riding the leaf like a boat. The man sat comfortably, appreciating the sea. The woman stood on the front of the leaf, holding a paddle. Every time she pulled the paddle through the water, the leaf would move about 100 meters forward. It was going against the tide. 15. I do not know why you are spending more time in Return Ruin Sea. This is a small matter of business that your subordinates can deal with, the female dragon said as she paddled. Dragon 15 casually responded. Something strange has happened in Return Ruin Sea. Since we're already here, this might be a worthwhile diversion for us. After that, Dragon 15 looked over to the large host of spiky turtles and said, with its abundance of western gold air, Turtle Island is an ideal breeding spot for the spiky turtles. But this season, none of the turtles are headed there. They are traveling south instead. Something must have occurred. But we could not find anything amiss on Turtle Island, the dragon lady said. Maybe it is not the Turtle Island that has a problem. Perhaps there is something else that is more enticing for them than Turtle Island, Dragon 15 said. 15? What could draw them away? The dragon lady asked. Just go and take a look. Dragon 15 smiled. The dragon lady kept paddling, bringing them towards the turtle swarm. The spiky turtles are headed for an island called Dragon Pool. It is just an island that uses a dragon pool? What's so special about it? Dragon 15 sounded surprised. The island has a deep pool in which a king-class dragon creature resides. Every few years, it emerges to feed. In doing so, it kills many nearby xenogeneics. Some dragon kings came here to look for the creature, but they never found it, the dragon lady said. Dragon 15 saw the island, and with a look of surprise he said, Our people are on Dragon Pool Island. The dragon lady followed his gaze, noticing Long Shan and his family. 15. These are just a small subset of those in Return Ruin Sea. They seem weak. There is no way they can survive the coming of the spiky turtles. Should we help them? There is no rush. Let us observe for now. After all these years, we aren't getting many useful dragons from this planet anymore. Now we have a chance to see how strong they are, Dragon 15 said, his voice unconcerned. Yes, the dragon lady answered. She put down her paddle and let the giant leaf drift. The sea was rough, but it wasn't bad enough to drag them too far off course. Because Long Shan's family wasn't prepared for the arrival of the spiky turtles, fleeing wasn't an option. Long Shan could escape by himself, but his family would never make it. Sadly, because they had no pure blood, they did not possess dragon wings. If Long Yin could fly, they could all easily avoid the spiky turtles. Get ready to fight. Long Wan, protect Little Rock and the others, Long Shan commanded. The spiky turtles found Long Shan, and they made strange squeals as their eyes turned red. Their black spikes glistened, and their legs moved rapidly as they sprinted toward him. An adult dragon roared. He released a draconic presence as he moved to strike one of the spiky turtles. The draconic presence struck the turtle across its back. The blow hadn't killed the turtle, but it had sent a web of cracks across the turtle's shell. Han Sun was surprised to see that an Earl Dragon's attack could not kill a Viscount spiky turtle outright. Dragon 13 had been the same race as these people, but Long Shan and his family were all considerably weaker than she was. Also, they did not seem to possess evil breaker powers. Their powers were those of an average Earl. Furthermore, the spiky turtles had surprisingly sturdy shells. The Dragon Earl had to punch the shell 3 times to kill the Viscount spiky turtle. More spiky turtles came towards Dragon Pool Island. Long Shan and the others fought hard. Han Sen used his jade skin to fight alongside them and slay the turtles. Han Sen used a strip of leather to wrap up his blood feather knife. The weapon was too famous, and it'd be easily recognized. The sight of it could expose Han Sen's true identity. There were too many spiky turtles, though, and killing them proved impossible. In the time it took them to kill a single turtle, 4 more would arrive on the shore. At first, there were only viscounts spearheading the beach assault. The earls soon appeared. That increased the pressure on the defenders, and they soon had to fall back to the mountains. When the first Marquis spiky turtle appeared, everyone looked utterly terrified. Long Shan had to step forward to fight it. Other than Long Shan, their strongest fighters were all earls. Given the strength of their attackers, the battle was becoming increasingly dire. Long Yen and the other young dragons were being protected by their mother Long Lan as they retreated back into the mountains. Han Sen punched any turtle that came within range. The light of jade skin could break their bodies fairly easily. In his head, announcements played over and over. He was keeping a low profile, though, so he made sure not to kill too many. He only stepped forward to help the dragons when one of them was in danger, and so far, none of them had been seriously injured. Those mixed dragons were far too weak. They could not kill a Marquis spiky turtle, not even in a one-on-one. The dragon lady stood atop the leaf and watched. Dragon 15 was watching the fight too, but he did not focus on Long Shan. He was observing Han Sr. How many outsiders are there in Return Ruin Sea? Dragon 15 asked unexpectedly. I do not know. There can be a lot of outsiders, and they often interbreed with the dragon. Hence their heavily mixed blood, the dragon lady answered. Are there any higher races? Dragon 15 asked. There are some of the higher races, such as the Ghana and Feather, the dragon lady said after a moment of thought. Any powerful crystallizers? Dragon 15 asked. The crystallizers have been wiped from history. There aren't many of them left. I have never heard of a powerful one residing here at least. The dragon lady shook her head. That is interesting. Why has a crystallizer appeared here of all places? Dragon 15 watched as Han Sen continued to fight. Chapter 2039 shows Han Sen had noticed Dragon 15 and his maid, so he kept his power in check. He didn't behave in a way that would draw particular attention, but Dragon 15 could still see he was worth watching. Han Sen's wounds had almost healed by this point, and so he could fight almost like usual. But this place belonged to the dragon, and he couldn't leave it freely. If his identity was exposed, then he could be trapped there. Suddenly a roar came from the sea. A spiky turtle the size of a tank came lumbering up the shore. The defenders' faces went pale. Long Shan could deal with one Marquis-class turtle, but the family didn't have anyone strong enough to handle a second one. When the Marquis-class turtle came onto the island, it immediately headed for the battle on the mountain. Long Lan looked pale. No one could stop that shiny Marquis spiky turtle. Han Sen frowned. The two dragons were still not going to help. It looked as if they did not care about Long Shan's family at all. Han Sen knew that he had already exposed himself anyway. The dragon man had been staring at Han Sen the whole time, so there was no point in attempting to hide any longer. Han Sen had been staying with Long Shan's family for 2 weeks, eating their food. He didn't want to just watch them die now. He did not hesitate. He went straight for the Marquis spiky turtle and punched it. Long Lan was currently protecting the kids, and she looked desperate. The adult men were preparing to block the attacker, but a jade light suddenly shone on the spiky turtle. The spiky turtle slowed down. A shadow appeared in front of the turtle, punching it continuously with fists that slammed into the turtle like meteors. That cruel Marquis turtle looked like it was in slow motion. It was even slower than an ordinary turtle. Sanmu. Long Lan and the others were delighted. Long Yin shouted in joy. Han Sen could not kill the Marquis-class turtle, but he attacked it steadily. He went to the Earl turtles and slowed them down as well. Even the other Marquis turtle, the one that Long Shan was fighting, was slowed by Han Sen's punches. For the first time in the fight, Long Shan had the advantage. Long Shan's family was very happy, but they had no time to celebrate. They still needed to focus on the turtles, especially those with the turtle symbol upon them. The dragon lady on the leaf noticed how powerful Han Sun was and raised her eyebrows. That crystallizer's xenogenic genes are strange. That is such a powerful speed reduction. It is not just a speed reduction technique, Dragon 15 said quietly. The dragon lady started to respond, but then she saw another green leaf come floating by. On that green leaf stood a person with a human upper body and a snake lower body. It was one of the Ghana. The leaf was moving by itself, and it drifted over in front of Dragon 15. Xios, why are you in Return Ruincy? Dragon 15 looked at the Ghana woman strangely. Xios smiled and said, Don't you want to see me? Dragon 15 laughed and said, I was just joking. Seeing you is an absolute pleasure. But don't you have business to attend to in Dragon Palace? Xios looked at the fight on Dragon Pool Island. Her eyes alighting on Han Senator, she smiled. Dragon Palace is boring, and you are here 15. I wanted to come and see you, but I did not expect to find something else so interesting. What do you mean? Dragon 15 pretended to be surprised. This island possesses a strange life force. I can't tell what it is exactly, but it has certainly attracted many of the spiky turtles to it. Something fascinating must reside there. Xios paused. She then looked at Han Sun and said, And for an elite like him to appear here? That is not a coincidence. Dragon 15 looked shocked and he said, Really? You don't have to pretend you didn't know, Xios said gently. Dragon 15's expression turned serious. If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have guessed that. I'm here to investigate a strange incident in Return Ruincy. I didn't come for this island. Then what are you planning to do? Xios asked, her smile widening. In a hard voice, Dragon 15 said, This is a region owned by the dragon, and I cannot allow things outside of our laws to continue. Xios smiled. It sounded as if he was referring to Han Sun, but it was also a warning for her. On Dragon Pool Island, Han Sun killed 2 marquis spiky turtles. Long Shan and the others killed some turtles too, but the spiky turtles were still coming to Dragon Pool Island. Then another 2 arrived. Luckily Han Sun was there. If he hadn't been, the entire family would have been eaten by the turtles. Han Sun killed another spiky turtle, and then he started to frown. Something was wrong with how the turtles were moving. The turtles did not seem to be going after them specifically. Once they arrived at Dragon Pool Island, it looked like they were going straight for the dragon pool itself. Han Sun did not know much about the dragon pool. When he arrived, he was already in the pool. Once he had gotten out of it, he had never bothered returning to it. The turtles seemed quite interested in the dragon pool, however. Many of them were ignoring the fight entirely. Seeing how many spiky turtles were headed for the dragon pool, Han Sun thought, even though the dragon god is gone, its presence still remains. Why do these low-level turtles want to go there? As Han Sun was thinking about this, a giant wave rose from the sea. A large black body was coming out of the water. It was a huge spiky turtle. Its body was like a castle, and the spikes on its back were like ancient cannons. The mere sight of it was terrifying. Is that a Duke-class spiky turtle? Long Shan's family froze. This was far worse than they had expected. We will go to the western beach, Han Sun shouted at Long Shan and the others. Then, he used his turtle spell to slow down the other Earl turtles. Long Shan and the others followed in Han Sun to the western beach. Chapter 2040 Entering the Dragon Pool again with Han Sun leading. Long Shan's family arrived safely upon the western beach. Many spiky turtles covered the beach, but there were no giant ones among them. Han Sun's assumption was correct. When they put some distance between themselves and the giant spiky turtle, the creature no longer targeted them. It was now headed straight for the dragon pool. As the Goliath crawled forward, the entire island shook with every step it took. However, much to the horror of Long Shan's family, more and more giant spiky turtles were on their way. About a dozen spiky turtles were headed towards the island from various directions. Wave upon wave of Marquis and Earl-class turtles also swarmed up the beaches, and they swiftly overran the island. Han Sun guided Long Shan's family to avoid every Duke-class turtle they could see, but there were too many. In the end, they came face to face with one. The cannon-like spikes on the turtle were gleaming, and they spewed black smoke into the air. The turtle gave a rumbling grunt. and the spikes shot out a strange black light. It was like a cannon firing. 8th and Senator Han's son jumped up and punched the giant turtle's back. It was too big to avoid the blow. Han Sen's attack drew its attention, and the giant turtle's spikes continued to fire at him. Han's son continued to harass the turtle, but his power was insufficient to strike back and break its shell. Instead, he drew the monster away in order to save Long Shan's family. But judging from how the situation was unfolding, if more giant turtles showed up, there would be little Han's son could do to help them. More and more waves were crossing the sea as more giant spiky turtles revealed themselves. But the next giant turtle they saw was different. Sitting on its head was another turtle the size of a dinner plate. That spiky turtle was the smallest of all, but it also looked different. Normally, the spikes of a spiky turtle looked like the spikes of a hedgehog, but that plate-sized turtle's spikes were diamond-shaped. The entire shell looked like it was made out of a shining black diamond. Wherever it went, all the lesser turtles avoided its path. Even the Duke's spiky turtles moved away. There is a king-class spiky turtle in Return Ruin Sea? Dragon 15's lady shouted. Dragon 15 and Xios were in shock. They knew there were king-class xenogeneics about, but they did not expect this. It was extremely rare for low-tier xenogeneics to have a king-class in their ranks, as it was usually too difficult for them to nurture one. It was like a cat evolving into a tiger. Such an evolution was so difficult that it was practically impossible. The spiky turtles kept heading for the dragon pool. The dragon pool itself was not too big, and it would only take one giant turtle to fill up the entire thing. Even so, many of the giant turtles were now entering, and the water in the pool was not rising. It seemed as if the pool was bottomless. The black diamond turtle screamed, spurring the other turtles to hurry into the pool at an even faster pace. The giant turtle fighting Han's son abandoned the fight and went for the pool. Long Shan lost his opponent too. The black diamond turtle's scream drove them all into a frenzied rush for the pool. Even if Long Shan crossed the turtle's path again, the beast would ignore him. Are those turtles feeding themselves to the dragon god? Long Yan asked curiously as he watched the turtles. Long Shan did not speak because he could not answer. They knew the dragon god sometimes appeared in the dragon pool, but they did not know where the creature actually came from. Neither did they know what was at the bottom of the pool. Little boy, can you tell Big Sis about the dragon god you mentioned? Asked a woman with a soft voice. Long Shan looked over, and he saw a pretty woman with an attractive human upper body. The lower body was a snake's tail. The Ghana woman stood next to Long Yan, and she smiled as she stroked his head. Long Shan was a marquise, and yet he hadn't noticed when she arrived. Long Shan started to say something, but he noticed another man and woman, who were also standing there. They had horns and dragon wings, meaning they were pure dragons. Long Shan and the others had never met Dragon 15 before, but they recognized pure members of their race. They all bowed quickly. Dragon 15 signaled them to rise. What was the dragon god he just mentioned? Long Shan told them the story of the dragon god. Dragon 15 frowned, then he asked, "Did the dragon god drop any dragon scales?" "Sir, we did not offer it enough of a sacrifice this time, so it did not provide us with any. And furthermore, we refined the last ones it gave us." Long Shan spoke with fear in his voice. He was worried that Dragon 15 might pin the blame on him. Dragon 15 frowned. He looked at Long Shan, but he did not say anything. He then looked at Han's son and asked, "Who are you? And why are you here?" "I was brought here by the dragon god." Han's son told him the story he had fabricated for Long Shan already. Dragon 15 did not believe him though. He looked at Long Shan, and Long Shan quickly said, "Sanmu did emerge from the dragon pool as soon as the dragon god appeared. If you came from the dragon pool, then you must know about it. Please take us there." Dragon 15 looked at the dragon pool. Almost all of the turtles were inside it by now. The pool was not too large, but it had consumed all those spiky turtles easily. As the last of them passed through, the pool became very quiet. "The dragon god brought me here. When I came out, I was up on the surface. I don't actually know anything about the dragon pool itself," Han's son said. "Since you are now in Return Ruin Sea, you will have to do as I bid if you wish to leave." Dragon 15 sounded calm, but his words were foreboding. If I take you guys down, will you let me leave this place? Han-sun asked Dragon 15. That depends on your performance, Dragon 15 said unhelpfully. Han-sun thought about it for a bit before agreeing. Okay. Xios, are you entering the pool? Dragon 15 asked Xios. This is a rare occurrence. If you do not object to my coming, I would indeed like to see more of the pool. Xios looked happy. Dragon 15 did not say anything. He allowed Han-sun to lead them down into the pool. Chapter 2041 Ruins. At the bottom of the pool when Han-sun had lived in the Alliance, he had been good in the water. After spending several months in the Dream Lake, his talents underwater only improved. He had become so proficient that he could swim easily, even if he was tied up. The last of the spiky turtles vanished into the dragon pool, and Han-sun was the first to jump in after them. Dragon 15 invited Xios to jump into the pool after Han Senator, then Dragon 15's maid, Long Ying, followed Dragon 15 into the water. Han-sun did not show off his abilities though. He pretended to use a godlight to swim. Dragon 15 and Long Ying were also comfortable in the water, performing just as well in the water as on land. They were dragons after all. Xios swam behind them, her snake tail sending her smoothly through the water. Pure dragons are strong, Han-sun thought. Dragon 15 and Xios are both marquises, so Dragon 15 will be stronger than Dragon 13 was. That Long Ying is more powerful than either of them though. She must be a duke. There is no way. Could beat them in battle. The pool did not seem large from the outside, but it was like a bowl turned upside down. It got wider towards the bottom. Han-sun could see many spiky turtles swimming beneath them. Down there, even the giant Duke-class turtles did not look very big. The pool was deep, and Han-sun could not see very much. He couldn't see what might have been solaring, so he just followed the turtles down. Dragon 15 and Xios were not in a rush, and they simply followed Han Senator. They could talk underwater, so they didn't even need to rely on clumsy hand signals. The deeper they swam, the darker it became. When they were 10,000 meters down, however, a light appeared. It was like the light at the end of the tunnel. Han-sun had never been there before, so he had no idea what the light was. Does this pool lead someplace else? Is it going back to the ancient god space? He wondered. Han-sun swiftly realized that he was incorrect. The light was not an exit. As they went deeper, the blurry light resolved itself into an object. At the bottom of the pool, there was a large palace. Han-sun didn't know what material the palace was made of, but it gleamed with blue light. The radiance lit up the entire underwater world like some fairy tale. But the fairy tale palace had mostly collapsed. It was in disarray, little more than a ruin. The turtles, however, accelerated as they saw it. Han-sun looked around, but he did not catch a glimpse of the dragon god. The thought that it was gone made him feel safer, so he followed the spiky turtles towards the palace. Upon drawing closer to the palace, he realized that the palace was far bigger than he had originally thought. A single pillar was dozens of meters tall. Han-sun looked over the palace, eventually picking out a stone table that was very large. Several human adults could lie flat on the table without covering its surface. It clearly belonged to a civilization that was neither human nor dragon. The bodies of the dragon were quite similar to humans. They would have no reason to produce a relic of that size. What is this palace? Dragon 15 asked Han-sun. Han-sun shook his head, and he pretended to choke on water as he tried to answer. Then, using a godlight to clear the water away from his mouth, he said, I don't know. I told you, the dragon god brought me here. I don't know anything about this place. There is nothing I can do to prove it if you do not believe me. Dragon 15 stopped asking. He had forced Han-sun to swim down with them, because he found Han-sun suspicious. Not because he really wanted Han-sun to lead them. He couldn't leave Han-sun alone, and he had to keep a watchful eye on him. It was the safest thing to do. Xios, looking at the palace, said, 15. The legends say that the Return Ruined Sea belongs to the sea gods from the Xenogenic space. Is that true? Dragon 15 raised an eyebrow. When the dragon took over Return Ruined Sea, we didn't find evidence of any sea gods. I don't know if myths about them are true, for I've never discovered any sea god relics before. You seem to know a lot though. Can you tell me if the palace is related to the conundrum of the sea gods? Xiao smiled and said, the sea gods are a higher race, according to the legends. They fell a long time ago, however, so no one knows much about them. There are bits and bobs lying around, scattered, in faint remembrance for their past existence. The ruins found prior to this were far smaller and less significant though. Judging from the architecture, this really does seem similar to the style of the sea gods. I cannot be 100% certain, of course. As they held their discussion, the spiky turtles reached the palace. Their purpose there was clear. They did not travel around the palace in search of something. Like arrows, they went straight past the palace to one ruin in particular. Many spiky turtles stopped at a ruin that looked like a mountain. They floated in the water. When the giant spiky turtle brought the Turtle King there, the Turtle King squealed. The rest of the turtles surrounded the ruin and started to dig through the mound of rubble. The rocks were the same unknown blue material. Whatever they were, they must have been very hard. Not even the Duke turtles could break them. They had to just displace them instead. All the turtles got busy moving the rocks away. Han Sen and the others stopped some distance from the palace and watched the turtles dig through the ruins. They did not make a move. The army of turtles quickly dug through the rubble, and something became visible beneath the collapsed ruin. As more and more of the rocks were moved away, the object became clearer. Beneath the mountain of rubble was a statue of a sea turtle. It was a very strange sea turtle though. It seemed to be standing on 2 feet, and it was clad in a weird set of armor. A circular helmet rested on the sea turtle's head, and it held a hammer in each of its claws. That statue was 12 meters tall. It was very strange, but it seemed to be made from the same blue rock. The weirdest thing was the biped turtle that it depicted. As Han Sen observed the statue, the rest of the turtles stopped moving. The Turtle King screamed, and the rest of the turtles lay down below it. It looked as if they were kowtowing. The spiky Turtle King floated down from the giant turtle's head and swam over to the sea turtle statue. Are those turtles related to the statue? Are they blood related? Longing asked with surprise. That might be a possibility. Xiao was looking at statue and the Turtle King. Longing wished to say something more, but the Turtle King had reached the statue. The plate-sized black body landed atop the helmet of the turtle statue. Chapter 2042 Battle in the Dragon Pool. Han Sen only noticed now that the helmet on the sea turtle statue had a circular, plate-sized slot in the top. The spiky Turtle King's body landed atop the helmet. It withdrew its neck and limbs into its shell and dropped neatly into the slot. It was a perfect fit. The spiky Turtle King's black diamond shell began to shine. Then, the entire statue started to shine with that same black light too. The blue statue slowly turned black, and the turtles' hammers transformed into black crystals. A life force began to radiate from them. Han Sen and the others were appropriately shocked. They had never seen anything like this before. Boom! The hammer-wielding turtle moved forward. With a single step, it made the floor of the entire pool shake. The power surged through the water around it, sweeping all the turtles backward. Such power! That exceeds even a king. Longyin was in shock. Dragon 15 shook his head. No, it is not above king class. It is around half deified. Xiao nodded and said, it is not deified, but it is certainly greater than a basic king class. It is half deified. As the 3 of them spoke, the dual-wielding turtle walked through the ruins. That giant palace was perfectly sized for the turtle. He walked toward the palace, smacking down buildings that happened to be in his way with his hammers. Every swing released a frightening shockwave, crushing the blue rocks scattered about. He pushed all the stone and rubble aside, forming a path for himself. He came to the front gate of the palace, approximately 1 mile away. When he approached the palace and swung a hammer toward it, a dragon-like power suddenly shot out of the palace and collided with the shockwave. The 2 powers crashed against each other, but no explosion was released. The 2 powers tangled together instead, forming a giant underwater tornado. Everything around them was sucked into it. The turtles in the vicinity tried to swim away. Some of the slower spiky turtles were pulled into the tornado. They were crushed by its velocity within a second, and red streams began to circle within the vortex. Pang! The turtle statue swung one of its hammers. The power of its strike broke through the tornado, allowing some of the luckier spiky turtles to get away. Han Sen immediately started swimming away, as that power was too frightening. It was far beyond a level he could be expected to fight. Dragon 15 was of the same mind. Together they all looked to escape. If they did not leave now, they might not be able to withstand the power that would be released as the fight continued. They could very well die there. A strange door then opened within the palace. Han Sen was in the midst of swimming away, but he still turned to look back. Through that doorway a giant head appeared. It was the dragon god that had eaten Han Senator roar. A dragon roar came from its mouth. The shockwave shot forward with blinding speed, and Han Sen and Dragon 15 were too slow to evade it. The impact left blood trailing past their lips. Now the fight began in earnest. As the two monsters fought, the simple shockwaves were enough to kill Han Sen and Dragon 15. There were more hammer strike sounds, and Han Sen heard two more roars. And then the world started to tremble again. Han Sen did not have time to look at what might have happened. He swam quickly toward the surface. Longing grabbed Dragon 15 and summoned her powers. Her dragon wings unfurled, and then snapped downward with the force of a cannon, firing the two dragons toward the surface. She completely ignored Han Sen and Xiao's. Xiao's flapped her snake tail, and used a holy light for a boost, which let her swim faster than any fish. She outran all the spiky turtles, even those that were of Duke class. Han Sen did not slow down either. He focused all his power and skill into swimming, and he was able to keep up with Xiao's. Xiao's was shocked to see Han Sen maintaining pace with her. But now was not the time to watch Han Senator. She had to focus on reaching the surface. Boom! A giant shockwave was approaching. Han Sen moved fast, ducking into the refuge offered by a Duke turtle's shell. And then that power went right past him. It tore apart all the lesser turtles around. Their shells were ripped open like paper, and their gore dyed the water red. The Duke-class giant turtles were bounced 10 meters forward. Han Sen was knocked into a giant turtle. He quickly grabbed the cannon-like spikes, and allowed the turtle to tow him back to the surface. Xiao's was hit too, but she was strong, and she survived the shockwave. She also reached the surface. When they reached the surface, Dragon 15 quickly gathered Long Shan and the others onto a giant green leaf. Xiao's landed on another green leaf. They were leaving the island with all haste. The turtles wanted to escape too. Han Sen remained atop a turtle's back, clutching its spike. The Duke-class spiky turtles could run faster than he could. Boom! Before the turtles reached the shoreline, a noise began to rumble from the pool. The water in the pool swelled up like a pillar, rising 100 meters into the sky. And then an angry beast appeared. It had blue scales, and it possessed the head of a dragon. Its body, however, was like a Kirin's. It was glowing blue. It wasn't like a monster overall. It was more like a holy beast. Now Han Sen knew what the dragon god really looked like. He did not know what sort of xenogenic it could be though. The black crystal turtle followed it out, wielding two black hammers in its hands. The hammers tore apart space itself, and the turtle teleported in front of the dragon god. The dragon god roared. Its blue presence struck the hammer with earthquake force. The power broke the mountains of the island, and Han Sen's spiky turtle was sent rolling. Not long after, Han Sen and the turtle fell into the sea. Han Sen was still clutching the spike firmly. The scary power flew wildly throughout Return Ruined Sea. Even underwater, Han Sen could feel the surges of power. Waves rose to heights of 100 meters, and lots of water was vaporized. Chapter 2043 Escaping Under the Sea. The giant spiky turtle was swimming deep into the sea. Han Sen hung onto the creature, using its large body to avoid the scary shockwaves as they went. When he reached an area outside of the effective radius of the shockwaves, he let go of the turtle. He looked over his shoulder and saw many spiky turtles swimming deep into the sea around them. Han Sen was afraid he might have swum too deep. He didn't want to escape from the shockwave, only to become food for the xenogenics that lurked in the depths of the sea. So he didn't dive any further. While Han Sen floated in the sea, he saw a familiar face approach. It was Xiao's, the Ghana. She was different from the Ghana sisters that Han Sen knew. Xiao's wasn't one of the Ghana nobility, and she was strong. Han Sen frowned, but he did not abandon his place. Going upwards would take him back to where the dual-wielding turtle and the dragon god fought. Waiting here seemed like his best option. Your name is Sanmu? Xiao's asked, coming next to Han Sr. Not bad. Is there something you need? Han Sen watched Xiao's carefully. Xiao smiled. It is rare to see crystallizers here. It is even rarer to find an earl like you. I have heard Knife Queen has a crystallizer student. He goes by the name of Han Senator. Do you know him? The sudden question caught Han Sen off guard, but he kept his expression from changing. I don't know every other crystallizer out there, but I am familiar with Han Senator. He is our pride and joy, but I'm afraid he does not know me. Xiao sighed and looked at Han Sr. Han Sen is indeed someone to be proud of. He killed Dragon 13 and Sharon. That is an extraordinarily rare feat for an earl. Unfortunately, he disappeared in the ancient god space. I would like to see him. Do you know where he might be found? I am afraid I will have to disappoint you, as I am just an ordinary crystallizer. I do not know Han Sen personally enough to know where he might be. Han Sen said casually. Han Sen remained outwardly calm, but his stomach was churning. It looked like the deaths of Dragon 13 and Sharon had become rather well known. That meant if the dragon found out who he really was, they'd be inclined to kill him. When Xiao opened her mouth to say something else, a shadow approached. Dragon 15 and Longing were coming. They moved in front of Han Sen and Xiao like the dragons they were. Dragon 15 looked at Han Sen, and his expression was unreadable. Then he spoke to Xiao. Xiao, this place is dangerous. Why don't I let Longing take you somewhere safe? A fight like this is a rare sight. Danger is a price worth paying. Xiao smiled. She had no intention of leaving. Instead of responding, Dragon 15 punched Han Sen. He gathered a lot of power in that punch, and his fist slipped through the water like a needle. The water resistance didn't even slow it down, and it came right for and Senator Dragon 15 wanted to kill Han Sen before the two monsters were done fighting. Han Sen was familiar with this power though. He wouldn't soon forget the Evil Breaker power of the dragon. When Dragon 15 used Evil Breaker power, Han Sen dove deeper into the sea. Dragon 15 was surprised by how swift Han Sen was. That crystallizer is very strong in the water. He is no worse than a dragon. He might even be better. Such an evil person. Longing, get rid of him. Dragon 15 looked grim. He finally realized that Han Sen had only been pretending to be poorly suited to the water. Yes, Longing answered. She flapped her wings like a raptor, sending powerful gusts of water behind her as she shot off after Han Sen into the deep sea. Han Sen saw the speed with which she was approaching, and he knew he would lose if he did not do something soon. He kept swimming down for the moment though. Longing closed on him. Her lance split the water hungrily, thrusting towards Han Senator. Han Sen moved, evading the Evil Breaker lance. Longing hummed, and then her lance underwent a transformation. A dragon appeared on it, and its speed increased. It disappeared, only to reappear and pierce through Han Sen's head. Pang! Han Sen's body exploded like a water balloon, but there was no blood. A clone of Moon? Longing frowned. The clone looked so real, it had even tricked her. That pissed her off. She looked around, and she realized that Han Sen was gone. She released her dragon presence to find Han Sen, but she could not detect him at all. He was outside the radius of 1,000 meters. Longing frowned. Han Sen was clinging to the bottom of a blue shark like a barnacle. He used his Dongxian aura to mask his presence, before allowing the shark to take him deep into the sea. Once he reached the bottom, Han Sen looked around. There was a lot of coral nearby, growing together like a section of forest. He didn't enter there though. Instead, he dropped to the sand and started to dig into it. Not long after, Longing reached the bottom of the sea. She looked around and swung her dragon lance. A sharp lance light swept across the coral like a scythe cutting hay. The coral broke, and many of the xenogeniacs within were killed. The sea was dyed red. This guy is good at running off. Longing frowned. She looked around, then headed off in a different direction. Han Sen did not move an inch beneath the sand, and he had no intention of leaving. A few minutes later, Longing returned. Strange. Where did he go? Longing searched around again, then left the seabed and returned to Dragon 15. Han Sen felt relieved. He emerged from the sand and hid himself inside a seashell. The shells were 2 meters tall, and they had been living in the coral. They had died to Long Ying's lance. After hiding himself on their remains, Han Sen summoned Spell in her sniper rifle form. He wanted to see if the long-range scope would work beneath the sea. It worked. Han Sen hid inside the shell, but from down there, he could see Dragon 15, Long Ying, and Xiao's a few thousand meters away. He could not hear what they were saying, but he was pretty good at reading lips. Chapter 2044 Dragon Corpse. The battle continued to rage upon the surface of the sea. Fortunately, it had little effect on the ocean depths. Suddenly, there was a boom and something massive fell into the sea. Han Sen quickly looked towards it through the scope. The xenogenic dragon god had fallen, kicking up Goliath waves. Even the sea bed was affected as the churning water raised swirls of sand and debris. It seemed that the dragon god had lost consciousness. Its body sank, and when Han Sen saw its head, he noted that its skull had been cracked. The hammer-wielding turtle had probably plunked it pretty hard. Shit, that dual hammer turtle is that strong? Han Sen was shocked. The dual hammer turtle quickly dropped into the sea after the dragon god. The hammer came down to strike the dragon god's head again, and what was left of its skull was sundered. The turtle snatched a blue orb out of the monster's remains and swam away. The dragon god's body slowly sank through the water until it came down near Han Senator. A while passed, and the dual hammer turtle did not return. Xiao's and Dragon 15 arrived next to the corpse. Xiao's, do you know what this creature is? Dragon 15 asked Xiao's. Xiao's looked at the dragon god's body and said, I'm not sure, but its power should be the equivalent of something half deified. The dual hammer turtle already took the most important item, but the body of the beast itself should still prove useful. Its blue scales especially so, if what Long Shan said was true, and the scales can speed up one's evolution, then they will be a prized treasure. I was thinking the same thing. It is lucky for the dragon. Long Ying, quickly prep the body for transport, Dragon 15 said to Long Ying. Long Ying nodded and swam closer to the dragon god's body. She tried to pick it up. Han Sen watched her work, regretting that there was nothing he could do. He couldn't beat Long Ying in a fight, so he couldn't interfere. A half-deified's body was a valuable treasure, but he valued his own life more. But when Long Ying came down next to the dragon god's body and grabbed its tail, her Duke powers were not enough to lift the corpse. Long Ying's face changed. She spread her dragon wings to emit the shadow of a dragon. Her arms transformed into the scaly limbs of a dragon. She managed to shift the body a little, but she was unable to lift it. 15. This xenogeniac's body is too heavy. We need more assistance if we want to move it, Long Ying told Dragon 15. Dragon 15 frowned, and then he said, in that case, Xiao's and I will watch the body while you go and find help. That evil crystallizer might still be around. How about I stay here and you go for help? Long Ying did not want to leave Dragon 15 unprotected. It's fine. You go, Dragon 15 said, waving his hands dismissively. He wanted to get this done as soon as possible. Seeing Long Ying leave though, Han Sen was delighted. If it was just Dragon 15 and Xiao's 2 marquises, he might have a chance to nab the spoils. But he still had to consider the weight of the dragon god's body. Not even Long Ying's Duke's strength could lift it. Even if Han Sen summoned his destiny's tower, he doubted that he could absorb it and take it away. What can I steal? Han Sen used his scope to examine the body, but he didn't know much about the creature. He couldn't tell if what he was seeing was actually good stuff. Long Shan and the others said that its scales can speed up the evolution process. So the scales have to be decent at least. But it has too many scales for me to try to grab them all. Before I finished harvesting it, Long Ying would be back with help. And then, I certainly would not be able to run. Xiao's and Dragon 15 are here as well, and they are annoying enough. Han Sen was hesitating. At this time, Xiao's walked in front of the dragon god's body. Observing the creature's neck, she said, I don't know where this xenogeniac might have come from, but from its appearance, we can determine that it is definitely some sort of dragon. Aside from the dragon orb that the turtle stole, The most important thing for us to take would be the scales. Do you agree? Hearing what Xiao said, Han Sun turned his scope in the direction she was looking. He saw a scale on the dragon god's neck that appeared to be growing upside down. The other scales were light blue, but this one was so dark that it was almost black. It also seemed to be shaped differently than the other scales. The other scales looked like fans, and they were the size of grinding discs. That upside-down scale, however, was only around the size of a plate. It was shaped like a heart. Not bad. This half-deified xenogeneic is one of the dragon. That is the upside-down scale. Dragon 15 walked over to the body and tried to tear off the scale. But when he grabbed the scale by its edges, he was unable to remove it. Dragon God was dead, and its life force was gone. The flesh had certainly weakened. But even so, it seemed that a marquise would have difficulty removing the upside-down scale. Dragon 15 frowned. Power swelled within his body as he spread his wings. He grew 3 feet taller, and his muscles hardened like steel. His scales all turned black. Good grief. This Dragon 15 is a xenogeneic. Are all dragons xenogeneics, I wonder? Han Sun thought to himself. Watching this display, Han Sun thought that Dragon 15 might have been more powerful than Dragon 13. The dragon were born strong, and any pure dragon could become stronger than those of any other race. Their claim of being the bravest was not some bluff. His nails became blades, and Dragon 15 poked them into the flesh beside the scale. He cut around the scale, and it popped loose. Fuck. That's it. Han Sun was angry. He aimed spell at Dragon 15, and pulled the trigger. He emerged from the shell, and ran towards the dragon god's corpse. Dragon 15 seemed to be ready. He gave a hum, then swung his hand at the bullet fired from spell. The bullet was cut in half, then exploded. As this occurred, Dragon 15 waved his other hand at Han Senator. The talons shook the water into a number of blades that headed towards Han Sr. Chapter 2045 Fighting for the Upside-Down Scale Pang. Han Sun's body exploded as the blades sliced through it. Another Han Sun rushed Dragon 15 from the side. Dragon 15 flapped his wings, creating a moon-shaped swirl of water. He ran at Han Sun with his cold dragon claws raised to strike Han Sun's heart. Dragon 15 hadn't planned on immediately securing the scale. His primary objective was to kill Han Senator. The evil breaker powers raced toward Han Senator, even with Han Sun's speed. Avoiding those claws would be difficult. Pang! Han Sun's body was cut to ribbons, but it was just another moon clone. Dragon 15 turned to the dragon god's body. Han Sun floated near the corpse as he stuffed the scale into his pocket. Dragon 15 came at Han Sun furiously, but Han Sun swam away with the grace of a fish. He was swimming at a pace much greater than Dragon 15 was capable of. Han Sun put some distance between Dragon 15 and himself, but just as he started to relax, a lance came at him through the water. It was Long Ying. Han Sun knew now that he had been tricked. Long Ying had not left, and her departure was only to lure him out. Nice plan. Han Sun did not have time to think. The lance light covered a radius of 100 meters beneath that sea, keeping him from escaping. There was nothing Han Sun could do, so he pulled out his blood feather knife and used his knife and sword powers. He blocked the lance that was coming for him. Long Ying wanted to prevent Han Sun's escape, so she cast many more lance lights. Each of the lance powers was weakened, however. But every time Han Sun used his knife to deflect the lance light, the impact bounced him away. His chest felt like it was getting struck by lightning, and the pain was fierce. Han Sun wasn't bleeding yet, though. He tried to use those impacts to toss him further away from Long Ying, but Dragon 15 was already behind him. And when his evil breaker claws came for Han Sun, they tried to snare him like an ugly net. Han Sun's vision suddenly flashed into a view of sequence structures composed of molecules. He kept swinging his blood feather knife, striking back against the claw light. He managed to break it, and then it turned into nothing. Not stopping, Han Sun continued his flight into the deeper reaches of the sea. Dragon 15 and Long Ying paused for a moment, stunned that an Earl had been able to break Dragon 15's claw light. Dragon 15 had recognized the blood feather knife, and his face darkened. That is Han Sun. Do not let him flee. I won't let him escape again. Longing looked cold. She became a dragon xenogeniac, and she flapped her dragon wings in pursuit of Han's senator as Han's son fled. He continuously swung his knife to weave knife silks into the water. Longing kept coming though, cutting through the knife silks as she moved. The knife silks were unable to do anything to her Duke xenogeniac body. Dong! Longing attacked Han's son again. That lance power was stronger than the previous attack. Han Sen's blood feather knife almost couldn't withstand it, and his body rocketed down into the seabed. He sank into the crater the impact had formed, and the sand and rocks rose to cover his shape. Escaping won't be that easy. Longing spun her lance into a blur, forming a vortex in the water. All the sand and rocks were sucked away from Han Sen's hiding place, clearing the water. Han's son had planned to escape under the cover of the sand, but now he was visible, and the vortex slowed down his movements. He couldn't escape quickly. Dragon 15 caught up. Her claw lights flashed at Han's son like a meteor shower. Han's son decided to stop fighting the current and allow the water to jerk him towards Dragon 15. He used his blood feather knife alongside Super Spank. Dragon 15 did not wish to fight Han's son though. He started to fall back, swinging his claws as he went. The blood feather knife broke every claw into dust, but it took too much time. Longing was again in front of Han's son, with an attack prepped. Han's son used his knife with Super Spank powers, and he almost broke the lance's sequence structure. But the lance knocked Han's son away, all the same. Something in his chest tore and blood spilled out of his mouth and nose. Longing and Dragon 15 did not let Han's son rest. They kept up a continuous string of attacks. If Dragon 15 had been there alone, Han's son could have fought him off. Longing was not a strong duke, but her level was still equal to a xenogeniac Sharon. Han's son didn't have much of a chance. Han's son used his moon clones to absorb a few attacks, but things were taking a turn for the worse. A lance was eventually able to break his armor and thrust into his shoulder. Han's son's movements slowed as he sustained more and more injuries. Dragon 15's claws were able to land on Han's son, digging in a few bloody trenches into his back. Longying's lance flashed furiously. It struck whenever Han's son was distracted by Dragon 15's attacks. Han's son gritted his teeth and suppressed the pain from his wounds. He lifted the blood feather knife to repel Longying's lance. Duke powers were scary. After that hit, Han's son was knocked to the bottom of the sea again. Blood came oozing out of him. The sand and debris rose, and Longing used her lance to clear the area again. Han's son's body had formed a deep hole, but when Dragon 15 and Longing cleared the hole all the way to the bottom, they were shocked. Han's son was not there. They searched for Han's son, but he was gone. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Dragon 15 looked like fury incarnate. Han's son had just vanished and taken the half-deified upside-down scale with him. Send word. Find Han's son, even if you have to drain the return ruin sea. Bring him to me dead or alive. Dragon 15 looked cold. Longing was depressed. She couldn't figure out how Han's son had escaped. Longing did not need to leave the water to contact others of their race. She got on her phone and spread the news. Help came to move Dragon God's body, and she ordered other dragons and xenogeniacs to search for Han's son throughout the return ruin sea. Han's son's body appeared in a house in the Alliance, but he started coughing up blood as soon as he arrived. The powers of an Earl were weak. Unless he used Super God Spirit, he'd be unable to match a duke. So he came back to the Alliance. It is lucky I brought the scale back with me. Otherwise, it would have been a grand loss. Han's son licked his lips as he stroked the blue upside-down scale. Chapter 2046 Resting Time. Han's son put away the scale and rested. His wounds slowly recovered. He did not plan on returning to the Geno universe for a while, and instead wanted to stay in the Alliance for a bit. The dragon were looking for him, and although Dragon 15 did not know Han's son would teleport back to the same point he had left, Han's son still thought it'd be a bit too risky to head back for the time being. If Han's son did not show up for a long time, and the dragon could not find him in the return ruin sea, it was likely they'd believe he had escaped entirely. When they let their guard down, it'd be much easier for Han's son to slip back in and get off the planet. The dragon elites couldn't guard the return ruin sea forever, so it was only a matter of time before they left. While Han's son was in the alliance, he continued to absorb the deified blood that stained his blood feather knife. It'd be great if he could become a marquis while gone. It'd greatly increase his odds of making it out of the return ruined sea when he went back. Come here, my baby. Let daddy hug you. Han's son picked Han Linger up off her bed and kissed her. Han Linger used her hands to touch Han Sen's face. It seemed as if she didn't like it. You've been gone for so long. Little Linger isn't going to remember you, Ji Yanran complained. Then I should stay here more. I won't go back for a while. Han's son didn't tell her that he had been chased. He didn't want to worry his family. Family life wasn't as good as Han's son thought it would be though. Changing nappies, bottle feeding, and guessing Han Linger's thoughts wasn't easy. Babies were monsters no one could communicate with. Although Han Linger was very quiet for a child and did not cry, she still gave him a lot of trouble. It was impossible to know what she wanted. Her resting times were different from his too. Whenever Han's son sought rest, her eyes would shoot open and she'd want to play. Now Han's son knew how difficult it was for Ji Yanran. Guessing what a kid wanted was much harder than predicting the moves of an opponent. No one dared make Han Linger mad either. If she activated her super god spirit mode, she could potentially blow up the entire planet. Han Linger loved to sunbathe, and she was curious about the world. Han's son loved taking his airship out to sightsee with her. She is so young, and she does not like to stay at home. When she grows up, she is going to run away, Han's son thought to himself. He was not upset by this, however. It was rare for Han's son to stay in the alliance for a significant amount of time. He called on his family in Bauer to join him for a vacation. Han's son wanted to visit a spa on planet Ice, but Linger loved to be out in the sun, so he had to cancel that. He went to planet Sea instead, which had many beaches and lots of sun. There were many creatures there too. Bauer and Linger built sandcastles together, while Han's son and Ji Yanran lay on deck chairs to enjoy the sea wind. Luolan and Han Yufei went diving. The family was enjoying their vacation when two young boys approached. Behind them was an escort of bodyguards. The two boys looked to be about the same height as Bauer, and they were around the age of 5. One walked with pride, as if he was the boss. The other boy was very quiet. He walked next to the proud boy, looking rather harmless. The two boys went up to Bauer and Linger. The proud boy looked at Bauer and snapped his fingers. The bodyguard then brought out pretty gemstones, high-tech toys, and flowers to present to Bauer. Pretty lady, come and be my girlfriend, and all these are yours. The proud little boy pointed at a luxurious airship, hovering just above the sea. Bauer and Linger looked at the boy. Then Bauer blinked and said, "That's all you're offering? Tell me whatever you desire then. My name is Ningguo. I have nothing but money. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I can give you everything you want," the little boy said. "I would like to see fish fly in the sky." Bauer blinked. What? The little boy was confused. For some reason, the quiet boy stepped further away. Like this, Bauer said. Then she grabbed the bad boy and threw him into the sea. The boy did not fall straight into the water. First, he skimmed across it like a smooth stone. The boy started to cry, and then a man went to retrieve him from the water. The bodyguards were in shock, and they all moved to surround Bauer. "You guys can leave now," said a man's voice. The bodyguards stepped aside. A 5-year-old girl having such power was very surprising. Humans had achieved power inside the sanctuaries, but they could not go there before the age of 16. What power was she wielding? To them, Bauer was something of a monster. A quiet man and a pretty woman approached. The man told the woman to take the two boys, and then he approached Han Sr., "Long time no see. Are those your two sons?" Han's son greeted the man laughing. Ji Yanran moved to take care of the kids. "The quiet one is my son. The other one is the son of Heaven," Ningyu said. "They look like brothers." Han's son chuckled, but he was sincere. "They live in the same environment," Ningyu said simply. He then looked at Han's son and asked, "Is there another world beyond the sanctuaries?" "Yes." Han's son wasn't going to hide this fact. "What will it take for you to take me there?" Ningyu asked. "Is your life bad now? Do you need something more?" Han's son asked Ningyu. "This is not the life we should have," Ningyu said. "But you cannot come back. You will not be able to see your family. and you will face death at every turn. Do you still wish to go? Han Sen asked Ningyu. I am willing to. Ningyu answered with those 4 words. Han Sen looked at Ningyu, and then he smiled. Give me some time. I will need to prepare. They stopped talking, and they looked out to the sea together. Your son and your wife are nice. You won't miss them? Han Sen asked, after a while of silence. I didn't get married. I adopted little Sure. He can take care of himself. He will take whatever he needs, and he won't take what he is not supposed to. Ningyu's face remained impassive, but his eyes smiled. Han Sen was surprised. He looked at the quiet boy, and the pretty woman in shock. Chapter 2047. Shura arrive after Han Sen left planet C. He absorbed more of the deified blood that was on the blood feather knife. He did this every day, and he felt his blood pulse sutra approaching its peak. He kept investigating the upside-down scale too. He hadn't used it for anything yet, and while it was good for evolving his blood, he'd only make use of it when he needed to. The AI was relaying news to them, and he learned that humans had made progress in their negotiations with the Shura. There had been many such reports over the past few years, but it made Han Sen frown. Han Sen had never dealt with the Shura because of the things he was told by Han Yufei. He would have liked to get rid of the Shura to reunite the worlds of the Alliance, but after talking with Han Yufei, he stopped thinking about it. Han Yufei had asked Han Sen, have you heard of the 3 monks? Han Sen considered the question and asked, was that the story about one monk collecting water to drink, a second monk merely raising his head to drink, and a third monk that had nothing to drink? Han Yufei nodded. Humans might hold the most complicated minds of all the races in existence. It is sort of like how the strong will devour the weak. Humans are certainly the greediest creatures. Han Sen agreed with what he said. He believed everyone was born evil, and that the primary focus of any human was to ensure their own survival by any means necessary. Tigers ate sheep. Sheep ate grass. The grass needed the nutrients contained in the soil you had to take to survive. The same applied to humans, but humans took greed to another level. They didn't just want to survive, they wanted more. So basically, humans were inherently evil from birth. With the Shura here, humans have had to constantly fight another race. But when the Shura are gone, humans will only end up fighting themselves again. If humans are lucky, we will make it despite ourselves. But if we are unlucky, Han Yufei stopped talking. He touched Han Sen's shoulder. There is nothing absolutely right in this world. Just follow the yearnings of your heart. After that, Han Sen put away his thoughts of destroying the Shura. If he stayed in the Alliance, then destroying the Shura would be a good thing. But Han Sen did not have the time to deal with matters of the Alliance, so wrecking the Shura civilization would have unintended consequences. In ancient times, a few brothers fought together to create a kingdom, but when they had everything, they started to fight for different shares. Eventually, they all became sworn enemies. So Han Sen did not destroy the Shura. He did ask Zero to go to the Shura and do something, however. The Shura were in a poor state, but things were in balance. The Alliance hadn't totally defeated them yet. Han Sen was interested in the graves of the Shura kings, but he had never found the time to check it out. Now he did. Perhaps there, he might be able to find a lead on Azura. After all, the falsified Sky Sutra and Geno fluid came from those graves. The Shura kings' graves could only be entered by a king on the precipice of their death. However, that condition meant nothing to Han Sen right now. Han Sen took Bauer with him, and they embarked on the Beetle and flew to the Shura planet. Han Sen had researched the Shura grave, but he did not know where the site was located. The graves had been robbed once before, and now the Shura kept the location of its royalty a well-guarded secret. It also seemed as if the grave sites could be moved. They weren't where they had once been found. The only one who knew this information was the Shura Queen Jade Shura. On the planet of the Shura Queen was working. Jade Minger worked next to her mother. She was the one who was most likely to succeed the Shura Queen. Jade Minger had learned from Jade Shura ever since she was young. Jade Shura had high expectations for her. Right now the Shura were in dire shape. Luckily, there were still some mysterious powers supporting their race. If not, The Shura wouldn't have been able to defend themselves against humans. Who is this? The Shura queen jumped in surprise when she looked into the left side of the study. A man clad in armor was sitting in one of her chairs. Despite the Shura queen's talent, not even she had noticed when he arrived. Jade Minger reached to press the alarm and draw a knife, preparing to use falsified sky powers on the man. Read the next chapter on our VIP novel. Combat. The Shura queen stopped her. The Shura queen knew that she could only see the armored man because he wanted to be seen. There was no point in screaming for help. If he wanted to kill them, they'd both be dead. The man looked at the two with interest. The Shura queen felt fear. The fright was deep in her bones, and it was difficult to describe. It was like he could click his fingers and kill her if he chose to. Sweat started to bead across her skin. Who are you and why are you here? The Shura queen asked him calmly, forcing control into her voice. Han Sun looked at the Shura queen and Jade Minger. He thought it was strange to see Jade Minger again. Jade Minger looked like Zero. The two looked like twins. Zero was shaped like a human, and Jade Minger was like a Shura copy of Zero. The Shura queen looked like Jade Minger, but she did not look like Zero. Is she your daughter? Han Sun asked, pointing at Jade Minger. The Shura queen felt nervous in his presence. She wanted to pull Jade Minger behind her, but she knew that would be pointless. Doing that would only expose her weakness. The Shura queen replied levelly, "She is my daughter." You didn't come here just to ask that, did you? Do you have another daughter? Han Sun asked her. No, but I have a few sons. I only have one daughter. Shura queen looked placid, but she felt like she was going to have a stroke. The armored man was showing interest in Jade Minger, and that made her nervous. There is no secret daughter? And there is no additional one created by genes? Han Sun asked. Only humans use such dirty techniques. We disdain anyone who uses them. Jade Minger looked angry. Chapter 2048 Planet Sky Cloud. Han Sun lifted his hand toward Jade Minger. Jade Minger's body was instantly bound and lifted toward Han Senator. The Shura queen was nervous, but she was the monarch of the Shura. So she frowned and said, "Are you just here to cause trouble with a girl?" Han Sun ignored the Shura queen and examined Jade Minger closely. They really did look exactly the same. Their presence, however, felt different. With his Dongxian aura, he could tell that she was indeed different from Zero. When Han Sun ignored the Shura queen and observed Jade Minger carefully, it made the Shura queen even more worried. But she knew that the more she spoke, the more it would seem that she cared for Jade Minger. He would be able to identify her greatest weakness. The Shura queen just stood where she was. Not hurrying Han Senator, she didn't look nervous, and neither did she speak. After a while, when Han Sun looked away from Jade Minger, the Shura queen quietly said, "Can you tell us what you came here to say?" Han Sun did not free Jade Minger from his grip just yet. He looked to the Shura queen with admiration. "Jade Shura, I will give you 5 days. You should sort out your current business, then meet me on Planet Sky Cloud in 5 days. You can tell me whatever you need to tell me right here and right now. I will do whatever it is you wish, if I am able to. If I cannot do it, then it doesn't matter when we meet," the Shura queen replied. "This is an order. This is not a request," Han Sun said, giving the Shura queen a flat stare. "The Shura will not concede to any human. And that includes you." The Shura queen was very stubborn. "Remember the bone dagger before the Shura pool?" Han Sun asked quietly. "You are." The Shura queen's face was riddled with shock. "In 5 days, you will come to Planet Sky Cloud. If you don't, every Shura will be killed," Han Sun said, then disappeared. Jade Minger disappeared with him. The Shura queen didn't move. She looked strange. Planet Sky Cloud was a planet that both humans and Shura lived on. It was a lawless place, and risky businessmen frequently traveled there. And with the savage natives of Planet Sky Cloud, that place was known to be very dangerous. People were often murdered on the street in broad daylight, and no one raised a fuss. Han Sun held Bauer as they walked along the street. Jade Minger did not speak. She looked ice cold. "Dad, I'm hungry," Bauer said, looking in the direction of a fancy restaurant. They hadn't yet found anywhere clean to get lunch. Bauer didn't seem fond of eating off dirty plates. "Okay, we will eat here." Han Sun nodded, turning towards the restaurant. Jade Minger did not speak, but followed them inside. The three of them walked in, and they saw many of the Shura sitting inside. The sight of two humans walking in prompted all heads to turn their way. All the Shura looked at them coldly, without a single patron raising a smile. Jade Minger was wearing a hat and a mask. Her face was covered, but there were slots for horns on her hat. It showed that she was of the Shura, but nobody noteworthy. Bauer ignored the gaze of the Shuras and hopped onto a table. She pointed at the menu and said, this, and this. Give me one of each. The middle-aged Shura behind the counter laughed. His face was split by a huge scar that looked a little like a centipede. The middle-aged Shura stepped over to Bauer, chuckling cruelly. Kid, the food here is only sold to those with horns. Those without horns are food. Haha. The Shura across the restaurant laughed. Bauer blinked. She looked at the middle-aged man curiously and asked, what food might I be? The middle-aged Shura was shocked. He hadn't expected Bauer, who was so young, to be completely unafraid of him. The other Shuras were surprised too. They gave Bauer odd looks. The middle-aged Shura laughed and looked at Bauer, as if she was a fish or some other meat. After a while he said, you're so small, and your flesh is so young, it would be best to make raw slices out of you. I would slice your skin off and put it on ice. You'd be served with some soy sauce. That would be nice. You want to do that for us? After that, the middle-aged man showed her a very evil smile. His face drew close to Bauer as he lifted an ice pick. Sure. I'd love to see what I taste like. Bauer lifted her pink arms out to the sides. She asked the Shura, Uncle, which part of me will taste the best? The middle-aged Shura and the others looked at Bauer with shock. That was the first time they had seen a human child show such bravery. Jade Minger looked at Bauer with shock too. It was hard to imagine a kid that small having such guts. The middle-aged Shura laughed awkwardly. He patted her on the head and said, there are the tables. Take a seat. The food you order will be on the house. Little Ling, come and serve our guest and her friends. A Shura woman, with an average face but voluptuous curves, lowered herself and smiled at Bauer. Little customer, you are the first human we have served in 10 years. The two of you please sit. The Shura waitress brought Bauer and Han Sun over to a table. That place was a little better than average on this planet, but it wasn't adorned with ridiculous decorations. It was clean, but there weren't private rooms for them. A few minutes later, the food Bauer ordered arrived. The middle-aged Shura brought a bottle of alcohol over to Bauer. He laughed. Little customer, we only have drinks like this. We don't have juice. This is yours. Dad, can I drink it? Bauer asked Han Sun nicely. Of course. Han Sun shrugged his shoulders. I will have a big cup. Bauer looked excited. Sure. The Shura opened the drink and poured Bauer a big cup. He put the bottle down on the table and told Han Sun and Jade Minger, pour out more if you want. Jade Minger frowned and did not touch it. Han Sun picked it up and poured himself a cup. Chapter 2049. Pay you guys aren't from planet Sky Cloud? The middle-aged Shura asked Han Sun with rhetorical certainty. We aren't. We're here on business, Han Sun answered. You guys only serve Shura, huh? We serve humans as well. It depends on the circumstances, but usually, no human dares to come in here. The middle-aged Shura laughed, and then went on to say, the people who work here are retired soldiers. They were strong on the battlefields, and their presence is enough to scare away humans. Most who walk in through those doors end up passing themselves. This is the first time I've ever seen a guest like her. You hate humans? Han Sun asked. The Shura don't really hate humans, but this place isn't a battlefield. Besides, with this little customer, you guys are free to eat here. The Shura replied carelessly. Boss Galit is here again. The female waitress shouted at the middle-aged Shura man. His face turned cold, and he quickly moved to the door. Before he reached the door, it was kicked open. A bunch of Shuras, all wearing uniforms, came marching inside. Galit, what are you doing here? The middle-aged Shura said to a Shura dressed like an officer of some sort. Collecting taxes. You should pay up now. The officer looked like he was full of himself. I'm not paying you shit. This is planet Sky Cloud. This isn't a Shura planet. The middle-aged Shura shouted at him. The Shura that were eating there all laughed. The people of planet Sky Cloud did not care for military sorts. Really, the officer laughed. He kicked the middle-aged Shura in the stomach. The man was sent flying and came crashing down behind the bar. Bottles fell off the wall and rained down onto his head. The people in the restaurant stood to flee, but the soldiers near the officer drew their guns. They aimed them at the people to suppress the scene. "Stop! This is none of your business. Go back to work," the middle-aged Shura yelled at his employees. He stood up from behind the bar and then walked up to the officer. He coldly told him, "Gawlet, you may kill me if you have the balls to. I won't just kill you. You killed a member of my family, so I'm going to kill you slowly, as I will the rest of your employees." Gawlet laughed, and the laugh made all the onlookers feel a chill. "It has nothing to do with them. Come at me," the middle-aged Shura growled. "They should die because they are with you. Would, I will make you regret ever killing my brother. You should never have thought about touching royalty," Gawlet hissed, while staring at him. "Regret? I'd do it all over again if I could. I have no problem killing a traitor that betrayed his own men," Wood said flatly. "Then you should die with him." Gawlet looked murderous. "Huh? Kid, who are you bluffing? We almost died out there on the battlefields already. We aren't afraid. Come and kill us." The waitress laughed humorlessly before taking a bottle and throwing it at them. Pang! Gawlet smacked the bottle away and fired at her. Wood was fast though. He hit Gawlet's arm, making his shot go wide. Then he punched the enemy's nose. "Fuck you." The waitress ran forward, as did all her workmates. They worked with synergy, dodging the guns as they got close enough to fight hand to hand. The people on planet Sky Cloud were all brave, and the patrons of the restaurant watched rather than fleeing. The soldiers were unable to defeat the veterans though. They were all beaten down quickly. Wood rode Gawlet to the ground, punching his face repeatedly. He was bleeding. Some soldiers were knocked into the dining area every now and again, and whenever that occurred, customers would kick them away from their tables and back at the workers. It made them laugh. "You sure are interesting," Han Sun said, while looking at Jade Minger. Jade Minger knew that fights often broke out between those of different ranks, but seeing such things firsthand made her angry. And furthermore, it was all being witnessed by a human. That made her feel sick. Pang! Someone stepped up next to Wood, who was still pummeling Gawlet. Before Wood knew what had happened, he was airborne again. The scene went quiet as a gold-horned Shura man stood over Gawlet. "Uncle Seven, these people are guilty of treason. Kill them all." Gawlet got up and pointed at Wood with one hand, while his other nursed his bloodied nose. "Shut up," the gold-horned Shura snapped at Gawlet. He looked at Wood and coldly said, "Do you know the crime that is title defending a royal? I don't fucking care. We rent this place ourselves here on planet Sky Cloud. Who the fuck cares about your bullshit royalty?" The waitress picked up Wood as she shouted at the gold-horned Shura. "You are Shura. That means you adhere to the laws of the Shura, no matter where you go. You have now broken these laws, and because of that you will die," the gold-horned Shura said calmly. "Fuck your laws," the waitress shouted. "I am sorry, but you have to die." The gold-horned Shura moved, appearing right in front of the pair before Wood could look up. He was so much stronger, and they were unable to react. They looked very angry but very hopeless too. The gold-horned Shura's fist was just about to come down on Wood, but all of a sudden it stopped. A fat hand appeared in front of the gold-horned Shura's fist. The fist stopped moving. The gold-horned Shura and Wood felt their eyes widen. The little girl had stopped the powerful punch with one hand. "Hey boss, this is how I am covering the bill for our lunch." Bauer gave them an innocent smile. She grabbed the gold-horned Shura's fist, and as if he was a mere toy, she tossed him aside. Pang! 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 The gold-horned Shura's body was raised in the air and slammed into the ground repeatedly, so fast that he turned into a blur. His body seemed to be warping under the force. Wood and the others stared with slack jaws. Their eyes followed suit, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. All the Shura were frozen. A human child, who was 6 years old at the most, could throw around a third-rank gold-horned Shura fighter, as if he was nothing more than a toy. In their eyes, Bao was no longer a kid. She was a monster. Humans are that strong. All the Shura were in shock. If a child had achieved such strength, they couldn't imagine how strong the adults must have been. Galit wanted to turn around and run, but Bauer threw the gold-horned Shura at him like a bowling ball. The two slammed into each other and tumbled across the floor in a spray of blood. They lay in a pile half dead. They couldn't get up, and they moaned. The other soldiers scrambled out of the restaurant, screaming all the way. It was too horrifying for them. If you want revenge, take it now. They can't fight back, Bauer said to Wood. But Wood and the others only looked at Bauer strangely, and they didn't do anything else. Bauer then returned to Han's senator. She took his hand before speaking to Wood again. Don't worry. If you guys want to, you can go to the Alliance. Just tell them my father's name, and no one will touch you there. Wood and the others immediately understood that Bauer and Han's son were special. Wood gritted his teeth and picked up a gun. He shot Galit and the gold-horned Shura in the head. Wood handed the gun to a friend, then said to Bauer, I will remember this favor, and I will repay the debt, if there is ever an opportunity to do so. We will not go to the human place though. And you should go now. You killed King Samo's people. The king owns this planet, so you should run. You guys aren't leaving? There is no need to worry. My dad is here, and you can live in the Alliance. Bauer blinked at Wood and the others. Wood shook his head. I believe you guys are earnest, but we are Shura. We will never betray our own race. We will not defect and align with the enemy, so you guys should run. What a nice soldier. Hansen sighed. A similar thing could happen to humans, so there was nothing there that made them inherently better than the Shura. You guys have houses here? We are here on business for a few days. Can we live here for a while? Hansen smiled at Wood. Did you not hear what the boss just told you? Planet Sky Cloud is different as King Samo controls it. You will be killed if you do not go, the waitress said. Wood waved his hand, telling her to stop talking. He asked Hansen, You really want to live here? Yeah, for no more than 4 days. Is such an accommodation available to us? Hansen smiled. Bell, take them someplace where they can rest, Wood said. While looking at Hans, Senator Bell obviously wanted to say something else, but she didn't. She obeyed Wood's command and took them to their new room. Boss, why are you keeping them? You just killed King Samo's son. Keeping them here will only get us killed, Bell said to Wood when she returned. Wood shook his head. Couldn't you tell they weren't your average humans? It doesn't matter how strong they are. They cannot defeat King Samo and the other elites. Even if they were famous, what's the point? They are humans, Bell said. I don't know. Let us wait and see, Wood said. Wait, are we not leaving either? Bell and the others stared at him with wide eyes. It is like you said. Planet Sky Cloud is controlled by King Samo. We don't have the money or the connections, so where can we possibly go? Wood continued. Maybe staying here is how we survive. You mean those two humans? They. Bell wanted to say something, but there were noises coming from the hall. Many people were coming through. Their faces paled, and before they could react, many guns were pointed at them. They were then led out to the lobby. Wood saw King Samo, clad in his Shura armor. If things hadn't worked out the way they did, they might never have seen the king up close. Pang! The Shura soldiers stepped back behind the king. King Samo's face looked grim, and his voice was grating. I don't care who you are, but you will die. My son's death will not be for nothing. King Samo, you had a good son, a voice said from deeper within the building. When King Samo heard that voice, his face changed. His eyes opened wide, and he asked in shock, Who are you? I know who I am, but you have forgotten who you are. Killing your own kind. Humiliating wartime veterans. Ignoring the laws of the Shura. Do you really think the Shura are simple property that you can own and control? Said the hard voice. King Samo's legs were quivering and his voice was shaky, but he still had the guts to ask, Who are you? Come in and see who I am, the cold voice responded. Don't play tricks. Come out now, King Samo said. As you wish. A woman with white clothes, a white hat, and a white mask emerged from the back of the establishment. When King Samo saw Jade Minger, he was so shocked that he fell to the ground. He was the king of the planet, but he wasn't actually Shura royalty. He was only a distant relative of the Jade family. Seeing Jade Minger, who could one day be the queen, he was rightfully fearful. Would thought he must have been dreaming. King Samo was now begging before the woman, like a grandson meeting a granddad. The woman scolded King Samo, and Samo did not say a word against her. When she released him, he was overflowing with gratitude. He appreciated the mercy, and he no longer cared about his son's death. The most shocking for Wood and the others was that the woman had been pouring drinks for the father and daughter. She was being treated like a maid, and it made them feel as if they were in a dream. Who are Bauer and that man? Belle asked Wood when they went to rest. The whole day had been too strange. Don't talk and don't ask. Keep them a secret forever. We shouldn't have come to know this, Wood told them, with a sense of importance. Wood wanted to know who the father and daughter were, but he knew that the more he knew, the more danger he'd be in. Han-sun stayed in that restaurant for 4 days. When the 4th day passed, a Shura woman with a black mask arrived. You are Han-sun? The Shura queen asked when she saw Han-sun without armor. She recognized him. She remembered Han-sun, because he was important in the alliance. Plus, Han-sun had a blood relation to the Luo family. He was a distant relative of the Jade Shura. Han-sun laughed, but he did not speak. Jade Minger stepped aside. She really hated them both. Han-sun and Bauer had treated her like a maid, and she had to do everything they had told her to do, even if she didn't want to. The Shura queen nodded at Jade Minger, then ignored her. She turned back to Han Sr. You are not the master of the bone dagger. It should belong to the Shura. Shura queen remembered that it was a Shura woman who had used the bone dagger in the Shura palace. No one could stop her. She used falsified sky powers in their full form. The strangest thing was when that woman gave the Shura queen the falsified sky sutra. It allowed the Jade Shura to finish her skill, and in doing so, she became much stronger. Jade Shura had originally thought it was God that had given them the rest of the skill, but now, she did not think so. Does it matter if I am or not? You just need to know that I can destroy the Shura, Han-sun said. Why should I believe you? The Shura queen asked quietly. You came here, didn't you? That means you already believe me. Han-sun smiled, and he then went on to say, the Battle of Franco, the assault on Heilmans, the strike on 4690. They can flip the situation of the Shura on its head. Can you actually sort out these problems? It's you. The Shura queen couldn't believe it, and she stared at Han Senator. The things Han-sun had spoken about were incidents that could lead to the potential collapse of Shura society. They hadn't happened, but if the alliance took action in the right way, the Shura would lose. They had survived so far because of the help they had received. Why are you doing this? You are just a human. The Shura queen could not believe all of this was coming from Han Senator. It did not make sense. Han-sun laughed and looked at the Shura queen and said, in your eyes, this universe is everything. But to me, the Shura and the humans are just toys. I like the alliance more, but I don't want to see the Shura get destroyed either. The Shura queen looked at Han Senator. She could not accept this explanation. How about this? The Shura are still useful to me, and we need you to keep going, Han-sun said. What do you want me to do? I won't sell the Shura out, the Shura queen said with certainty. I need you to send some Shura out to do work for me, but that will come after. Right now, I need you to take me to the Shura king gravesite. Han-sun planned to use the Shura as spies in the future, allowing them to go to the demon, so he could learn more about them. This job was perfect for the Shura. If Han-sun had the whole Shura empire under his thumb, he wouldn't be afraid of the Shura doing anything to the demon. Impossible. Even if you kill me, the Shura queen said immediately. Han-sun did not say anything. He turned on a video and showed the feed coming from a Shura base. It was planet Cardola. This is a beautiful planet. Han-sun looked at planet Cardola. From space, the planet appeared orange and green. It was exceptionally beautiful. The Shura queen did not speak. An important military planet like that should not have been spied on so closely. She thought Han-sun was threatening her, showing her that he could do anything. The Shura queen believed Han-sun was too naive, and the threat did not work on her. I suggest you take one last look at it. You might not see it again, Han-sun said to the Shura queen. If you want to threaten me, you are wrong to think you can, the Shura queen said impassively. She didn't think it would be a big deal if Han Sun sent someone to that planet. It was too well defended. Han Sun smiled and did not speak. He lifted a hand and clenched it into a fist. The Shura Queen and Jade Minger did not know what he meant to do by that. In the video, planet Cordola was suddenly crushed by something. It just imploded, then billowed out as a cloud of dust. The Shura Queen and Jade Minger were utterly speechless. Jade Minger looked at Han Sun and said, "Do you think this broken trick can fool us?" The Shura Queen thought the same. There was no way that Han Sun could destroy a planet by simply moving his hand. There was no power like that in the universe. He'd have to be a god. Han Sun did not explain. He told the Shura Queen, "You can use the phone." The Shura Queen started to look concerned. She picked up the phone and dialed a number. Not long after, the phone fell to the ground. She started to shake in her boots. And she looked at Han Sun without being able to muster a single word. Jade Minger was smart. There was only one possible reason for her mother to behave like this. But even so, that possibility was difficult to believe. It cannot be you who did it. This must be some trick. The Shura Queen was no longer calm and composed. She racked her brain, trying to think of some power that could have destroyed planet Cordola. Planet Cordola's weapon arsenal could fend off an entire army, though. It was impossible for anyone to blow it up in such a manner. Aside from God, the Shura Queen could not fathom any other possibilities. "If you need me to, I can destroy more Shura planets. Perhaps after seeing a few more go, you will believe me," Han Sun said quietly. When the Shura Queen and Jade Minger heard that, it felt like their ears were going to stop. "Why must you go to the Shura King grave?" the Shura Queen asked. She had no choice but to believe him. "I am trying to confirm something. Don't worry. I am not interested in your Shura Kings. I won't disrespect their bodies," Han Sun said. "Let Jade Minger go. And I will go with you," the Shura Queen said, gritting her teeth. She had tried hard to hide her vulnerability, but now, what was the point? "It doesn't matter where she is in this universe. I have some work for her to do anyway." Han Sun had no plans of letting her go. The Shura King gravesite was above and beyond Han Sun's expectations. The grave itself was a planet. It was a planet that could alter its orbit too. The Shura had moved the planet to a system in the barrens of space. There were many other planets just like it. And if the Shura Queen had not taken Han Sun there herself, he would never have guessed it to be the Shura King gravesite when he initially laid eyes on it. On the planet, a giant mountain opened up. It was the entrance to the graves. You needed an item to open it, and it was something that belonged only to the rulers of the Shura. Han Sun walked into the gravesite without hesitation. On either side of him, there were statues depicting beasts. When he entered, the Gravewatcher beasts came alive. They opened their mouths, exhaling falsified sky powers. The strength they wielded was God-class by Alliance standards. There were so many Gravewatcher beasts there, and they all used their falsified sky powers together. It was like fighting 1,000 God-class elites all at once. But before the scary power reached Han Sun, it was warded off. The powers couldn't come closer than 3 meters from Han's Senator. It was like there was an invisible shield protecting him. The Shura Queen and Jade Minger were in shock. That unbelievable power could not even touch Han's Senator. It was hard to imagine. None of the tricks and traps of the gravesite worked on Han's Senator. He didn't even ask them about the gravesite. He just kept on walking, without anything being able to stop him. The Shura Queen was hoping that the Shura King gravesite and its defenses would punish Han's Senator, but now, she had no hope at all. Han Sun was nothing short of a genuine god. Nothing was able to touch him, and no power could bring harm to his body. How can such power exist in this world? Jade Minger looked to be awestruck. She couldn't wrap her mind around it. She lost faith. She didn't think there was a point in practicing so hard. In front of Han Sun, her strength was nothing. She was little more than an ant. "I came here to lead. Stop touching the traps," the Shura Queen said. Walking past Han's Senator, if Han Sun kept walking forward the way he was, all the traps and defenses would be triggered and broken. That would mean anyone could go in. With the Shura Queen leading, they soon reached the deeper recesses of the royal Shura gravesite. There were many coffins, and each one of them belonged to a separate Shura king. The back of the hall contained a humanoid, Shura-shaped coffin. The Shura coffin was standing atop an altar. In front of it, there was a pool that had long since dried up. There were some bottles next to it. Han-sun recognized them as being the same as the bottle of mysterious Geno fluid. "When my life ends, I will come here to die," the Shura queen said. Han-sun observed the whole hall, and he noted how there was not a single tablet or slab of text. There was not a single written word anywhere. It was just a place that was home to a number of coffins. Is it really rare for a Shura king to sleep? Han-sun opened his Dongxian aura and gave the place a scan. This seemed to be the only grave site on the planet. "Yes, it is only here," the Shura queen answered. Han-sun looked at the graves. "There are 24 of them. But there have been more than 24 kings, right?" The Shura queen shook her head and said, "I don't know. I only know what's written on the decree. This is the first time I have learned about the number of coffins here." Han-sun used his mind to open the 24 coffins. Each coffin contained the body of Shura. "Han-sun, you said you would not destroy the bones of our ancestors." Jade Minger shouted angrily. Han-sun smiled darkly. "These are not the bodies of Shura kings." "What?" Jade Minger was frozen. "The Shura have had more than 24 kings. If this was true, there should be more than 24 of them here. The coffins would all be filled up. There wouldn't be one left empty for your mom at least." Han-sun looked at the humanoid-shaped coffin atop the altar. Han-sun walked up to the altar and opened the coffin. He couldn't use his mind to scan that coffin, so he was curious what material it had been made of. The coffin was dark green, but it seemed very old. There were no decorations or carvings on it. The Shura coffin looked very simple, almost primal. Bauer curiously looked at the Shura coffin, and she used her fat hands to touch it. Han-sun pressed on the Shura coffin, and he tried to open it. He realized that it wouldn't budge. That surprised him. In the alliance, not many powers ought to have stopped him. Sun gathered up power to try again. But again, there was no change, and Han-sun's power was insufficient to move it. There's more to the Shura alphas than meets the eye. Han-sun was getting excited, and he was one step closer to getting what he wanted. "Jade Shura, how do I open this?" Han-sun looked at the Shura queen as he asked. "This is our alpha's coffin. No one touches it, and none would dare open it. If you cannot open it, then how are we supposed to?" The Shura queen said. "No. I know you know how to open it." Han-sun looked at the Shura queen coldly. "This is not a grave. If I have guessed correctly, then the Shura kings do not die here. The story of Shura kings coming here and waiting to die is a lie. They entered your coffin, but the way to open it would be something known only by the kings themselves. In these circumstances, that would be you." The Shura queen looked pale. She knew she couldn't hide things from Han. Senator, the Shura queen shyly said. "You are right. The Shura kings, if possible at the end of their lives, walk into this coffin. This is what the Alpha taught us. It is the hope and desire of every Shura king." "What hope?" Han-sun asked. "A hope for continued life," the Shura queen said. With a highlight of hesitation, she went on to say, "There are words in the decree saying that when our lives have reached the end of their tether, we may come to this Shura coffin. It is said it can extend our lives. It can allow us to be reborn. If you open it before that, however, bad things will happen to you." Han-sun knew what she meant, and he coldly said, "You can decide whether or not to open the coffin now then. Open it, or see the destruction of the entire Shura race." The Shura queen walked to the altar and stood before the Shura coffin. After bowing sincerely before it, she drew a dagger and stabbed at the head of the coffin. The dagger was purple, and it had been forged from a strange material. It sort of looked like her horns, but it was darker, and it looked heavier. The Shura coffin did not have a seam, but the dagger was able to slip inside without any resistance. The handle was still stuck on the outside, however. It looked like a horn atop the coffin. There was a catch, a noise, and then the entire coffin began to shake. The door opened to reveal what was inside. Han-sun kept a firm eye on the coffin, and when it opened, a scary presence emerged. It came at the Shura queen and Jade Minger, and the power tried to pull them inside the coffin. Even with the power that the Shura queen possessed, she was unable to fight back. She and Jade Minger fell forward. Han Sen moved his hand and cut the power off. He pulled them both back. And then, the coffin shut and returned to appearing just as it had before opening. The dagger on the coffin was gone though. It was only open for a moment, but in that time, Han Sen had seen darkness inside the coffin. It was like a black hole. This wasn't just an empty box. The Shura Queen and Jade Minger were in shock. They did not know what had happened, and they were left shaken and pale. Han Sen tried to push the coffin open, but again, it was no longer budging. So he asked the Shura Queen the obvious question, "Where is your dagger?" The Shura Queen had a wry smile, and she said, "The dagger has returned to the altar on the Shura's main planet. The next Shura ruler will be able to take it from the altar." Han Sen did not say anything. He believed that was all they knew. Han Sen used his powers to grab the Shura Queen and Jade Minger. Then they teleported into a Shura palace. "Keep being the good queen you are. Pretend nothing happened." Han Sen looked at the Shura Queen and Jade Minger. After that, Han Sen disappeared with Bauer. The Shura Queen and her daughter were left standing in silence, quite rattled. They could not believe a scary human such as that could exist. The fate of the entire Shura was in someone else's hand, and she was helpless to stop it. Han Sen took Bauer home. The Shura coffin was obviously a path that led to another dimension, but Han Sen did not know where it went to. Han Sen guessed that it led to the Geno universe, and they would teleport to a place occupied by the demon. If that was true, it all made sense. But that path did not look safe at all. It was obviously an unstable path, so the success rate of making it through the teleporter would be very low. The Shura Alpha said they could only try it immediately before their death. That meant entering it could be dangerous. If that was a path that led to the demon, then that was fairly awesome. The sanctuaries and the Geno universe were separate. He hadn't expected Azura to have been able to forge a path such as that. It was not stable, but it was amazing. This was all guesswork though. Perhaps the path didn't actually lead to the Geno universe. Han Sen did not plan on trying it. If that was a path to the demon, it'd be even more dangerous for him than going back to return Ruin Sea. Sharon had died by Han Sen's hands, and many demons would undoubtedly want to see him dead. If that path led to the heart of the demon, it was unlikely Han Sen would be able to run. Han Sen also learned that Azura had not died. Perhaps the Shura kings hadn't died, either, and they were just inhabiting a different dimension. Han Sen suddenly thought of something. He had seen a person that looked like God's retribution. He thought that it was just someone similar, not the actual man he knew. But now that he had seen this path existing in the Shura coffin, he didn't think so anymore. If the Shura coffin could lead to the Geno universe, then Blood Legion might have something similar as well. Blood Legion must be a factor here. The 9-life cat can enter the sanctuaries, and after I refine the 9-life cat pendant, I could do the same thing too. The 9-life cat is related to Blood Legion, so if the Shura have a way to leave, then Blood Legion should know. Han Sen thought to himself. Blood Legion has a whole host of members, but I have never encountered too many. I learned the first generation of the Blood Pulse Sutra, and Little Flower and Little Linger have an impressive amount of strength. Blood Legion had been doing this for many generations, so they have to be much stronger. But when Han Sen thought deeper about Blood Legion, he realized that they were probably like the Shura. They might have a way to leave the sanctuaries, but there was no way for them to come back. This was all guesswork on Han Sen's part, of course. But in regards to the absent Geno fluid in the Shura King's gravesite, Han Sen had no answer. Traditionally, the Geno fluid was prepared for a Shura King to consume. Perhaps they used it before opening the coffin, but then the humans came to steal it, and it dried up for good. How can I contact a Blood Legion member to ask this? Han Sen was annoyed, as he couldn't find any Blood Legion members. I don't know if Mr. Lee is still in the Human King coffin. He called himself the Blood Legion leader, so perhaps I can ask him, Han Sen thought. But then thinking of this, Han Sen was shocked. The Human King coffin is a coffin. Can that teleport you outside the sanctuaries too? Just thinking about all this was useless. He needed to go to the Human King shelter to take a proper look. It was strange that the coffin was in the sanctuaries, not the Alliance. There shouldn't have been a way for it to teleport all the way to the Geno universe. But when Nine Life Cat first appeared, he made a point of lying down atop that holy coffin. Hansen thought it was possible. Don't let me find you again, you asshole Nine Life Cat, Hansen thought angrily. After going back home, Hansen used the teleporter to return to the lower-level sanctuaries. Then, he went to the Human King's shelter and found the holy coffin. Hansen had been unable to open it before. Now he was still unable to open it. It made him frown. If a human god went to the Geno universe, why aren't there any human races in the Geno universe? Hansen did not understand. Hansen left the human shelter, shelving all his guesses. He continued to absorb the blood that stained the blood feather knife, hoping to reach Marquis soon. Power was what he needed, if he continued to seek the answers to his questions. If Hansen was able to beat up the demon leader, he might be able to learn all that he wished to. But he didn't have that power. He'd been forced to resort to Super God Spirit just to defeat Sharon. Hansen had a relaxing time. He went drinking with Zhang Danfeng and played some video games. He occasionally played with his Warframe on Skynet with 304 students. It had been a long time since Hansen had had the chance to experience some peace. 2 months later, Hansen finally managed to clear all the blood off of the blood feather knife. But even so, he still needed a little bit more if he was to reach the status of a Marquis. But after the blood was cleaned from the blade, the knife itself shone with a holy light. It was as if it had been reborn, and it was very lively as a result. The holy light glistened from every line and detail of the feather. Hansen clutched the blood feather knife, and when he did, a holy form of power entered his body. He felt as if he had been blessed, and he felt his stats increase. But when Hansen let go of the knife, that holy power disappeared. Although this knife is not deified, it is certainly half deified. Hansen fingered the blood feather knife, rather ecstatic about its potential. With that knife, he'd have a higher chance of escaping Return Ruin Sea when the time came. Hansen wasn't going back to Return Ruin Sea yet though. He went to the training room and brought out the upside-down scale. With it, he was going to attempt to become a Marquis. Hansen used his Blood Pulse Sutra. He dropped a tidbit of his crystal blood onto the scale. His blood blended into it in an attempt to refine it. Hansen held the scale in his hand. The Blood Pulse Sutra's blood mist enveloped his entire body, and it created what looked like a large orb of blood. The story of genes, the Dongxian Sutra, and Jade Skin had special abilities of their own. But the Blood Pulse Sutra only showed its power with the spilling of blood. The power was strong, but it didn't really help Hansen in the field. It was just to ensure Hansen's children could carry on with his strength. But that inheritance wasn't as easy as it sounded. If Little Flower and Linger did not practice the Blood Pulse Sutra themselves, they'd never achieve the potential offered by Hansen's blood. If Little Flower and Linger did practice the Blood Pulse Sutra, however, there were big risks involved in that too. If Hansen's bloodline carried on that way, his descendants might eventually carry blue blood, and they'd be proper Blood Legion members. That would also prevent them from making use of special powers, and force them to rely solely on the power bestowed upon them by the blue blood itself. Hansen was still wondering whether or not he should teach them the Blood Pulse Sutra. For days later, though, the orb of blood re-entered Hansen's body. When the blood mist was completely absorbed, the scale disappeared. Hansen's body, however, glowed with a red light. Hansen inspected his information, and what he saw delighted him. Hansen, Super God Spirit Body Geno Battle Body, Mutant Blood Marquis, Spell, Earl, Dongxian Earl, Jadeskin Earl Level, Marquis Lifespan. 1000 Hansen was happy that his mutant blood had reached the level of a Marquis, but mutant blood only improved Hansen's fitness. Nothing else was increased. That made him rather depressed. Does the power of the Blood Pulse Sutra really only affect the children? Hansen thought to himself. Leveling up to Marquis meant Hansen could absorb the xenogeneic genes of a Marquis class creature. So Hansen brought out a few such mutant xenogeneic genes. He lifted the Xianyuan dragon, demon stone cow, and demon dragon mutant xenogenic genes in the palm of his hand. But an announcement played, telling him he did not have enough genes of his own to absorb them. It looks like I'll need to find some more Marquise genes. Han Sen felt depressed. He did have a few Marquise xenogenic genes, but they were still on Little Jade Island, over in Sky Palace. He hadn't brought them with him to the ancient god space. Since he couldn't return to Sky Palace yet, he would have to hunt. Han Sen was going to return the 3 mutant xenogenic genes to his Destiny's Tower. But as he did, his heart suddenly jumped. He used his Blood Pulse Sutra on one of the mutant xenogenic genes. The blood air blended into the Xianyuan dragon's orb, and it dyed the ball completely red. Han Sen was so happy. He used his Blood Pulse Sutra to refine the brain orb. It blended into his blood successfully. His boiling blood was suddenly imbued with an unexplainable power. Han Sen could see the power in his blood increase, but it was different from the way mutant xenogenic genes had affected him before. This power only made his blood stronger. When the Xianyuan dragon's brain orb was absorbed, the boiling blood cooled back down into crystal. His blood returned to its usual state, but he could feel that it possessed a power it previously hadn't. Han Sen used the Blood Pulse Sutra to activate his blood powers. The next second, he discovered that 2 small wings had appeared over his ears. They looked like the Xianyuan dragons. When the hand-sized red ear wings appeared, Han Sen felt the stats of his body increase, especially his speed. Haha, the Blood Pulse Sutra can be used like that? Han Sen was so happy. He brought out another xenogenic gene to try to absorb it. But Han Sen only had an ordinary Earl material that wasn't mutant. He refined it, but he didn't gain its xenogenic powers. Han Sen brought out the Demon Dragon mutant xenogenic gene to refine, and the Blood Pulse Sutra absorbed the Demon Dragon gene. Han Sen used his Blood Pulse Sutra again, and giant red dragon wings sprouted from his back. The dragon wings flapped, and Han Sen appeared 100 meters away. Sharon's teleportation ability break space flash. Han Sen was so happy. Han Sen's power was enough to compare with the Marquise, due to the dragon wing buffs and break space flash. Those 2 abilities made Han Sen far stronger. Without hesitation, Han Sen took out his Demon Stone Cow mutant gene, and used the Blood Pulse Sutra to refine it. Han Sen did not know if this ability to refine mutant genes was a power that the Blood Pulse Sutra was supposed to have, or if it was simply a result of refining the scale. Either way, Han Sen was incredibly happy with his new ability. It was sick. The Demon Stone Cow's xenogenic gene was refined. After Han Sen cast his Blood Pulse Sutra, his body was covered with red stone. Pang! Han Sen walked a single step, and when he did, a red pulse wave was emitted. It petrified everything around him. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to cancel it quickly. If he hadn't, everything in the training room would have been turned to stone. With these 3 powers, I am sure to be able to escape Return Ruin Sea, Han Sen thought, feeling cocky. Using these new powers, Han Sen was little more than a red stone. Both of his ears had little dragon wings, and his back possessed a set of broader dragon wings. He looked like a humanoid dragon statue. It was no longer possible to determine his identity. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he thought, yes, I don't have to fight the dragon in Return Ruin Sea at all. They are looking for Han Sen, so they won't be able to find me as long as I keep myself hidden. With this realization, Han Sen felt relieved. He decided to rest at home for another 2 days, before going back to the Return Ruin Sea. Remember me. Little Flower and Linger need you, Ji Yanran said before Han Sen left, holding him tight. Han Sen was touched by the sentiment. It had been a long time since he'd been in the Geno universe, and she was smart enough to figure out that he had run into some trouble before he left. But she didn't want to worry him too much, and so she hadn't told him. Don't worry. No one in this world can kill your husband. Han Sen squeezed Ji Yanran tight, and kissed her on the forehead. He wanted to survive even more now. Back in the Return Ruin Sea, Han Sen found himself on the seabed where the battle had last been waged. Han Sen hid himself in a cave, and he gave the vicinity a scan with his Dongxian aura. There were no life forces around, so he summoned his Demon Stone Cow Beast soul. With it, he turned into a strong stone cow. Kicking his hooves, He swam up from the bottom of the sea. He looked around and found some xenogeneic sea creatures, but none of them were interested in him. They only gave him strange looks before swimming away. Han Sen didn't swim up to the surface, however. He went back down to the bottom of the sea, only hoping to gaze above the water when he had well and truly left that area. But not long after, Han Sen saw a giant battleship on patrol. Han Sen knew that the people inside the battleship had seen him, but he was in stone cow mode. So he kept moving. He noticed many of the other creatures avoiding the battleship too. A few dragon and a Ghana lady moved around inside the battleship. The Ghana lady was Xiao's. She had not yet left Return Ruin Sea. But the dragon in the ship weren't Dragon 15 and Long Ying. The leader of the collective was a dragon lady. There is a stone xenogeneic in the Return Ruin Sea, Xiao said when she saw a stone cow show up on the radar. The dragon lady laughed. Sister Xiao's, there are many water xenogeneics in the sea, but there are many other xenogeneics to be found too. There are stone ones and even fire ones. They live on the islands primarily, but some are fond of living in the water. I see. Xiao's was surprised to see a stone cow on the bottom of the sea. She didn't think it was Han Sen. She merely found it unusual. Han Sen left the battleship's radius without provoking any sort of response from it. Just as he was grinning to himself over how smoothly things were going, he saw a giant shark headed toward him. It had a rock body. Shit. Am I that unlucky? Han Sen felt depressed. He didn't want such trouble at a time like this, but trouble had a way of seeking him out. The giant shark swam extremely quickly. In his stone cow shape, Han Sen couldn't perform many skills either. If the battleship saw a stone cow using knife airs, they'd most certainly grow suspicious. Pang! The shark hit Han Sen, and when the two rocks collided, it generated a large shockwave. The rock shark's power was similar to Han Sen's. Han Sen's body was knocked back 10 meters, cleaving a ravine along the seabed. The shark swung its tail around and came back after Han Senator. It wanted to bite into Han Sen's neck. Han Sen knew he would have to fight. The shark was a marquise, so fighting with simple power on power likely meant he could win. If he did fight back, however, he might end up drawing more attention. Han Sen roared, lowered his head and rocketed forward. His horns rammed into the stone shark's belly, peeling and shattering the rocky skin of the creature. It drew blood. The shark's shell was rock, but on the inside, it was still all flesh. It was nothing like the stone cow that was pure rock. Han Sen kept trying to hit the shark, wanting to kill it and move on. But before he killed the shark, a few people came out onto the deck of the battleship. They were dragons, but Han Sen did not see Dragon 15 or Long Ying amongst them. They were unfamiliar to him, aside from Xiao's, who he recognized. Han Sen was shocked. Xiao's is here? She's smart. Has she noticed anything? While Han Sen fought the shark, watching Xiao's and the dragon at the same, they approached him. He did not know what they wanted, but they weren't helping him in battle. Xiao's, you are interested in this stone cow? Let me ask Long Xan to catch it for you, the dragon lady told Xiao's. Xiao smiled. There's no rush. I just think this stone cow is interesting. I want to take and keep it as a mount, so I should capture it by myself. Otherwise, it won't obey me, and making use of it might be more difficult. True. I have heard the Ghana are good at talking with xenogeneics. 19 would like to see this. The dragon lady smiled. Xiao's and the dragon lady did not lower their voices, so Han Sen could hear everything they said clearly. Trying to take me as a mount? How dare you? Even if I was willing to, wouldn't you need legs? Han Sen wondered how he might get out of this particular predicament. The dragon lady looked as if she was Marquise class. The rest of the crew looked to be no less than dukes. With a battleship at their disposal, making an escape did not seem like a viable option. The main problem, however, was that if Han Sen exposed himself, the entire Return Ruin Sea would be going after him. The exit would be heavily guarded from that point on, and running would become impossible. No, I can't expose myself, Han Sen kept thinking, as he tried to finish off the rocky shark. Xenogeneic Marquise hunted. Rock shark, xenogeneic gene found. Obtain rock shark beast soul. Han Sen ripped apart the rock shark's body, and bit into a bone that was the xenogenic gene. He acted like nothing had happened and started to casually swim off. Xiao's wasn't going to let Han Sen get away though. She moved her snake tail and blocked Han Sen's passage with a holy light. Han Sen mooed at Xiao's to show that he was a cow. Xiao smiled, then waved her hand. A holy light halo then flew towards him. Han Sen tried to chomp on the light with his teeth. He wanted to see if he could break it without exposing himself. The ring hit his head and then grew larger. It slipped over Han Sen's head and tightened around his neck. The halo tightened around the stone cow's neck, feeling as if it was going to choke him. Han Sen shook his head and tried to get rid of it, but that light was so tough. Even with the stone cow's powerful body, he could not break it. It must have been a special Geno art belonging to the Ghana. As Han Sen wondered whether or not he should use his own powers to break it, he heard a strange noise come from Xiao's. Han Sen had never heard this before. It was not a specific language, but he knew what it meant. It was a comforting tone, compelling him to obey her. It also had an undercurrent of threat. It was complicated, but somehow, Han Sen was able to hear and understand it. The Geno arts of the Ghana are creepy. It is a shame that Purgatory Heaven is in Planet Eclipse. Otherwise I could ask the Guna sisters, Han Sen thought. Since I cannot run now, let's pretend that I have been captured. With Xiao's status, perhaps she can take me out of Return Ruin Sea. Maybe then I can expose myself. Xiao's kept making those sounds, and the halo continued to tighten. He felt as if his neck would snap. Han Sen could get rid of the halo, but instead, he just widened his cow eyes and looked tamed. He moved to Xiao's and did not look angry. He tried to seem as harmless as possible. Will you follow me? Xiao's asked, seeing the stone cow behave that way. Moo. Han Sen pretended his best to be gentle. He walked up next to her and rubbed against her body. Han Sen kept rubbing against her, recalling the behavior of Little Silver and Little Star. He thought about them for tips on how a creature should behave if it wanted to be cute. Xiao's was happy with Han Sen's performance. She stroked the cow's head and smiled. Follow me from now on, and you will benefit greatly. Moo. The stone cow mooed again, showing that it understood. Sister Xiao's is so powerful. I have learned a lot today, Dragon 19 complimented. It was just luck. This stone cow's intelligence isn't too bad, and its personality is very gentle. That's why this process was so smooth, Xiao said. The halo around Han Sen's neck loosened. It was not gone, but it was still hanging around him. This Geno art is quite interesting. I would like to learn it. It'd be far easier to catch xenogenics with it, Han Sen thought to himself. Xiao's brought Han Sen back aboard the battleship with her. Han Sen pretended to follow her, and he did his best to behave nicely. Han Sen was very good at acting cute, because many of his pets were. All he had to do was copy some of their actions, and it made Xiao's and the others so happy. They were all very fond of him. Sister Xiao's, this stone cow is too cute. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. I will trade it for a Duke Golem mount, Dragon 19 said, holding the cow's neck and stroking it. Han Sen felt as if his head was resting on something very soft. His eyes looked very innocent. Who are you kidding? It is just a stone cow, and it came from your Return Ruin Sea. I'll just grab another for you later. I don't know if I'll have the chance to come back around these parts again though. Xiao smiled. Dragon 19, hearing her say this, did not push the subject. She stroked the stone cow's head again. Sister 19, are there any other places we have not been to? Xiao's changed the subject. I have searched thousands of miles, and I think Han Sen really did escape Return Ruin Sea. If he hadn't, I would have found him by now, Dragon 19 said. Since they were talking about him, Han Sen sat right next to Xiao's. He leaned against her, making sure he caught all they were saying. Xiao's frowned and said, how did he get out of Return Ruin Sea? Maybe he has space powers or a treasure of some kind. Otherwise, how could he have come here in the first place? Dragon 19 shrugged. Han Sen is strong. He killed Sharon and Sister 13, and he managed to escape from Brother 15 and Long Ying. I am afraid only our big brother might be able to take him down. Xiao's frowned. I have been investigating Han Sen a good deal. He fought Lone Bamboo and Sky Palace to a stalemate. He is a genius. Not many of the same level are capable of beating him. Ah, he is just lucky he hasn't encountered my big brother yet. Dragon 19 scoffed angrily. Dragon 1 is the best of the dragon. He is the leader of the dragon. So of course he is very strong, Xiao said. But Han Sun is gone. If my brother had been here to fight him, he'd have been killed. Speaking of Dragon 1, Dragon 19 looked very enthused. She seemed to really admire him. Xiao's and Dragon 19 did not plan on leaving Return Ruin Sea just yet. They continued searching for a while with their battleship. Xiao's thought Han Sun was still around someplace. If it was Dragon 19 in command, they'd have left a long time ago. What is wrong with this woman? Does she have some sort of grudge against me? Han Sun was depressed. Even the dragon thought Han Sun had left Return Ruin Sea by now, but Xiao's was still determined to find him. That was why he was so depressed. If it wasn't for Xiao's, escaping Return Ruin Sea would have been a much simpler affair. Does she know something about me claiming Purgatory Heaven? Is that why she wishes to catch me so badly? Han Sun thought that would be impossible though. Han Sun couldn't really use Purgatory Heaven, so he had hidden it in Planet Eclipse. No one knew about it, so he couldn't think of any way that it could have been discovered. Xiao's rested in her room for a time, and Han Sun followed her. Xiao's reclined on a deck chair to relax, but she didn't go to sleep. As she did, she stroked the stone cow's head. Where is Han Sun hiding? Han Sun was planning on resting too, but she suddenly started talking to herself. Han Sun wanted to ask her why she was looking for him, but he was unable to. Maybe he really did leave Return Ruin Sea. But that means it will now be impossible to catch him. The dragon and the demon cannot go to Sky Palace to capture him. Xiao's continued speaking to herself, trying to formulate a plan. Keep talking. Why do you want to catch me? Come on. Han Sun was desperate to know. Judging from the tone of her voice, there had to be a reason why she wanted to find him so badly. But Xiao's did not say anything more, and she just fell asleep. Han Sun was depressed, but he had no choice but to rest. He cast a Geno art to recover his power. He was a Marquise, so he could transform into a Marquise class being for a long time. It wasn't unlimited, however. Han Sun guessed that in his current state, he could last around 4 more days. If he wasn't able to escape by then, he'd be in trouble. Seeing Xiao's determination, he knew she wasn't going to stop her search. He didn't think he'd be able to escape in 4 days. If I cannot escape, then I will have to take a risk. I should kidnap Dragon 19 and take her as a hostage. Or maybe I should try to put pressure on Xiao's and threaten her to take me out of here. Han Sun thought to himself. Han Sun thought Dragon 19 was very strong. The bodies of the dragon were impressive, and it would be hard to take her down without drawing the attention of others. Xiao's Gana body did not look weak either. Although her power wasn't as flashy as a dragon's, she had many tricky Geno arts. It would be hard to keep her suppressed in secret too. Han Sun thought that he should ultimately target Xiao's. Capturing Dragon 19 would only make the dragons want his head even more. But there were many elites within the dragon race, and some of them were deified. Even if he had a hostage, it wouldn't be safe. There was every chance he could be beaten before bringing the knife across Dragon 19's throat. Xiao's was different. She was alone within the dragon. The dragon might not care too much about her life, and Xiao's might not risk her life to save Dragon 19. Of the two, Han Sun thought Xiao's was flat out simpler to get to. Han Sun was thinking about how he might avoid the attention of the others on the ship if he captured Xiao's. There was no point in capturing her, otherwise. He had to take her down quietly, and he could not hurt her in a way that would draw the suspicion of the other dragon. He would need to use her to escape that place. It will be hard to threaten her without hurting her. Han Sun turned it over in his head for a while. Eventually, however, he thought of a way. A power like teeth power could work. But if that power hurt her, it would be seen. He couldn't use it. Out of all Han Sun's powers that could take Xiao's without attracting attention, his best chance was the Blood Pulse Sutra. He could put a drop of his own crystal blood into Xiao's bloodstream, and then, it would be very hard for her to separate the two. When Xiao's fell asleep, Han Sun looked at her hand. He only needed to poke a hole in her finger, and then put his own blood inside. Then it'd be done. Han Sun did not hesitate, and he used his tongue to lick her hand. A normal tongue would have been useless, but Han Sun had practiced the art of tongue sword. It was no joke to get licked by his tongue. But before Han Sun could get close to her hand, Xiao's was already looking at him. Han Sun's heart jumped. This woman is tough. She has strong senses. Han Sun's eyes opened wide, and he acted all cute. He kept on licking her hand, just like little Silver did. When Xiao saw Stone Cow being so cute, she smiled. She reached her hand out to stroke his head. Han Sun was glad that he hadn't generated tongue sword just yet. He was just trying out licking her right now. If he hadn't tested it, he would have exposed himself. Han Sun kept rubbing Xiao's hand with his tongue. Xiao's did not pull away, and Han Sun was able to continue licking her fingers. Han Sun licked her twice without using tongue sword. But on the third time, when his tongue reached her fingers, the tongue produced a red sword air. That red sword air went into Xiao's fingertip and expelled a drop of blood. Xiao's reacted quickly, and when the red sword air touched her finger, she hastily fell back. Then, her body glowed with holy light. Han Sun felt the halo on his neck tighten up. It was going to break his neck. If I were you, I would calm down and talk about this. Han Sun released his Dongxian aura and blanketed the room. The voices and the presences within were all locked down. He shapeshifted back into his true self. Han Sun. Xiao's face changed. She never would have guessed that the Stone Cow was Han's senator. She felt so embarrassed that Han Sun had been licking her fingers only moments before. Don't be mad. Look at your finger. Han Sun pointed at her injured finger as he spoke. Xiao's looked down. She could feel a strange power overlapping her middle finger. She used her own power against it, but she could not stop that power's movement. Within a second, that power went rushing into her heart. Then it disappeared. What did you do to me? Xiao's asked simply. She didn't sound frightened. Nothing. It's just a little insurance to guarantee that we have a jovial cooperation, Han Sun said with a smile. There is no grudge between you and me. When you were being hunted by Dragon 15 and Long Ying, I did not attack you once. Why are you doing this? Xiao's asked calmly. I don't mean to trouble you. As I said, I only wish to cooperate with you. If you take me away from Return Ruin Sea, I will take the blight off of you, Han Sun said reassuringly. What did you do to me? Xiao's asked again. Han Sun laughed. Some things were better left unsaid. Fear was something no one was immune to. Would you believe me if I told you that your life was in my hands? Han Sun asked. Of course, Xiao said with certainty. So I don't need to say anything. If I want to get out alive, I cannot kill you. Neither can I hurt you. However, if you do anything to expose my presence here, you can watch yourself die, Han Sun said. You think I wouldn't take a chance? Xiao's looked at Han Sun impassively. Han Sun smiled. He looked into her pretty eyes softly. Suddenly the doorbell rang. A lady's voice sounded from the other side. Lady Xiao's, are you resting? Brother 15 is here, and he wishes to see you. Coming. Xiao's looked at Han Sun, then headed for the door. Instead of stopping her, Han Sun shapeshifted back into the Stone Cow. When Xiao saw that Han Sun wasn't stopping her, her face looked glum. It was only for a moment though. Her expression cleared, and she opened the door to find Dragon 19 standing on the other side. Where is 15? Xiao's asked with a smile. Brother 15 is in the control room. Something has happened, so please go there, Dragon 19 said, looking awkward. Okay, Xiao's answered. She closed the door slowly behind her, looking at Han Sun the Stone Cow as she did. Xiao's closed the door without prompting the smallest reaction from Han's senator. He had gone to sleep, and it made her frown. If Han Sun had looked uncomfortable and nervous, it would mean that he was not confident in what he had put upon her. The fact that he showed no reaction or desire to follow her showed that he was confident she had no hope of escaping his wrath. Xiao's kept checking her body up and down. The power had disappeared into her heart, and it was as if nothing had happened in the first place. There were only two possibilities that explained this. Firstly, this entire scheme was just a bluff. The other possibility was that Han Sun was simply too strong for her to comprehend. She wasn't sure what to make of the entire situation. Being unable to determine what was going on actually made her worry a touch. Han Sun stayed in Xiao's room with a bit of worry himself. Han Sun did not know what effect the crystal blood would have on her. But all he could do was stay where he was. He had to stay put and not show his worry. If he showed a lack of confidence, Xiao's would doubt him. That would be bad. I've made my gamble. Let's see if she can remove the crystal blood inside of her. As he waited in the room, Han Sun thought about what he might do if she sold him out. Time passed, and Han Sun had been left in the room for 2 hours before the door opened again. Han Sun didn't look up. His Dongxian aura was enough to tell him that Xiao's had returned to the room alone. Fine, you win. How do we cooperate? Xiao's walked over to the bed and sat on it. She smiled at Han Sr. It's simple. You take me away from here, and I will remove the effects I have stricken you with. Han Sun then went on to say, but I am telling you right now that my appearance as a stone cow can only last another 2 days. You have 2 days to take me away from here. If you don't, then you and I must suffer together. But this deal is not fair. How can I be certain that you'll remove whatever it is you've put upon me? Xiao's asked. I am controlled by you too. Han Sun pointed at the halo around his neck. How can a small trick like that trouble you? You killed Sharon. This is just a minor halo, Xiao said casually. If you don't believe me, you can put something else onto me, and we can remove them together once we're free. But I don't think that is necessary. It is as you said, there is no grudge between us. If you save me, I will have no reason to upset you or the rest of the Ghana, Han Sun said. Sure. Let me put an effect on you. We can remove them together once we're out of here, Xiao said. Okay. But you have to remove this halo. Only one effect on each of us at a time, Han Sun said. Xiao's waved her hand, and the halo around his neck broke. She slithered her snake body closer to Han. Senator Han Sun didn't move. Whatever she put on him, it would be removed whenever he enabled his super god spirit mode. Xiao's, seeing Han Sun stand where he was without moving, sighed and thought to herself. He is so confident. He must have cast something really powerful on me. With a bit of hesitation, Xiao smiled at Han Senator. She put a hand on Han Sen's face, his human face, and tilted it upward. Her hands were touching Han Sen's jaw as she angled his head for a clear display of his neck. You have good skin. Even I am jealous. Xiao's voice was magnetic. Her lips were coming in close to his neck. Her red lips opened, and just as they were about to come into contact with his neck, 2 white teeth were revealed, like the fangs of a snake. They shone as she bit into the flesh of his neck. Han Sun did not avoid it. He just stood there like nothing was happening. Xiao's raised her head and pulled back. His neck had teeth marks on it, with 2 deeper spots where the fangs had been. Okay, now we can discuss business. Xiao's licked the blood off her lips with her tongue. She smiled at Han Sr. You can really only remain a stone cow for another 2 days? Xiao's asked, looking at Han Sr. Yes. Han Sun nodded. Then this is pretty bad. I said I wanted a sea-wing beast for a mount, and so Dragon 15 invited me to an island where they live. I cannot leave before I do this. Otherwise he might grow suspicious, Xiao said. How long will this take? Han Sun asked. From my estimates, I'd say 3 days, Xiao said. Fine. 3 days. If we're not out in 3 days, we die together. My life is cheap, so it'd be an honor for me to die beside a beautiful Ghana princess. Han Sun laughed. Xiao's looked at Han Sun, but she was speechless. The limit of only being able to shapeshift for another 2 days was a lie. She couldn't be certain what was fact or fiction with him. Han Sun did not ask anything more about why Xiao's was investigating him. He wanted to wait until they were free and clear before resuming that particular discussion. Xiao's was not dumb though. She knew that Han Sun knew, so she never felt secure near him. If Han Sun did not have the Ghana's kiss, Xiao's would not have wanted to send him out. Sea-wing beasts rested atop the cliffs upon an island. There were many caves in those cliffsides, and they lived in such pockets. Sea-wing beasts looked like blue leopards with 2 blue wings. The adults could grow to be 20 meters long. Although they were only a Marquise-class Xenogeneic, they flew extraordinarily quickly, and they performed well on land and water too. They were one of the top marquise mounts one could obtain. Right now it was Seawing Beast breeding season. Dragon 15 wished to get Xiao's one of their eggs. The adults of that species were too wild and could not be tamed. The battleship might have disturbed the creatures if it got too close, so they made sure to stop 100 miles away. Dragon 15 walked to the island where the Seawing Beasts lived. Xiao sat atop the stone cow that was Han Sun, looking very elegant. She must be doing this on purpose, Han Sun thought grumpily. She was there to collect a new mount for herself. She could have totally left Han Sun back on the ship, but nope. She decided to ride him there. Han Sun had to endure it though, and he took comfort in knowing he could get her back when he made it out. Xiao's they are Marquise class. Seawing Beasts are much better than this stupid stone cow. Dragon 15 saw one of the Seawing Beasts fly by, and he smiled. They are very nice Marquise mounts, but they are difficult to tame. Unlike this stone cow. Xiao smiled. Brother, you do not understand. The stone cow is dumb, and that's why it is so cute. I would like one too, but I haven't been able to find another. Dragon 19 still really wanted one for herself. She had gone in search of one, but sadly found nothing. Dragon 15 looked at Han Sun and said, "It's just a stone cow. If you like it that much, 19, just ask Xiao's to give it to you. Xiao's is always so nice, so I am sure she wouldn't disappoint you." After that, Dragon 15 looked at Xiao seriously and said, "Xiao's, I only have one sister, and my sister really likes that dumb creature. I will trade you a fire beast for it." Han Sun felt terrible. That Dragon 15 was way too smart. Just hearing Dragon 19, he grew a suspicion. If 19 likes it that much, she can just take it. There is no need to sully our relationship with trading. Xiao's knew what 15 was attempting, so she maintained her cool and smiled. "Really, Xiao's?" Dragon 19 asked giddily. "Of course. It's just a Marquise mount, and it was tamed in your return Ruin Sea. It is fine by me," Xiao smiled. "Thank you, sister. But you will have to accept 15's fire beast. Otherwise, I'll feel poorly about this." Dragon 19 smiled. This woman just cleared herself of distrust. Han Sun felt sad, but he knew that there was no other choice. If Xiao's hadn't made the trade, Dragon 15 would have grown suspicious. But now that they had made the trade, Han Sun couldn't use Xiao's to leave. "I will have to make it up as I go along. If Dragon 19 sends Xiao's away, I might have an opportunity to rush out," Han Sun thought. "Little cow, you're mine." Dragon 19 held Han Sun's head and rubbed his cheeks. She really adored the thing. "If I knew this was to happen, I wouldn't have acted all cute," Han Sun thought in depression. Dragon 15, seeing this, lost his suspicion. He accompanied Xiao's to the cliffs, and had longing obtained some seawing eggs from a cave for her. He gave Xiao's and Dragon 19 2 eggs each. After they returned to the battleship, Dragon 19 pulled Han Sun into her room. Dragon 19 really loved the stone cow. She rolled around with him, and even slept with him. He was like a giant toy for her. Due to Dragon 19 taking Han Sun everywhere, however, he could not rest. If things proceeded this way, he'd only last 4 days. 3 days went by, but there was still no movement from Xiao's. Han Sun almost wanted to expose himself, but then he heard Dragon 19 mention that Xiao's was leaving. Dragon 19 was going to send Xiao's off with her. This made Han Sun very happy, but the bad thing was that Dragon 15 and Long Ying were leaving at the same time. "I only have one shot at this, and I'm leaving Return Ruin Sea no matter what. I will kill whoever is in my way," Han Sun thought angrily. The battleship was headed for Return Ruin Sea's exit. It took half a day for it to reach there, and luckily, Han Sun was still in his stone cow form. People thought Han Sun had already made it out of Return Ruin Sea, but there were still many Duke-class guards standing around. Han Sun could see at least 10 Dukes. That was far too many for him to handle. Those Dukes were not pure dragons, but they couldn't have been that weak if they were selected to stand there as security. Fortunately, there were no king-class swords in the vicinity. If there was, he really couldn't risk this. What made Han Sun most depressed was that Dragon 15 was not walking Xiao's out. They stopped at the exit, and seeing Xiao's walk out of Return Ruin Sea, Han Sen had no choice but to force his way after her. Pang! The stone cow stomped the ground, sending out a wave of petrification. Han Sen used his stone cow body to rush forward. The shockwaves came thick and fast from his feet. Dragon 19, Dragon 15, and Long Ying were up front. Dragon 19 did not expect this, and so she had no time to block. She was the first to be struck by the wave of petrification, and she turned to stone in an instant. Dragon 15 and Long Ying were able to quickly evade it. They struck that petrification wave with their dragon presence. It did little to stop the wave, though, and they felt their bodies begin turning to stone. Seeing them get petrified, Han Sen started to feel rather cocky. But suddenly there came a roar. One of the dragon guards was shining. He created a halo, which quickly disabled the active petrification wave. Damn! There is a Geno art to remove petrification? Han Sen's stomach sank, and he stopped using his stone cow body, which was too slow. He revealed his true self, drawing his blood feather knife as he ran for the exit. The few dragon dukes on guard leapt forward. They all cast their dragon powers and ran towards him. That is Han Sen. Kill him! Dragon 15 yelled in fury. He became a xenogeniac, and jumped towards Han. Senator Long Ying was even faster than he was, though, and her spear was fast approaching Han Sen from behind. Han Sen looked unconcerned. Two small blood-red wings appeared on his ears, and giant dragon wings sprouted from his back. His body turned dark red. He looked more like a dragon than Dragon 15 did. And on top of that, he had become far stronger. Whoever gets in my way will die. Han Sen clutched his blood feather knife and raced towards the Duke dragons. He did not care about Long Ying and Dragon 15's powers. As the dragon presences and the lance converged on Han Sen, he simply flapped his wings and disappeared. The scary dragon presences ended up hitting Long Ying's lance, which created an explosion and a shockwave that sent her and the Duke stumbling back. Han Sen was in front of the Duke guards now. His knife immediately slashed towards one of the Dukes with a knife air that looked like a purple fang. The Duke was still reeling from the shockwave, so he used his lance to try to block the strike. Dong! The blood feather knife broke through the Duke's lance and plunged into his chest. It broke the bones and ravaged the exposed organs. Han Sen moved quickly towards the gateway out of Return Ruin Sea. Dragon 15 and the others chased after him, as all the Dukes collected their power and sent it toward him. It was a wild storm on his heels. Han Sen kept flashing, using break space flash to teleport 100 meters at a time. He dodged the attacks while swinging his blood feather knife. Many knife silks were weaved in his wake. Arg! The Duke in the lead came into contact with the first knife silk. He moved too quickly, and the momentum tore his body in half across the silk. Han Sen was still feeling cocky. The half-deified blood feather knife's knife silks were far stronger than his usual work. They could cut the body of a Duke with ease. And while that Duke might have been clumsy enough to allow that to happen, it was still an impressive surprise. But before Han Sen could revel in his happiness, many more dragons and xenogeniacs appeared through the gateway. He hadn't expected there to be so many dragons immediately outside Return Ruin Sea. Seeing this, he knew he would have to kill if he wanted to get out. He used his powers like crazy, diving into the crowd of xenogeniacs with his blood feather knife. Han Sen, this is the day you die. Dragon 15 turned into a xenogeniac and continued the chase. He held his lance like a drill, spinning through the air as he came. The sky is in my hands. You are just a doll. How dare you say that? Han Sen followed the whims of his knife, casting his skills to the best of his abilities. As he went, he also employed Heavenly Go in the Dongxian Sutra. Blurg. He moved like a mountain spring. Han Sen's body was very strong. Wherever he went, knife lights were cast, and there was a ceaseless spraying of blood. Limbs were lopped and scattered all about. Xiao saw Han Sen killing thousands of xenogeniacs and nobles. She witnessed his red body repeatedly flash as the stream of blood became a raging river. Dragon dukes and even pure dragons like Dragon 15 were unable to bring him harm. Dragon 15 was in the fight, but Xiao's was out of it. With a look of absolute shock, she watched Han Sen battle the horde of xenogeniacs. Normally, she would think Han's son was weaker than the dukes. He'd appear far inferior to them. But with what she was seeing now, she knew he wasn't. And she noticed Dragon 15, just following Han Sen's blade like a puppet. Wherever Han Sen went, the others were being dragged. They all did things far slower than Han Sen did. The feelings elicited were scary. It made Xiao's scalp feel numb, as a chill ran through her heart. Those who follow under the sky's path are all dolls. The words popped into Xiao's head, and she had no idea where they came from. Scary man. No wonder he was able to kill Sharon. His knife skills are way beyond his level, Xiao said to herself. The mountains and the rivers were dyed with blood, all because of the knife not being in its scabbard. Han Sen fought for 1,000 miles, and wherever he went, dragons came for him. And on, they kept on coming. Han Sen was soaked in blood, and severed heads bounced around his feet. The invisible knife skills he employed had taken many lives that were airborne even. But even so, the xenogeniacs continued coming for him. Han Sen, if I don't kill you today, I won't be a dragon. Dragon 15 was so mad, his dragon body came flying forward. The lance was like a needle, and it came spinning towards Han. Senator Han Sen swung his blood feather knife, and the knife skill and the lance collided. The knife air was broken. Longing was like a flying dragon. Her lance was like a raging beast. Han Sen flapped his wings and evaded her strike. If he didn't have break space flash, he was sure to have been hurt. The power Sharon wielded was too incredible, and Han Sen wouldn't have been able to kill him without Super God Spirit. He would have been the one to die. Countless bones snapped and streams of blood ran everywhere. Han Sen killed across tens of thousands of miles, but there were still many xenogeniacs coming for him. He wouldn't be able to kill them all. The dragon were a famous high race of that universe, and they deserved their reputation. Han Sen, a grand mistake you have made, making an enemy of the dragon. A new scary dragon flew down to the battleground. Big brother! Dragon 15 screamed excitedly. Han Sen was shocked. The leader of the dragon, Dragon 1, had come. An invisible pressure came down from the sky, and it made Han Sen frown. The xenogeniacs and the nobles rolled back from him like a receding tide. All they did then was surround him. Han Sen raised his head and saw 10 beasts that looked like birds. But they didn't look exactly like birds, and they were pulling a carriage. That scary presence stemmed from those monsters. Han Sen felt sick. Those 10 monsters were stronger than the dragon dukes, and they could very well have been king class. That meant the person in the carriage they pulled had to be even scarier. Han Sen did not understand the dragon society much, but he had heard of Dragon 1 through Dragon 19 and Xiao's. They said he was the absolute leader of the dragon, but Han Sen believed him to be young and a duke. However, Han Sen had forgotten one crucial thing. Being young as a dragon and being young as a human were two very different things. Humans under the age of 30 were considered young, but when the sanctuaries were found, their lifespan was increased. The definition of young was therefore pushed back. Dragons had a longer lifespan though. Their young ones could be a few hundred years old, so that was far beyond Han Sen's expectations. The curtains were drawn, revealing a dragon sitting inside wearing a crown. He was clad in black armor. Han Sen couldn't get a feel for his presence, but from his mere appearance, Han Sen could tell that he was a king. A male and a female dragon also sat inside the carriage. They didn't look to be king class, but Han Sen sensed they were still extremely dangerous. Dragon 15 and Dragon 19 ran to the black-crowned Dragon King and bowed. Greetings 7, 9 and Big Brother. The Dragon King was Dragon 1, Han Sen thought. How would he survive with a Dragon King adversary? You are Han Sen, Knife Queen student? Dragon 1 asked the question, but remained seated in the carriage. Yeah, Han Sen said. Dragon 1 did not ask anything more. He spoke to the other dragon man. 9, go and take him. Others will think we are weak if taking a marquise costs too much. Yes, big brother. That young dragon exited the carriage and walked to Han. Senator Xiao's saw the young dragon walk to Han Sen, and her expression became dire. The 9 sons of the dragon are different from ordinary dragons. All of them have a scary power, and Dragon 1 himself is here today. There is no way Han Sen can escape from this, But I do not know what he did to me. What if I will later be unable to break the spell he put on me? Shios was worried. Han Sen saw Dragon 9 approach with a lance. He couldn't sense any amazing power from the man, but Han Sen believed that he was dangerous nonetheless. Han Sen thought he was the same level as Sharon. What's wrong with these dragons? Han Sen thought to himself. He was not worried about Dragon 9, but he was worried about Dragon 1. Nothing would be resolved by beating Dragon 9. With Dragon 1 there though, he could not escape. Should I go back to the sanctuary again? Han Sen really did not want to do that. Dragon 9. The young dragon stopped in front of Han Sen, wearing red armor and carrying a lance. It was similar to the garb Han Sen wore. It was all red. Looking from afar, it would look like two dragons were about to engage in battle. Han Senior, Han Sen merely said his name. Dragon 9 did not speak again. He waved his red lance towards Han Senator. His lance skills were similar to those of Dragon 13 and Dragon 15. That being said, those same skills were far more wretched when yielded by Dragon 9. It made Han Sen feel that no matter how well he dodged or how far he went, he could not escape the attack. Han Sen's eyes froze, and he swung his blood feather knife at the dragon. The knife silks came against the lance light, but they were broken. The lance that was sharper than a needle continued its flight towards Han Senior. Dong! Blood feather knife's blade struck the lance, but the lance light was not broken. It spun like a drill, creating a flurry of sparks against the knife. Han Sen almost couldn't hold it, as he was pushed back. Han Sen swung his blade 3 times to break the lance light. Han Sen was familiar with Marquis's Evil Breaker powers. Dragon 9's Evil Breaker power was far stronger than Dragon 13's, though, and it was like a cold light. Han Sen's power was no worse than Dragon 9's, but Dragon 9's lance was too focused. It was like a small needle being thrust into a patch of soil. There was only one small speck of earth that would be hit, and the attack couldn't be blocked. Han Sen used an under-the-sky knife air. It was focused, but it was still worse than Dragon 9's lance. The dragons were professionals when it came to concentrating power. Fighting against them with simple force was something of a death wish. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to check Dragon 9's lance. The sequence structure of the lance was like a beehive, and he almost couldn't make out the pattern of the honeycomb. Han Sen just barely blocked that lance. But already, a second lance had come. Before it ended, however, a third was on its way. The lance lights kept on coming, not cutting Han Sen a moment of slack. Han Sen moved his feet to evade Dragon 9's lance. Unless he was able to concentrate power in a similar way, he would be beaten by continuing down this road. After Han Sen dodged every lance light, the lights suddenly exploded. That concentrated power was scarier than a Marquise's power should have been when it exploded. It was too late for Han Sen to fight. Han Sen flapped his wings and teleported. When he appeared again, he was 100 meters away. He had managed to avoid the explosion. Dragon 9 kept on attacking. If the lancelight missed Han Sen, it would explode. So, Han Sen had to keep on dodging and putting himself in a disadvantageous state. The dragon nobles and xenogeniacs that were watching were so happy. They chanted Dragon 9's name so loudly that it was a little frightening. Dong! Han Sen's blood feather knife hit the lance, and the lance moved like a spinning dragon. He held blood feather knife and kept getting pushed back, with his legs cleaving 2 deep trenches across the earth. Few knife strikes broke the lancelight. Han Sen swung his blood feather knife, and many knife silks were weaved through the air. They tangled and knotted themselves around Dragon 9's wings, limbs and body. He was unable to hold his lance and thrust anymore. Han Sen had been dodging for so long, so he could cast his knife silks. To deal with a strong power like Dragon 9's, soft power was useful. Dragon 9's body was gripped tightly by the silks. They tore through his armor and dug into his skin, but the contact produced sparks. Dragon 9's body had the same glow that the lance did, and all of a sudden, the knife silks around his body were broken. Dragon light protection. Shios recognized the power he had just employed. Han Sen frowned. The power on Dragon 9 was concentrated like his lance was. It broke the knife silks easily. No one can beat the power of the dragon light. Dragon 9 moved his body, shaking off all the spiderweb-like strands of silk that remained. The lance and his body synergized perfectly as they came after Han Sen again. Dragon 9's whole body was concentrated with a strong red light. He could use the Evil Breaker Dragon Light with amazing precision. And Han Sen found himself at a disadvantage once more. He had to rely on his formation to fight. Han Sen observed Dragon 9's power. It was different from Dragon 13's Evil Breaker Lance. The Red Dragon Light was more concentrated than Dragon 13's Evil Breaker Lance's lights. The Red Dragon Light was like something living. It concentrated and exploded when it needed to, unlike Dragon 13's Lance lights, which lost all form of control when expelled from the body. Those really were just simple lamp lights. This must be a modified version of Evil Breaker power. Han Sen tried to think of a way he might triumph over this new form of attack. Needlehead versus light. I need to generate more power than he does. If I don't, I will lose. Han Sen quickly made a decision. Although his knife silks were concentrated, they still weren't as dense as the Evil Breaker powers. But the knife silks also possessed qualities that the Dragon Light lacked. The Dragon Light was rough and strong, whereas the knife silks were soft and gentle. They were polar opposites. Han Sen had suffered under an Evil Breaker Lance's power before, so he was fairly proficient in doing battle against that sort of technique. Now that he looked at Dragon 9's Dragon Light structure, Han Sen had a new thought. If he was able to use his gentle powers perfectly, they would not be any weaker than his enemy's strong power. But Han Sen was not very good with this power. If his Jade Skin leveled up to Marquis class, he could effectively use Moon to do battle with Dragon 9. But right now, only the Blood Pulse Sutra had reached Marquis status. The Blood Pulse Sutra was for making babies and absorbing xenogenic genes. It was the #1 geno art for passing down traits, but for combat, it was a little on the limp side. Han Sen planned to learn the structure of Dragon 9's Dragon Light. He wanted to combine it with Moon's gentle power. That way, the knife silks could become stronger and achieve greater concentration. This was what the Dongxian aura was good at doing. After examining the honeycomb design that Dragon 9 used to concentrate his power, Han Sen restructured the mass of his knife silks. That way, he could apply the gentleness of the Moon to the brute force of a replicated Dragon Light. The Dongxian aura was firing on all cylinders, and when Han Sen slashed, the knife silks came flowing out like a flurry of ribbons. They broke before they even touched the lance light. It was not easy to produce knife silks that were a combination of two opposing powers. Luckily, the Dongxian Sutra allowed him to modify the delicate sequence structures of his silks. An yin-yang blast allowed him to reverse the yin and yang of his powers. If not for those two skills, he wouldn't even have thought about attempting this. Even so, Han Sen tried it many times to no avail. If the soft powers were too much, they made the knife silks too weak. If the force power was too much, then the knife silks would shred themselves. Han Sen needed to find a balance between the heavy and soft forces to make his plan work. That way, the knife silks would be tough enough without destroying themselves. This was just the beginning though. He continued using Dragon 9's honeycomb power to concentrate the knife silks, so he could go against the Dragon Light. Han Sen's tests kept on failing. He used the dragon wings on his ears and his movements to avoid Dragon 9's attacks. No matter how much power Dragon 9 put into his attacks, though, he could not harm Han. Senator Xiao's was frozen. She could tell Han Sen was having a problem with his knife silks, and that he was testing something. Only Han Sen could conduct such tests while doing battle with an enemy like Dragon 9, and Dragon 9 couldn't stop him no matter how hard he tried. Dragon 1 and the others could tell what was going on too. It infuriated Dragon 15, who shouted that Han Sen should die. How dare he humiliate Dragon 9 this way? Dragon 7 frowned. Han Sen is weird. He has dragon wings on his back that looks like ours, and he teleports in the way Sharon did with his break space flash. But only Sharon was able to use that power, due to his ties to the demon. How does Han Sen do what he is doing? Dragon 1 grunted. It is fine. Break space flash costs a lot of energy. The more he uses it, the more exhausted he will be. Sooner or later he will fail. Dragon 19 curiously asked, Big brother, What is Han Sen testing? His knife silks are getting weaker. He is copying. Dragon 1 muttered with disdain. Copying what? Dragon 19 did not understand. He is copying Old 9's Evil Breaker Dragon Light. He's trying to use it to improve his knife silks, Dragon 1 said. At those words, everyone was shocked. Dragon 15 was so angered by this he cackled. Han Sen has some balls. The Evil Breaker power of the dragon is difficult to copy. It's stupid to even think about trying it if you don't have the body of a dragon. And Brother 9's Evil Breaker powers were modified in accordance to the specific needs and proficiencies of his body. Concentrated powers are Brother 9's area of expertise. How can Han Sen hope to copy him? Just like Dragon 15 said, Han Sen's knife silks kept failing because it was either too hard or too soft. He couldn't find a balance. Dragon 9 was enraged by Han Sen's behavior. His pretty face looked hard. I was bomb in the blood dragon pool. I swap skin every 9 days. That is how I have received my blood dragon body 1,000 times. And that is what enables me to possess the Evil Breaker powers and create the blood dragon light I wield. You cannot simply copy this. Han Sen did not care. He kept on swinging knife airs at his foe. Most of them failed, but many were able to come close to the basic shape that he needed. It was like a plucked string, vibrating to produce tones that could break the sky. Dragon 9's Evil Breaker Blood Dragon Light was unable to touch Han Sen, and it made him furrow his brows in frustration. The Blood Dragon Light flowed brighter, and the light in his wings became solid. It was like a fog of blood obscuring the sky. Red scales appeared all across Dragon 9's body, and his hands produced red dragon talons. A red mist rose from his horns, and his entire body grew to twice its original size. He was 4 meters tall now. The scary presence he once carried only grew scarier. It was like an ocean wave, endlessly building in size. Han Sen looked at Dragon 9. The blood feather knife was still busy producing knife silks. Dragon 9 didn't bother dodging. He allowed the silk to fall upon him, as the light would break them before they could even land atop his scales. Your xenogenic draconic body is really nice, Han Sen said politely. Dragon 9 snarled. A xenogenic dragon body is nothing to one of the dragon. My blood dragon body is different, however. Even if you have break space flash, I am now something you cannot hope to escape. I would like to know what the difference is. Han Sen kept talking as he repeatedly swung his knife. He was starting to grasp a subtle sense of what he needed to do. The knife silks that were made of both a soft and strong power were manifesting with a better success rate. All he had to do now was to concentrate what he was coming to grips with and channel what he needed to learn from Dragon 9 to make them as tough as the dragon lights. Dragon 9 did not respond. He lifted his dragon lance with 2 hands. His Evil Breaker Blood Dragon Light was spreading across the weapon, and the lance reacted as if it was alive. It became a scary blood dragon, and it roared in Dragon 9's hands. Its glow intensified. Han Sen kept swinging. The knife silks cut across Dragon 9's body repeatedly, but the attacks did nothing. Old 9 is really mad. He cast Blood Dragon's anger. Dragon 7 said with a smile. Dragon 15 said, if this is all he needs to kill Han Sen, he should just do it. What's the point in talking? Han Sen looked glum. He knew Dragon 9's lance was strong, and so he started moving his blood feather knife faster. Han Sen, accept my blood dragon's anger. The power in Dragon 9's body reached the max. His red dragon wings flapped, and the lance he held looked like a ravenous monster. The dragon was a manifestation of light, and it held the power to destroy the world. It appeared in front of Han Sen, and it was going to consume him. Han Sen flapped his red dragon wings and teleported 100 meters away. This was the furthest away he could teleport with break space flash. But when Han Sen moved, something went awry. The blood dragon's body exploded, and the dragon light went off like a firework. The concentrated lance light was perfectly pure, and it expanded to a radius of 1 mile. And it was not like an arrow that, once fired, became nothing. The dragon light exploded like a hail of needles. No matter which way Han Sen moved, he'd be unable to dodge it. The dragon light wasn't random or uncontrolled. If one touched Han Sen, the other streams of light would turn to riddle him with numerous strikes. Han Sen's body would be turned into a pincushion, and the dragon light would explode from inside him. Not even a Duke Elite could escape a power as wretched as that. Break Space Flash's max distance was 100 meters. Han Sen couldn't use it to get far enough away to escape the Blood Dragon's anger's area of effect. If I cannot dodge, then there is no point trying. Han Sen gripped his blood feather knife and kept swinging at the dragon light. He did not use Under the Sky. Now he was using Teeth Knife. Fong. The purple knife air became a toxic fong headed towards the dragon light. The purple knife air struck the dragon light and made a catch sound. Teeth Knife's purple mist was broken through and dispersed. A second later, the dragon light had destroyed it, and the light kept moving towards Han. Senator Han Sen retreated and continued using his blood feather knife. He was still determined to use Tusk, and so two purple teeth marks appeared on the dragon light next. It made a scary cracking noise once again. The teeth power was shattered, but it shattered more slowly this time. It made the blood dragon's anger far slower, and it gave Han Sen enough time to get out of the blood dragon's anger's area of effect. But the blood dragon's anger was like something alive. The dragon light became a red dragon that sought to consume Han Senator. When Han Sen evaded it, it exploded. Let me see how many times you can teleport. Dragon 9 coldly looked at the blood dragon's anger covering Han Senator. Han Sen used teeth powers, but this time, they were more solid than before. A squeaking noise was made when the two collided, and then the teeth power shattered. Dragon 7 was shocked. His teeth powers now seemed different. What's the difference? He copied Brother 9's concentrated powers. No matter how hard he tries though, he won't get anything half as good as Brother 9's blood dragon light. Dragon 15 looked haughtily as Han Senator. Things weren't as simple as he initially believed them to be, however. When Han Sen used teeth powers the fourth time, the purple fong struck. It was still broken by the blood dragon's anger. However, it also managed to chip off a bit of the dragon light. Han Sen wanted to use soft and strong powers on the knife silks, but knife silks were merely thin strings. They were worse than the dragon light when compared side by side. The results were different when Han Sen tried to use that concentrated power on teeth knife instead. The strong and soft powers melded well with the teeth powers. When it was concentrated, the sharp power was no worse than what the dragon light could achieve. After adding the soft elements, the teeth power became both soft and tough. It was not easy to break when it was hit. If it was too tough, it'd break. If it was too soft, it'd bend. Teeth powers were able to benefit well from both aspects. While they were concentrated, his tearing power became stronger. Catcha! Catcha! Toxic teeth and dragon lights came to collide against each other in the air. In the beginning, Han Sen's teeth power was at a disadvantage, and it kept being broken. But as Han Sen kept swinging, teeth knife gradually improved. After 10 slashes, he could fight the blood dragon's dragon light. The purple smoke broke, and a red light went flying. Teeth and a dragon were fighting in the air. No one could tell who had an advantage between the two. How is that possible? Shios was shocked. She had heard of Dragon 9 before, as his blood dragon light was famous. The concentrated powers Dragon 9 wielded were likely the greatest out of all the dragons in existence. When Dragon 1 was a marquise, not even he was as mighty as Dragon 9. This was because Dragon 9 had a blood dragon body. Even other dragons of a higher rank could not accomplish what he had. Han Sen could concentrate his powers now, the same as Dragon 9 did. He had learned it over the course of their short fight. It was unbelievable. Shios wasn't the only one thinking this. The realization made Dragon 1 frown. Dragon 7 and Dragon 15 were simply dazed, and Dragon 19 stared in confusion. Pang! The tusk and the blood dragon light came against each other. The purple mist and the blood light broke at the same time. Dragon 9 looked ill. He roared. His dragon lance was thrust forward at Han Sen, with a red light across it taking the shape of a dragon. It was far scarier than the last blood dragon light. Han Sen did not take a moment's pause as he pushed back with his blood feather knife. He used tooth for a tooth to fight. the demonic tusk, and the blood dragon fought each other in the skies. Purples and reds collided together repeatedly, summoning all sorts of explosions. The xenogeniacs that were spectating too close to the battle started to spill blood. They were affected by the shockwaves of that fight. Some of the weaker ones simply exploded, sending showers of blood everywhere. The mist started to disappear. The giant blood dragon light shattered. But Han Sen's knife air had not. The purple-looking tusk was free to assault Dragon 9, and so it went. Dragon 9 managed to use his lance to break the tusk into pieces, but doing so weakened his will. His concentration skills had lost to Han Senator Dragon 9, had not really lost the fight yet. But Han Sen had stolen his concentration talent. If it was pure concentration power that mattered, Han Sen was still weaker. Dragon 9's power was strong, whereas Han Sen's power was soft. When two similar powers came against each other, Dragon 9's power was the one to break. When Han Sen's power was mostly shattered, there were still shards that were solid. That was the benefit of having soft powers. Things broke when you put too much force on them. The reason why Han Sen had an advantage was because he was a little bit soft. Now they were both back to square one. The modified teeth powers had the same damage output as Dragon 9's Dragon Light. Dragon 9 could no longer use his Dragon Light to block Han Sen's knife power. He couldn't just keep on attacking. Teeth power was unleashed from Han Sen's hand, and it repeatedly came against Dragon 9's lance. Two overbearing powers were in the thick of battle, and the shockwaves kept pushing the audience back. If they were touched by a knife air or a lance light, they'd die in a heartbeat. Han Sen's knife skills were getting stronger, but there was no improvement on Dragon 9's side. He had lost his edge of suppression. Dragon 9 was not as good as Han Sen when it came to raw technical skill. Impossible. Impossible. Dragon 9 could not accept what was happening. He had endured a lot to get to where he was with Blood Dragon Light, and yet Han Sen had copied him and become better than him. Seeing it made the dragons sick. Dragon 9 spat some dragon blood across the dragon lance. The dragon lance glowed with the dragon light. He was using all the power he had to summon an even scarier Blood Dragon Light now, in the hope of ending the fight. When he raised his lance, before he sent out the Blood Dragon Light, he stopped in the air with his hands trembling. He could not move. Invisible knife silks were knotted around his arms, legs, and body. His arms were being restrained by the silks, prohibiting him from moving forward. Roar! Dragon 9 was angry, and the Blood Dragon protection glowed more brightly. He wanted to break the silks and strike with his lance. Blood was started to spew everywhere, but the silk was not broken. The strands dug through his armor, sawed through the scales, and cut deep into his flesh. He was bleeding from every part of his body now. Brother 9, Dragon 15 and Dragon 19 screamed. They were utterly horrified. Han Sen drew his knife back, and the silks tightened. He was strangling Dragon 9, and amidst the pain, he forced him to drop his Blood Dragon Lance. His grip on the dragon lance loosened, and it fell to the ground. The dragon light exploded, tearing out a crater, which it then fell into. The knife silks Han Sen had now were different than they had been. After he concentrated his teeth powers, he learned more about the honeycomb structure concentration. He concentrated the knife silks that were both strong and soft. Knife silks were not as sharp as Dragon 9's Dragon Light, but their toughness was the same. Dragon 9 could not use Dragon Light to break the knife silks. Roar! Dragon 9 screamed again. Dragon Light began to erupt like a volcano. The knife silks broke in the Dragon Light, but they were quickly replaced by fresh strings. They kept him bound, prohibiting all movement. Catcha! Han Sen moved the blood feather knife and tightened the silk some more. Dragon 9's body looked as if it was tied up by an invisible wire. His form was twisted, and his neck and waist were constricted. His dragon scales broke, and he bled profusely. The claret spread across the ground. Countless dragon xenogeniacs and nobles were left speechless. They could not believe Dragon 9 was losing to his own greatest power. This was Dragon 9. Dragon 9 was different from the average dragon. He was the pride of the dragon. He had potential. He had talent. He made the dragon proud. Now Han Sen was hanging Dragon 9 like a common thief. No matter how much he roared, his scales and flesh were getting peeled and cut. The dragon blood was flowing like a river now, and he was going to die soon. Enough! Dragon 1 waved his hand. An invisible power broke off all the knife silks and carried the injured Dragon 9 back to the carriage. Dragon 7 caught Dragon 9, and she quickly started to heal him. Han-sun knew this was going to happen. Dragon 1 wouldn't sit idly by while Dragon 9 was killed. You are strong. Dragon 1 stepped out of the carriage, and he hovered in the air above the ground. He did not unleash any powers, but it still felt as if he was more supreme than everyone else. Han-sun clutched his blood feather knife, but he looked up calmly. He did not think he would be let go after killing Dragon 13 and engaging in the fights he just had. So you should die, Dragon 1 proclaimed. And then a scary power burst out of him. Han-sun felt like the whole sky was taken by a giant dragon, and that dragon was looking at him. If the creature opened its mouth, Han-sun would disappear into its maw entirely. Dragon 1, why are you bullying a young man? A clear voice came down from the sky. The feeling that he was being watched by a terrifying dragon suddenly vanished. Han-sun saw something descend from the sky. It was a man in green clothing. A fairly ordinary-looking sky. That man's approach wasn't ominous like the dragon was, and he rode down atop a swallow mount. The bird was a pretty black and white, but it was definitely a little too small. The sky man occupied all of its back, and he had to stand precariously on it. The swallow looked tired. It flew before Han-sun, allowing the green-clothed man to nod at him. Then it landed. The swallow flew away in a rush, as if it was actually fleeing. The green-clothed man spoke to the escaping swallow saying, "Thank you for bringing me here. I will return the favor someday." When the swallow heard what he said, it started flying away even faster. It flew as fast and far as it could. Eventually, it disappeared from sight. Greetings. I am Yu Shanshin. For my sake, give Han-sun a break. I will take whatever punishment you have reserved for him. I won't fight back, and I will accept whatever you deal out until you are satisfied. The green-clothed man stood in front of Han-sun with a gleeful smile. Dragon 1 looked at the green-clothed man, and he said coldly, "Yu Shanshin, is Sky Palace really going to accept the punishment on his behalf?" Yu Shanshin nodded seriously. Han-sun is Knife Queen's student. She requested that Sky Palace take care of him. I need to see him return safely. If we didn't do this, then I am not sure how I would even begin to explain things. It will ruin the reputation of Sky Palace. You must understand my reasoning. The students of Knife Queen are that important? So important that they can freely kill as many of the dragon as they please? Dragon 1 coldly looked at Yu Shanshin. The dragon are a higher race. The dragon are important enough. How about this? A life for a life. I will pay on his behalf. If you want to kill me, then just come at me, Yu Shanshin said, lowering his head. Han-sun was shocked by this, and he quickly said, I did this. This has nothing to do with Sky Palace. Yu Shanshin smiled at Han-sun, and then he shook his head. When you entered Sky Palace, you were automatically made one of our ranks. Furthermore, the leader is the one that instructed you to go to the ancient god space. Whatever you do is a responsibility of ours. Han-sun wished to say something, but Yu Shanshin stopped him. Fine. Yu Shanshin, if you want to shoulder his debt, then take my finger. If you survive, you may live. And then I will consider our debt settled. Dragon 1 looked at Yu Shanshin. Thank you, Mr. Dragon. I will be forever thankful, Yu Shanshin said gratefully. If you survive the touch of my finger, only then can you say thank you. After that, Dragon 1 pointed his finger at Yu Shanshin's forehead. That finger looked as if it could poke through the entire galaxy. Time and space collapsed around it, and everything vanished around that finger. Han-sun, who was standing behind Yu Shanshin, felt as if his body was going to be perforated. It felt as if Dragon 1's finger could turn everything to dust. But Yu Shanshin remained unmoved. He did not raise his hand, and he let Dragon 1 point that finger at his forehead. Han-sun was shocked. Is that guy really going to die for me? I can't accept a favor like this. The next second, Han-sun saw the finger that could destroy the world get pointed at Yu Shanshin. No power came out from it though. It looked as if Dragon 1's finger only poked the man, And that was that. Thank you for letting me live. Yu Shanshin showed true appreciation as he bowed. Dragon 1 looked at Yu Shanshin without expression. It is no wonder you are the one who broke through Sky Palace. God Slayer you, who carried the blood coffin to outer sky. I promise you that the dragon's grudge with Han Sun has been erased. After that, Dragon 1 went back to his carriage. The 10 beasts resumed pulling it, and it eventually disappeared. Thank you for saving my life, Han Sun said quickly. He owed this man a great deal. Yu Shanshin waved his hand and said, You represented Sky Palace in your trip to the ancient god space. What transpired there was not your fault. Sky Palace will not allow anything ill to befall you. You deserved the bailout, so there is no need to thank me. After that, Yu Shanshin waved his hand again, and a black and white swallow flew down from the mountains. It did so upside down. It reached his hands and could not fly away. Since you brought me here, you might as well take me back, Yu Shanshin said, stepping atop the swallow. He stood on one foot, and the swallow took him away. Hey, I'm still here. Han Sun's eyes were open wide. He realized he was still surrounded by the dragon, and that Yu Shanshin was now gone. Sorry, please excuse me. Han Sun gulped, then squeezed his way through the dragon's xenogeniacs and nobles. They looked at Han Sun with anger, as if they wanted to eat him, but now no one dared to touch him. Han Sun made his way through the scary xenogeniacs and nobles, and it was lucky that he had a strong will. Ordinary marquises would have felt their legs shaking as they walked past. You are powerful. You got Yu Shanshin to save you. After Han Sun walked through, Xios appeared by his side. She sat down on a stone and spoke to him. Is Master Yu famous? Han Sun asked. You are a member of Sky Palace. Do you not know Godslayer Yu Shanshin? Xios looked at Han Sun with surprise. Godslayer? He looked like a nice chap. Why would he have such a title? Han Sun asked. Xios looked at him strangely, and she said, Godslayer Yu was his true name. Yu Shanshin is actually what he named himself. There are many elites in this universe, but there is only one who was brave enough to dare storming Sky Palace. He is a member of Sky Palace? That makes no sense. You just said that he stormed it, Han Sun said with a chuckle. Xios realized that Han Sun really did not know anything about the man, and so she explained. Yu Shanshin's teacher was set up by his schoolmates and executed for the crime of treason. It was a pointless death. Yu Shanshin brought his teacher's coffin back to Sky Palace, but someone stopped him. He was maddened by this, and so he stormed in. He beat the 10 elders, and he got so far into Sky Palace that he was able to meet with the leader. He wanted to make things right. Anyone who was involved in his teacher's death was killed. He killed many in Sky Palace all alone. Even the coffin itself was dyed red. After doing all that, Godslayer Yu became quite famous. I am not sure why he changed his name to Yu Shanshin though. Luckily, you only killed Dragon 13. She was not one of the prestigious 9. Her death was inconsequential, so the grudge won't be all that deep. Now that Yu Shanshin has interceded on your behalf, the dragon shouldn't bother you anymore. Do you think you can remove the spell on me now? Xios had actually come up to Han Sun to get the spell removed. We're still in territory belonging to the dragon. Let's wait until I'm out of it first. Han Sun resumed walking. The dragon won't change their minds. Now that they've forgiven you and made a promise to Yu Shanshin, they won't turn back on their word. Dragon territory is now the safest place for you. They wouldn't dare let you die here. It's hard to say what might happen after you leave. If something happens to you out there, whoever kills you might not even have any ties to the dragon. Xios rolled her eyes. So, you're saying I should stay in the lands of the dragon? Han Sun lifted his lips. There is no need. Yu Shanshin helped you, and he represents Sky Palace. Before anyone thinks of attacking you, they'll have to weigh the consequences. And no one will want to incite the wrath of Sky Palace. Unless there's someone highly motivated by revenge, no individual will seek to kill you. At least not immediately, while things have yet to simmer down, Xios said. Han Sun looked at Xios. Yu Shanshin killed so many Sky Palace students. Why was he allowed to remain there? Xios hesitated before speaking. That's complicated. and it's not something the sky liked to talk about with outsiders. I know that his teacher was strong enough to be considered an elder. He was framed and then he died. Then, his memory was tarnished with the crime of treason. But no one could have expected Yu Shanshin to react in such an insane way. They were going to kick him out of Sky Palace. But Yu Shanshin brought the coffin back and started killing people. Things eventually calmed down after he reached the leader. Anyone who was involved in the conspiracy, like the elders and students, were killed by Yu Shanshin. The reason Yu Shanshin was allowed to stay in Sky Palace has something to do with that. He couldn't obtain the seat of an elder. He owned an island in Sky Palace, but no one knows what his job is, Xiao said, then looked at Han Sr. That is all I know. And it's all just hearsay. Outsiders aren't told much about what happens there. Han Sen nodded. Yu Shanshin had come to save him, and whether it was an order from Sky Palace or something the man had done on his own whim, it did not matter. Han Sen now owed him a big one, but a man like him would probably never need help. They walked to the spaceport, and when they reached it, he still hadn't removed the spell placed on Xiao's. When they arrived, all the ships refused to accept Han Sen as a passenger. The guards even mocked him, telling Han Sen to simply fly back to Sky Palace, and that there was no need for him to take their ships. Han Sen was not mad though. He looked at Xiao's. Xiao's, you have your own ship, don't you? You can take me. Xiao's had no choice but to take him herself. They went back to Sky Palace. There was no danger along the way, and Xiao successfully brought Han Sen back to Sky Palace. Without an invitation from Sky Palace, this is as far as I can go. Can you remove the spell now? Xiao's patiently asked Han. Senator Han Sen smiled and said, You have a spell on me too. What's the rush? I'm not loafing around like you, with nothing better to do. I have business to conduct, Xiao said shortly. After all that time and travel, her patience with Han Sen was running on fumes. She just wanted to be free of the spell and get as far away from Han Sen as she possibly could. Han Sen touched the bite marks on his neck, the ones she had left behind. The bite marks hadn't disappeared, so it was obviously not an ordinary power. I was thinking that we've been through a lot, and God only knows when our paths might cross again. Let's keep a souvenir to remind each other of our time together. The next time I see these marks, I will think of you. You should cherish the souvenir I have given you too. After that, Han Sen flew back to Sky Palace. Han Sen, you asshole. Xiao's was mad, but Han Sen was already in Sky Palace. She could not go inside without permission. Xiao's had no choice but to return to the Ghana. She wanted to run some tests and find out what Han Sen had done to her body. If I can break the spell on me, I will make you die. Then, you can really see the power of a Ghana's kiss, Xiao's thought furiously. But Han Sen was so scary. Xiao's did not dare trigger the Ghana's kiss, in case they both ended up hurting each other. Han Sen's super god body could remove all spells, so he wasn't afraid of the Ghana's kiss. In fact, he wanted to take a look at how powerful it was. Back in Sky Palace, Han Sen was welcomed back by the students. Everyone had heard that he had killed Sharon and Dragon 13, and of his adventure in Return Ruin Sea. To the demon and the dragon, this was a grand insult. But to Sky Palace, it was a thing to take pride in. Han Sen handed over the silver beginning of Ancient God and the xenogenic genes from the Ancient God space. He received permission to visit the Holy House and collect xenogenic genes. Han Sen did not plan on learning any new genoarts. All he wanted to do was level up, and so he didn't go. Aside from those rewards, Han Sen was granted the title of teacher. He could enjoy many benefits now. Some places that weren't open to students were now freely accessible to him. For example, Han Sen had previously been forced to hunt in Xianyuan Cave. But with the title of teacher, he could go to Rare Beast Island. There were many xenogenics there, and it was a far better place than Xianyuan Cave. There were many more benefits, too, but teachers had responsibilities of their own. Every year, he would have to teach genoarts to students for 10 days. He could teach whatever he wanted, but nothing like Under the Sky. That was limited by level, and so he could not teach that. Not many outsiders could earn the title of teacher, but the people of Sky Palace had no problem with Han Sen's promotion. They were actually excited to hear what he would tell them. After all, Han Sen had killed Sharon, who was as strong as lone bamboo. The students were interested in his Geno arts. And the stories of Han Sen's battles were so outstanding. All the students believed he deserved the title. Every year, teachers had to teach for 10 days. But some busy teachers had no time, and so they were allowed to stack up their teaching requirements for up to 10 years. Because of this, Han Sen was not in a rush. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yin sisters met up with Han Senator. They went to practice in the White Jade building. Han Sen planned to check out the buildings behind it, hoping that the Jade heirs there would take his jade skin up to Marquis class. In combat, jade skin was much more useful than the Blood Pulse Sutra. Van Sun went to the second White Jade Jing with Thousand Feather Crane and the others. When they passed the first floor, they saw many students guarding the jade wall. On the jade wall were paintings of a jade beast. A few of the sky students were standing guard before each of them. Thousand Feather Crane explained, "When the White Jade Jing opens, those jade beast paintings will emerge as spirits. If you are able to suppress them, you can nab yourself a jade spirit orb. It is useful for gathering a spirit skill." Yin Susang smiled and said, "The second White Jade building has 7 floors. The higher the floor, the more powerful the jade spirit. And also the jade spirit orbs give better results. Earl-class people usually hunt at either the 4th floor or below. Someone like you, as a marquis, can definitely hunt jade spirits 3 floors higher. When I was in the ancient god space and return ruined sea, there were special circumstances that allowed me to fight marquises. I don't usually have such power. Let's test my mettle on the 4th floor first." Until Han Sen figured out what a jade spirit was, he didn't want to play fast, loose, and risky. The 3 of them reached the 4th floor. There weren't many students there. Unlike the prior 3 floors, which many people guarded, most of the paintings here were left unguarded. Yin Sui pointed at a jade spirit painting. There are many different jade spirits. Each one has different abilities, and they can level up differently. Like this jade tiger, for instance. If you get its jade spirit orb, you can strengthen your own vitality. This jade spirit bird is good for bolstering one's speed. You should pick a jade spirit that aligns with whichever self-improvement path you wish to focus on the most. It will be great for you when gathering spirits. I see. Han Sen found the concept interesting, and he began examining the jade spirits. His eyes stopped on one depicting a flying fairy. He curiously asked, "A fairy jade spirit? What type would it be?" "That jade spirit means balance. It does not excel in one department in particular, and instead improves a little bit for everything," Yun Sui said. "I see. In that case I choose her." Han Sen did not have a strong opinion, and he just thought the jade fairy looked beautiful. Han Sen sat in front of the jade fairy's painting. That meant that was the spirit he had selected, in case other students decided to fight him for it. The White Jade Jing had yet to open. Thousand Feather Crane and the others each selected a jade spirit painting. Yun Sui chose a painting that depicted some sort of spirit bird. It was next to Han Senator not long after the White Jade Jing opened. A thick rush of jade air flowed out of the jade walls. Compared to the first White Jade building's jade air, this was far more intense. Absorbing it would make things more complicated, so it wasn't all that suited for simple practice. Within the jade air, the jade spirits became active. They came down off the walls as half-transparent jade beings. Strangely, only the jade spirits that had students guarding them came out. The paintings without anyone protecting them did not budge at all. Han Sen looked at the jade spirit in front of him, and he noted how elegant it looked. It boasted very light clothing. The half-transparent body really did look like a fairy that had come to Earth. The jade fairy spirit started flying around for a while before it came for Han Senator. Han Sen cast his jade skin and sat where he was without moving. Killing jade spirits was a different process than killing xenogenics. Jade spirits were an essence of the jade air itself, and its power formed them. You could break them, but you could not outright kill them. Killing jade spirits involved allowing them to possess you. When they were doing this, You would try to reclaim control with your own force of power and strength of will. If you were able to overtake and refine the spirit, it would become a jade spirit orb. The jade fairy spirit went straight into Han Sen's body. Its presence was like that of a thick fog going into him. Han Sen suddenly felt a chill run through him. A cold power flushed through each of his cells, as if to freeze him. Han Sen quickly cast jade skin to refine the ice air that was inside him. Han Sen only cast one cycle of jade skin. He felt his veins shiver and his muscles scream, as this pure extract of happiness began to leak out of his cells. Then the cold feelings were all gone. After that, Han Sen's whole body shuddered. The jade fairy spirit came out of his body. It did not return to the painting. It became a half-transparent jade stone that was around the same size as a thumbnail. It floated directly in front of Han. Senator Han Sen picked up the stone, and he noted the presence of some fairy jade air around it. It must have been the jade spirit orb the jade fairy spirit had become. Han Sen swallowed the jade spirit orb, and then he cast jade skin again. He felt a warmth in his stomach that then flowed up to the rest of his limbs. Han Sen felt very comfortable. Every part of his body was warmed, like he was bathing in a lovely spring with all his pores free and open. His cells were very active too. The power of the jade spirit orb was heartily absorbed by Han Senator. He tried to create a godlight, and he noticed a new underlying power in jade skin. He couldn't quite tell what it was. The white jade jing was still opening, and Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters were still fighting their own jade spirits. They sat where they were, almost as if they were frozen. Yun Suyi had only been an earl for a short amount of time. Fighting a jade spirit on the 4th floor would be very difficult for her. Her face was all pale, as if she had been stuck in ice. Han Sen used jade skin to cast a godlight at her. He wanted to help her suppress the force she was fighting. The jade skin godlight went into Yun Suyi's body, and after that, she looked a whole lot better. Not long after, a jade spirit bird came out of her. It then turned into a jade spirit orb. Yun Suyi opened her eyes and picked up the jade spirit orb. She bowed to Han Sen and said, "Thank you for your assistance in refining the jade spirit." "You and I don't have to be so polite," Han Sen said casually. Those words meant nothing to him. It was just a way of saying that he was friendly. But Yun Suyi blushed, lowered her head, and said nothing more. After a while, Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Susang successfully suppressed their own jade spirits. They claimed their jade spirit orbs, and after opening their eyes, they were surprised to see Han Sen and Yun Suyi engaged in conversation. They had expected Han Sen to be faster than them in suppressing the jade spirit, but Yun Suyi's speed was surprising. Yun Suyi told them that Han Sen had helped her. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Susang were shocked by this. Ordinarily, if an outsider meddles with another person's process of suppression, the jade spirit might break and not provide a jade spirit orb. You can help others without the jade spirit breaking? That is weird. I think it was just a coincidence, Han Sen said with a shrug. Thousand Feather Crane did not believe in coincidences, but these things happened around Han Sen often. He was used to that. "I think I'll go up and take a look at another floor." Han Sen signaled to Thousand Feather Crane and the others, then headed for the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, there were only Marquise students. Jade spirits worked for those of the Marquise class as well, and many people of the Marquise class frequented this floor to kill jade spirits. There were a few Marquise students in front of every jade spirit. When the jade spirit emerged, no one would run forward. It all depended on who the jade spirit chose to go for. Stealing was forbidden in the White Jade building. This was why Sky Palace had to control the number of people that could enter White Jade Jing. Resources were limited, and there were already too many students that needed what was available. Without pause, Han Sen went straight to the 6th floor. There were many sky there, and each picture had 2 or 3 Marquise students before it. On the 7th floor, there were significantly fewer people. There were only 5 or 6 Marquises in total. Han Sen knew one of them, and that was Lone Bamboo, who had leveled up to Marquise during the exam. Lone Bamboo saw Han Sen and waved him over. He wanted to see him. Han Sun hadn't expected Lone Bamboo to want to talk, so he walked up to him with surprise. Do you have time after you're done in the White Jade Jing? Lone Bamboo asked. I suppose. What do you need? Han Sun looked at Lone Bamboo with confusion. Are you interested in going to Rainbow Cloud Peak to hunt a cloud beast? Lone Bamboo got down to brass tacks immediately. I am interested in hunting Xenogeneics, but if we're going together, the Xenogeneics won't stand a chance. Han Sun laughed. Lone Bamboo smiled and said, a cloud beast has been in Rainbow Cloud Peak for millions of years. Up until now, no one has been able to capture it. I would like to tame it for a mount. You can come, if you are interested. Whoever claims it owns it. No way. If that mini Sky Palace elites have failed to capture it, how do you think we'll be able to? Han Sun thought about Yu Shanshin. He did not believe there was a Xenogeneic out there that man couldn't have handled. If there really was something beyond that man's strength, Han Sun didn't think he stood a chance. The resources of Sky Palace have to be protected, and because of this, only Marquis teachers can enter Rainbow Cloud Peak. The rule is intended to prevent a duke or king from just entering and killing all the Xenogeneics there. In all these years, no one has been able to slay the Cloud Beast, Lone Bamboo said casually. That means the Cloud Beast has been in luck. If we both go, it's going to end up calling us Daddy. Han Sun laughed. I don't know if it will call me Daddy, but I'm sure it will kneel. Lone Bamboo said seriously. All right. Han Sun nodded. He asked Lone Bamboo for some more information concerning the Cloud Beast, and after hearing it all, he thought the Cloud Beast sounded similar to the Cloud Beast Han Sun had seen in the sanctuary. Han Sun had many little Cloud Beasts before, and he had always wanted the beast soul of a super-class little Cloud Beast. It was a shame he never managed to get one. I wonder if this Cloud Beast can drop me a beast soul? Even if it does though, it's bound to look different than the beast souls I got in the sanctuaries, Han Sun thought. Han Sun looked around the 7th floor. Many of the paintings had no one in front of them. Han Sun selected an image of a jade fairy, and then sat down. Han Sun waited until the jade air came out, and the jade fairy spirit flew down from the wall. Just as it had on the 4th floor, it entered Han Sun's body, as if it was seeking to possess him. It was inside Han Sun's body. Han Sun felt a chill. This one was much stronger than the spirit on the 4th floor. If Han Sun did not have his jade skin, he knew he wouldn't have been able to stand what he was now forced to endure. Han Sun ran his jade skin like mad, and his cells felt as if they were undergoing individual explosions. When the cold air was suppressed by jade skin, the jade fairy spirit re-emerged from his body. It turned into a jade fairy spirit orb right in front of him. Han Sun grabbed the orb but did not refine it. He walked to another jade fairy spirit painting, and when he was in front of it, another jade fairy spirit came out. It went into Han Sun's body. Han Sun refined another jade fairy spirit, while the jade air was still active. All the while, the other students were still trying to refine their first. No one had done so yet. Jade skin is really helpful in the White Jade Jing. My jade skin is just Earl class, and even so, I can refine these jade spirits so easily. If I level up to Marquis class, I can earn myself a whole plethora of them. Han Sun felt cocky as he walked over to another jade spirit painting. Because there were no more jade fairy spirit paintings, however, Han Sun had to select a white jade tiger to sit in front of. Roar! A tiger's roar rocked his soul, and it almost made him cough up blood. Han Sun thought it would be easily refined like the jade fairy spirits, but he did not expect it to throw his blood into turmoil. Fortunately, Han Sun had a strong will. He didn't freak out. He concentrated and put his blood back into his veins. Then, he used all the power he could to refine the white jade tiger. It was a spirit that was generated by jade air, and yet Han Sun found it difficult to refine. It was not half as easy as the jade fairy spirits were. The white jade tiger kept roaring in front of him, and it made his head buzz. He almost expected his nose to start bleeding. When Han Sun finally suppressed the white jade tiger, he opened his eyes and the jade air was gone. The students were gone also. Only Lone Bamboo remained waiting for him. The white jade tiger had become a jade tiger spirit orb. After Han Sun put it away, he asked Lone Bamboo, "What time is it?" The white jade Jing shut down 5 hours ago, Lone Bamboo answered. Han Sun was shocked. It had taken him less than half an hour to suppress 2 jade fairy spirits, but he had spent 7 hours to do a soul white jade tiger. But the white jade tiger's jade air was less than the jade fairy spirit. That meant the jade fairy spirit aligned with his jade skin a whole lot more. That was why they were so easily refined. The white jade tiger and jade skin did not go well together, and that was why it had been so difficult. They are both spirits guarded by jade air, and yet, there is so much difference between them. I need to get more jade fairy spirit orbs to level up my jade skin. Maybe the results will surprise me, Han Sun thought to himself. Han Sun still left with Lone Bamboo to travel to Rainbow Cloud Peak. On the way, Han Sun tried to refine the jade tiger spirit orb. It was very difficult for him, and after using it, he felt as if he had been thrust into an ice cave. It took him a lot of effort to completely refine the orb. After swallowing the jade tiger spirit orb, the results were the same as they would have been if he had refined a jade fairy spirit orb, except that the tiger orb provided him with more energy. The fairy orbs made Han Sun's jade skin godlike grow stronger though. The jade tiger spirit orb didn't give him that feeling. Rainbow Cloud Peak was an island built out of clouds. The clouds themselves were solid, and the mountains and forests were all clouds too. There were many creatures there that were made of clouds as well. Going there was like entering a marshmallow land. There are many cloud beasts here, it would seem. Which one were you talking about? Han Sun saw many creatures made of clouds, and he noted how they all appeared to be fairly docile. Brother Lone Bamboo and Han Sun, are you two here to hunt the cloud beast too? Before Lone Bamboo answered Han Sun, a student from Sky Palace came running toward them. Lone Bamboo didn't respond, and Han Sun could tell he didn't know who this person was. I haven't been here long, so I don't know many people. Who are you? Han Sun asked on Lone Bamboo's behalf. The man wasn't of the sky. He had the head of a white tiger, and the armor he wore was made of fur. He looked like one of the Tego, but it wasn't the one he had encountered before. But if he had come to this peak, he must have been a Marquis teacher. Even if he wasn't one of the sky, he had to be a person of some renown. The man answered, My name is White Real. It's understandable that you don't know me, as I have been working at Sky Path Garden. I rarely ever leave. You are Brother White. When Han Sun heard the man was working in the Sky Path Garden, he was taken aback. Sky Path Garden was incredibly restricted. Even most students of the sky were refused entry, and this man was an outsider to top it all off. Han Sun knew that Sky Path Garden offered the highest tier of technology research. Many Geno arts were modified there, and that was where they developed treasures. The work was mostly done by the students of Sky Path Garden. White Real looked very strong and lean, but he actually worked in a field that required mental fortitude. Han Sun was reminded that you should never judge a book by its cover. White Real looked at Han Sr. Brother Han, I admire you. Your modification of Under the Sky became an instant classic in Sky Path Garden. It was put in a textbook. Geniuses like you are wasted if they are not brought to someplace like Sky Path Garden. That is too much for me, and I was just lucky in my modifications. I don't think I could do it again, if I had to, Han Sun responded. And he wasn't just being humble either. If Under the Sky hadn't been a skill he was already good at, then he never could have done what he did so perfectly. No. You are smart. There is no need for you to be so humble. Actually, I have always had a question I have wanted to ask you, but we have never had the chance to meet before today. Today in this encounter, God is giving me this chance. This is how I encourage myself, for I hope you can help me. After that, White Real bowed to Han. Senator Han Sun could see how sincere the man was being, and he knew that declining would leave him feeling guilty. You can ask me whatever you like, and we can discuss it. But I am truly quite average, and I fear I may not be able to help you, Han Sun said. White Real was ecstatic to hear Han Sun's acceptance, and he ultimately ignored what Han Sun told him. He pulled out his phone and showed Han Sun information on a Geno art. He then began excitedly explaining it in greater detail. The Geno art was complicated, and it was taking White Real a while to explain it. Han-sun looked at Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo sat down and said, "Time is no issue for me." So Han-sun turned his attention back to White Reel and listened. He quickly grasped the problem that the researcher was having. White Reel was studying a geno-art called Echo. It initially sounded useless. After Han-sun learned the purpose behind the name Echo, however, he was surprised by what it did. Echo was not a geno-art that used sonic powers for navigation, the way a bat might. It was a fighting geno-art that used sonic powers to attack. The sonic powers continuously stacked up to deal blows of ever-increasing strength, increasing the duration and power of the attacks. The idea behind it sounded fine, but stacking sonic powers was difficult. After all, when you attacked an enemy, you wouldn't always be in an enclosed area like a warehouse. Geno-arts like that required a catered environment, which made them difficult to use in real-world scenarios. White Reel had been mostly successful with it. In a particular environment that was fitting, he could increase the power output and the duration of the sonic power. He couldn't carry a warehouse around in his pocket to fight though. If he needed to cage an opponent in a specific battleground before combat, the geno-art wouldn't be reliable. White Reel had researched this for a long time, and he couldn't find a way to make Echo effective at all times. Han-sun thought for a while, and he found himself confused too. Echo had a rock-solid flaw, and it was something that would be tricky to modify. Fish could only swim in water, and birds could only fly in the air. Echo required a special environment to be cast effectively, and changing things too much would result in Echo not being Echo anymore. Brother White, I do not think I will be able to help you. If you want Echo to be used in real combat, it will have to be used in a sealed environment. Unless you have a big bell to trap your foe, I don't think there is another way to make use of this, Han-sun guiltily admitted to him. When White Reel heard this, his eyes brightened. Wait, what you said makes perfect sense. I will just need a big bell to cage the enemy. By doing that, the environmental problem will be of no concern. With a bell to cage Echo, the sonic powers will bounce around inside it. It'd keep on attacking. White Reel kept on talking, confusing Han Senator. Although Han-sun had learned how to modify geno-arts, his methods were very different than White Reel's. Is everyone of the White family modifying geno-arts? Han-sun wondered. He thought back to his old teacher by Ishan too. He felt bad. White Reel left in excitement. Han-sun did not think using a bell was a good idea. Who would be dumb enough to let themselves get trapped inside a bell? After all, someone who was that stupid would not need to be killed with Echo. After White Reel departed, Han-sun and Lone Bamboo continued walking up Rainbow Cloud Peak. This is the highest point of Rainbow Cloud Peak. That cloud beast is a rare sight. Lone Bamboo sat atop Rainbow Cloud Peak. Han-sun sat next to Lone Bamboo on the plush cloud. He looked down the clouds below him. A white cloud beast that looked like a unicorn was running around in the clouds below them. There was also a phoenix-like rainbow cloud beast flying around in the air. Han-sun could not tell which cloud beast Han-sun wanted to nab. When you see it, you will know it, Lone Bamboo said. Can't you just go to its den? Han-sun asked. This cloud beast doesn't have a home, as it wanders constantly, and it is too fast to run down. Even a duke might not be able to catch up to it. That is why we must wait. Lone Bamboo settled himself comfortably and placed his jade sword upon his lap. That jade sword is important to you. Han-sun was curious why Lone Bamboo still used a jade sword that had been built only for practice. He could have used any sword he wished, even a king-class one. Lone Bamboo did not answer, and he looked over the sea of clouds before them. Han-sun let the subject drop. But when he thought the conversation was over, Lone Bamboo spoke. Do you believe there is a real God presiding over this world? It depends on how you define what a real God is. Some people take deified elites for gods, Han-sun said. Not like that. I am talking about a God that can grant people wishes, Lone Bamboo said. Han-sun was shocked. Gods like that, from what Han-sun had come to learn, were nothing but bad news. From the god encountered by the 7th team to the sky god on planet Eclipse, they were some real arseholes. Did Lone Bamboo make a wish with a god? Han Sun looked at Lone Bamboo for a while before speaking. He said, maybe. But I don't like that kind of god. Why? Lone Bamboo asked with a shift of his eyes. I once had friends who made a wish to a god like the ones you're talking about. Each of their stories ended poorly. Han Sun answered the question simply, but he did not elaborate on the specifics. Lone Bamboo looked at Han Sun for a while, and then he turned back to the clouds. Very quietly he said, my sister made a wish to a god such as that. When Han Sun heard this, he couldn't believe his ears. In shock he said, what? Your sister made a wish to a god? Who was that god? And what happened? Lone Bamboo looked at the clouds and calmly answered, something bad happened to me when I was young. Friends sold me out, and I was abandoned by my lover. I became a useless man. My sister prayed that I could pick myself up and be fine again. I don't know which god she prayed to, but I saw him take my sister. And then I was punished by the nightmares. You saw him? What did he look like? Han Sun immediately asked. I couldn't see the man's face. He grabbed my sister by her arm and pulled her into darkness. I tried to follow, but I failed. My sister was dragged into the black. She was so scared, and she kept yelling something, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. I could see that she was telling me to save her, but I was useless and I could not do anything. All I could do was watch what happened. Lone Bamboo paused. When he spoke again, his voice was as slow and calm as ever. The man smiled at me, but I could not see his face. That smile has been scorched into my mind, and it has never warped or faded with the passage of time. I keep seeing it in my nightmares, and that is my only firm memory of him. If I ever find him, I'll recognize him through that smile he left me with. I will never forget this. Han Sun's chest ached as Lone Bamboo finished the story. He now understood why the man had been able to endure the nightmares. Perhaps his heart had already been irreparably damaged, and so he couldn't get any worse. Lone Bamboo continued. Whether he is a real god or not, I have to find my sister. I will kill this god, even if it costs me my own life. If it is possible, I would like to kill that god with you. I'd like to kill a lot of gods, actually, Han Sun replied. He had stumbled across a common interest with Lone Bamboo. Han Sun wanted to find a god, but he did not know if it was the same god that Lone Bamboo was searching for. Lone Bamboo did not answer. He just looked out over the sea of clouds, seemingly unfazed. But suddenly, light began to shine over the edge of the clouds. It was bright and red, rising across the sky. A red cloud was approaching them. It was so fast that it looked almost like a jet. It left a contrail of red smoke in its wake. Now Han Sun understood why Lone Bamboo said he'd know the creature when he saw it. That cloud beast was a unique shade of bright red. It was shaped like an ordinary cloud, but its color made it unforgettable. In a second, the cloud beast was next to the peak. When the other cloud beasts saw it, they backed off. The creature began to circle the peak, leaving streams of red clouds behind it. It saw Lone Bamboo and Han Sun in its path, but it did not make an effort to avoid them. It wanted to play. Whoever claims it keeps it. Lone Bamboo gripped his jade sword and stood up. He teleported toward the creature and swung his blade at the red cloud that was nearing the peak. No matter how many times Han Sun saw it, Lone Bamboo's strike was eye-catching. As simple as it was profoundly beautiful. It was incredibly fast as well. Even with Han Sun's speed, there was no guarantee he could avoid a swing such as that. But that red cloud released red light like a rocket. The red mist was discharged behind the cloud beast like a propellant, and suddenly, the creature disappeared from Han Sun's vision. And Lone Bamboo's attack had missed. So fast. Han Sun was shocked. The red cloud couldn't teleport, but it moved fast enough that it seemed like it could. Lone Bamboo chased the red cloud up into the air, slashing faster and faster with his blade. But the red cloud was way too quick, and it managed to avoid each and every one of Lone Bamboo's sword airs. I will help. Han Sun drew his knife and swung it towards the red cloud. He summoned the wings on his ears, and his speed increased. The red cloud sped up even faster, and evaded Han's senator. He had suspected this would occur though. He had managed to predict where the cloud would accelerate, So he adjusted his aim in front of the red cloud. It wouldn't matter how fast the red cloud was if an attack was moving through its flight path. But instead of continuing forward at the same speed, the red cloud immediately slowed down again. Han Sen's attack went harmlessly past it. Tricky little thing. Han Sen frowned, but he kept on swinging. Lone Bamboo and Han Sen continued their assault on the red cloud without making contact. The red cloud could not escape, though, as it was constantly forced to avoid the attacks of the two. Now, Han Sen was calculating all of the red cloud's possible escape routes, and he kept waving his blood feather knife like mad. He created a net with his knife silks to ensnare the foe, but the red cloud did not stop moving, and its speed was teleportation-like. The knife silks were unable to even touch it. Seeing the red cloud accelerate yet again, Han Sen finally realized something. This creature wasn't using a sudden burst of speed, as it tried to escape, as a rabbit might. This creature always moved this fast. It suddenly made sense that the creature was never afraid. The red cloud was traveling around like a rocket, leaving behind a wake of red mist. It soon became apparent that the creature had used its contrails to write the word stupid. Damn, this guy is smart. It can use the common language. Han Sen's eyes opened wide as he stared at the clouds. It's just a marquise, but when the sky came here, it already lived on Rainbow Cloud Peak. After all these years, its intelligence and power must way exceed that of an ordinary cloud beast. But marquise is the highest level one can achieve here. There are no resources to support a higher tier than that. If there were, it would be even more powerful, Lone Bamboo said. Don't worry. When I catch him, we'll take him for a walk and level him up quick, Han Sen said, while looking at the red cloud. The red cloud soared through the air with great speed. The red mist contrails started to spell out another word, bullshit. And then, the red clouds formed an emoji that seemed to look down on them in disdain. And then the clouds started to twist. They formed a red hand, producing one lifted finger at Han Senior. Damn. This guy is a troll. Han Sen summoned his dragon wings and took off after the red cloud. As the red cloud sped up and evaded his knife air, Han Sen flapped his dragon wings and appeared above the creature. And then Han Sen struck downwards. As he did, he said, "You bastard. Try being cocky now." There was only a small distance to close, but Han Sen's knife could not match the speed of the red cloud. His knife only needed to move the distance of a hair's thickness, but the knife air could not catch up. The creature sped away, widening the distance between them again. Han Sen watched as the creature ran away, and then the clouds twisted into a smug emoji. It looked as if the emoji was having a smoke. Han Sen smiled evilly and used blood feather knife. Invisible knife silks were spun into a net, and they were sent flying over to the red cloud. The red cloud hit the knife silks, but the cloud itself was like tofu, and it was sheared away. Han Sen controlled the knife silks well though. He had no plan to kill it just yet. How cocky are you going to be now? Han Sen shouted at the red cloud. Suddenly, the cloud accelerated again. It went towards the knife silks, but it was cut to pieces by the fine strands. Han Sen frowned. He only wanted to teach the beast a lesson, not kill it. The red cloud didn't hesitate though. It maintained course, still flying with blinding speed. The knife silks cut it to ribbons, but those ribbons gathered back into one cottony cloud. Then it presented Han Sen the shape of a thumbs down. That stupid cloud is strong, Han Sen thought. That's fucking creepy. It was incredibly fast, and its body could be shattered. Han Sen wasn't sure how that thing could be caught. Lone Bamboo tried to snare it a few times, but he failed every time too. They were the two fastest marquise there were, but they were unable to catch up with the red cloud. Even if Han Sen used teleport to reach the red cloud and attack, the red cloud's speed and reaction times would still enable it to dodge the knife airs and shockwaves. The longer they tried to capture the red cloud, the more they respected it. Not even a duke could handle this creature. Even if he hit the cloud, there was no point. It had a body that was like water, and after parts of it were lopped off, it'd just recompose easily. Lone Bamboo spun his jade sword into something that resembled a tornado. The giant sword air vortex reached out to the red cloud, trying to suck the creature inside. The red cloud sped up, and escaped the grasp of the sword vortex. Even that was ineffective. There was nothing Lone Bamboo could do against it, and he had lost against it just like Han Sr. It's no wonder it has survived this long, and it still hasn't been tamed by Sky Palace students. This thing is powerful. Lone Bamboo mused. It is, but it cannot attack, Han Sun said. There was currently no hope in catching up to the red cloud, so Lone Bamboo abandoned the quest for the moment. He said, I will catch a normal Marquise cloud beast. What about you? It's fine. I have my legless crane. I don't want to swap it out. Han Sun shook his head. Unless he found something like the red cloud, he could run faster than a normal Marquise Xenogeneic anyway. There was no point in getting another random mount. The legless crane was enough for him. Lone Bamboo caught a Marquise cloud bird. It didn't take much to catch it. Ordinary Marquise creatures were slower than Lone Bamboo, and he managed to nab it with ease. When Han Sun and Lone Bamboo were just about to leave, the cocky red cloud followed them. It flew in front of them, and spelled out more words with the vapor. Dumbass! Dumbass! Come and catch me! Han Sun's eyebrows rose. That beast could use an exclamation mark. Fuck! I have to take you. Otherwise, I am done calling myself Han Sr. Han Sun felt angry, but he did not turn around. He knew he couldn't catch the red cloud right now, but he would find a way to get it eventually. After returning home, Han Sun spent some time thinking about capturing the red cloud. It seemed likely that petrification or freezing abilities would be effective against the red cloud. But his own petrifying shockwave was no match for the red cloud's speed. Even if Han Sun teleported right next to the beast, the red cloud could still react fast enough to avoid the shockwave. Its ability to accelerate seemed almost endless. But the petrifying shockwave is a power obtained from refining a mutant xenogeneic gene. I need to follow its rigid terms of use to cast it. I can't use it with knife silks. If I could, it might be a lot more useful. Han Sun was rapidly becoming obsessed with catching that cocky red cloud. Turtle did not work on it. Han Sun had tried, but the turtle image just wouldn't stick to the clouds. When the clouds spread, the turtle spell would just come off. There were no better methods for applying it, either. If my jade skin had a freezing power, and I could put the jade skin godlight into the knife silks, I could possibly tie it up and make it into an ice cube. Jade skin's godlight possesses the element of ice, but it doesn't possess a powerful freezing ability. Han Sun was starting to feel depressed. He still couldn't think of a way to catch the red cloud. He had no choice but to wait until he could think of a good way to catch it. The next day, Han Sun picked up Blood Feather Knife and went to visit the 10th Elder. Han Sun wasn't going there to meet with him explicitly though. More than anything, he was there to see Yun Suyi. He had absorbed all of the mutant blood and returned the blade to its normal state. It was now a bona fide half-deified treasure. With some further refinements, there was every chance it could become a fully fledged deified weapon. Han Sun wanted to swap the Blood Feather Knife for his ghost teeth knife. He needed to talk about it with Yun Suyi, but Han Sun thought that if Yun Suyi had the knife, it would be best if he spoke to her father, Yun Chongkong, as well. If Yun Chongkong could not refine the deified weapon, he might have to ask for the leader's help. When Han Sun went to see the Yun family, Yun Suyi and Yun Susheng were both there. Thousand Feather Crane was out hunting xenogeneics, and he had not yet returned. Sister Yun, thank you for lending me your Blood Feather Knife. I've come to return it. There is, however, something I need to tell you first. Han Sun presented the knife to Yun Suyi. I absorbed the xenogeneic blood. I am sorry I could not tell you about this any sooner. Yun Suyi and Yun Susheng were both shocked. The Blood Feather Knife was famous because it was the blood that had always prohibited it from becoming deified. If Han Sun really had removed the mark, then it had a chance of becoming deified again. Yun Suyi accepted the knife and inspected it. The blood really was gone. The knife was as clean as a glossy feather. How did you do that? Yun Suyi asked Han Sun with visible shock. The feather had tried every method they could think of to remove the blood on the knife, but each attempt had ended in failure. If they knew removing the blood was possible, they'd have never given the knife away. Han Sun seemed to only possess the powers of an earl or a marquise, So she had no clue how he might have done this. Mutant blood meshes well with my genoart, so I was able to absorb it, Han-sun explained. Brother Han, this is a great service. If the feather knew about this, they'd be furious. Yin Su-sang, overhearing them talk, sighed. It was all down to luck, Han-sun said with a grin. Yun Suyi took the ghost teeth knife from her waist and returned it to Han Senator. Her fingers lingered on the blade, though, and it seemed like she'd miss it. I have not used it for long, so I can't believe I am already giving it back. But now you have the blood feather knife, which is greater than the ghost teeth knife, Han-sun said, as he took ghost teeth knife back. The blood feather knife was strong, but Han-sun was more comfortable with the ghost teeth knife. It complemented his abilities. It's different. Yin Suyi shook her head, but did not say anything more. She didn't sound happy about the prospect of the blood feather knife's potential. Just as Han-sun expected, Yin Chongkong took the blood feather knife to the Sky Palace leader. The leader, in turn, passed it on to the folks at Sky Path Garden. He allowed them to work on it, in the hopes of making it deified again. This news spread all across Sky Palace. According to the research results, there was an 80% chance it could become deified again. Sky Palace was fervently excited. Even the nobles of Sky Palace seemed giddy. Millennia might pass without a new deified weapon turning up. But Angia and certain others in Sky Palace weren't as joyful. They did not look good. It's Han-sun again. Angia growled. All the races guarded their deified weapons jealously. This one should have belonged to the feather, but it now belonged to Sky Palace. The feather and Holy Heaven heard what had happened too. They all looked upset, and it was difficult to determine if they were shocked or just mad. Han-sun found the opportunity to return to the sanctuaries again. There, he hugged his cute wife and daughter. Dad, I want a hug too. Bauer approached. Looking at Han Senator, Han-sun held one child in each arm. He felt happy. It would have been perfect if Little Flower was still around. The next morning, Han-sun prepared to return to Sky Palace. But just as he was about to, Bauer jumped into his arms and said, Dad, I want to go with you. You still need to go to school. I will take you when you grow up, Han-sun said. Huh. If you're not taking me, then I will find my own way there, Bauer said defiantly, much to Han-sun's surprise. You have a way of getting there? Han-sun asked. Bauer wasn't an ordinary child, so there was a chance she might have actually found a way there. I'm not telling you. Since you're not taking me, I will go there myself, Bauer said flatly. Bauer, it's not that I don't want to take you. It's because I cannot take you. Just wait a little while, until I'm back on planet Eclipse. I will take you there then, okay? Han-sun said quickly, trying to comfort her. He didn't want her to do anything rash. Han-sun couldn't take her there yet. Sky Palace wouldn't allow the presence of a random outsider. If someone saw her, it'd be hard to explain. Fine, but you cannot lie to me. If this is a lie, I will still go there my own way. Bauer held out her finger for a pinky promise. I promise you. I will take you there when I return to planet Eclipse, Han-sun said seriously. He hooked her little pinky with his own, and then he touched her thumbs. Bauer believed Han-sun, and so she jumped out of his arms. Han-sun suddenly thought of something. Bauer, the items that you sucked inside the little gourd, can they be released? Yeah. Bauer blinked. Where are the items you sucked into it? Can I see them? Han-sun asked Bauer happily. They were digested a long time ago, Bauer said, blinking again. Han-sun was speechless, and so he asked, You just said you could release them. Bauer seemed a little indignant. I can, but I have to know that they need to be saved. Otherwise, they will be digested by the gourd. Bauer's little gourd might be able to catch that red cloud. But Bauer has been in the sanctuary all this time, and I have yet to see her evolve. She can't be any greater than a baron. There is no way she can absorb that Marquis's red cloud, Han-sun thought. Bauer seemed to understand what Han-sun was thinking. She clapped her hands, and the shiny gourd appeared between them. She said to Han-sun, Dad, what would you like to claim? My gourd is powerful, and it can absorb anything. I will tell you another time. Han-sun touched Bao on the head, then teleported back to his Jade Island in Sky Palace. Han's son wanted to find a chance to bring Bauer there, so he could try out her gourd powers. Bauer had eaten many of the xenogenic genes Han's son had given her, but she still wasn't getting pushed out by the sanctuary. Because of that, she couldn't be too strong. Han's son cooked a xenogenic material in a pot. The xenogenic gene was almost too big to fit in the pot, but he choked it all down anyway and heard the announcement. Marquis gene plus 1 inch. The pot of meat must have weighed at least 100 kilograms. Although Han's son had the ability of consume, it still made him uncomfortable to eat all that at once. He gave up on eating for the evening. It looks like it's better to stick to smaller xenogenic genes. As Han's son was speaking to himself, someone outside the island called his name. Han's son stepped out. He saw White Reel high above, riding a bird made of wood. When Han's son stepped outside, White Reel brought it down to land on the island. "Brother Han, come with me quick." White Reel jumped off the bird and grabbed Han's son, pulling him to the creature. "Brother White, what's going on?" Han's son asked with obvious confusion. As they mounted, White Reel said, "Our leader is inviting you to Sky Path Garden. He wants you to help us refine the blood feather knife." "He's asking me to help? I'm no good with that sort of thing. What am I supposed to do?" Han's son was shocked. Surely the things he had learned couldn't compare to the combined minds that already worked in Sky Path Garden. If Bai Ishan was there, perhaps he could make worthwhile contributions to their research. Han's son knew some things, but not to that level. Plus, there was a big difference between the Geno arts of the sanctuary and the Geno arts of the Geno universe. They couldn't really be talked about, as if they were the same thing. The Geno arts Han's son had in the sanctuaries were edited, and they were different from their Geno universe equivalents. He also had to refine xenogenic treasures to make them work. "Brother Han, don't be so humble. You were able to remove the xenogenic blood from the knife. You are good at this. Let's go. The leader and the others are waiting for you." White Reel pushed Han's son atop the wooden bird, and then they took off towards Sky Path Garden. When they arrived, Han's son explained to them that he had only been able to remove the xenogenic blood because his Geno art was compatible with it. Han's son did not know how to refine a xenogenic treasure or craft a deified treasure. The head researcher smiled and said, "Don't worry, Han Senator, we have invited you here, so you can be a part of the refinement process. If we find some leftover blood while we are refining it, we will require your assistance. Otherwise, our work will be wasted." Han's son told them there was not a single drop of blood left, but the elders that worked with the leader were worried that there might still have been some, so they asked him to stay. Fortunately, Sky Path Garden did not ask anything more of him. Han's son just sat in the refinement room, listening to the commands issued by the head researcher. Han's son had nothing to do, so he practiced with his jade skin. He also watched the refinement process for the blood feather knife. He learned a lot. The blood feather knife was placed inside a crystal container. Han's son thought they'd use blacksmithing techniques and fire to change the blade. He was wrong. There wasn't even the slightest spark. The white feather knife was placed in a container. They cleansed the container, put the knife inside, and removed all the air within it. Then they lowered the temperature as far as they could. As the temperature dropped, the blood feather knife looked like it was being crystallized. In the end, the entire knife appeared to be entirely crystal, just like the container itself. One of Sky Path Garden's teachers used an instrument to check the blood feather knife and frowned. "The temperature is not low enough. We cannot activate the power of the blood feather knife." Han's son, after 4 days of being there, had heard the same thing 1,000 times. They tried to lower the knife's temperature, but they could never hit the depths they required. Han's son didn't know why they wanted to lower the temperature, but he saw a lot of secret cold element Geno arts. They were really scary. Other materials would crumble easily at such temperatures, but the knife seemed just fine. That crystal container is impressive. It can endure such incredible cold without breaking, Han's son said quietly to himself. White Reel's ears were sharp though. He heard Han's son's statement and said proudly, "Brother Han, you are right. The container is good. This is the only deified item that belongs to Sky Path Garden." "That thing is deified?" Han's son was shocked to hear this. He knew it was very durable, but he never expected it to be deified. Its name is Absolute Container, and it has a whole lot of uses. Many of our high-tier treasures are refined inside it. Half of the king-class weapons in Sky Palace were made in there. White Reel said seriously. Han Sun started to ask something else, but the head researcher spoke glumly. It looks like our power isn't enough to reduce the item's temperature to what the knife needs. Old Dong, please go to White Jade City and invite him to join us. Will he come? Old Dong looked depressed. Take these vials of child combine liquid, and he will come, said the head researcher. Talking about the child combine liquid made his face twitch. It looked as if he had gotten a sudden toothache. Isn't it a waste to give him that? Old Dong and the other teachers were in shock. Do you know of any other ways to lower the blood feather knife's temperature to the level we need? Skypath Garden's leader looked at everyone there, but they were all speechless. Go. Take the child combine liquid, like you would to give a dog a treat. The head researcher sighed. Old Dong did not say anything. He just clenched his teeth and left the research room. What is child combine liquid? Han Sun asked White Reel. He was not interested in who the leader was inviting. It was obviously someone with a powerful ice element, and beyond that, Han Sun didn't really care. But that child combine liquid sounded powerful, and it snagged Han Sun's curiosity. White Reel quietly told Han Sun, child combine liquid is the formulation of one of our primary fields of research. It takes many high-level xenogenic ingredients to produce, and it requires a synthesizing process that is extremely complicated. It aids high-class xenogenics in evolving. If a king class kept on consuming the child combine liquid, there is a high chance he could become deified. It's that strong? Han Sun was shocked. It was shocking that a king class could so simply be made deified. It would require a lot of luck, but it's theoretically possible. On the other hand, raising a duke to king class? That's easy. Our test record for accomplishing this is a mere 10 vials of child combine liquid. White Reel boasted. It's no wonder that Sky Palace is so strong. You can make kings like that? How many do you have? Han Sun asked with shock. 1. White Reel lifted one finger. Han Sun froze, so White Reel continued. It is hard to find ingredients for child combine liquid, mind you. We have only made around 20 of them, and we use some for testing. And that king used 10 bottles. There are only 7 or 8 left. We have exhausted our supply of ingredients. Han Sun thought to himself, if you can't mass-produce something, what is the point of creating it? White Reel seemed to guess what Han Sun was thinking. We can't make child combine liquid in large volumes, but with a few alterations, we can create a xenogenic liquid that works on normal xenogenics. If you drink a lot, a marquise can become a duke. An earl could become a marquise easily. Many of us are using it. Because the person had yet to arrive, the refinement process had stopped. They waited all morning for Old Dong to return, and when he did, he brought someone with him. It was Yu Shanshin. Mr. Yu, Han Sun exclaimed, bowing quickly. Why are you here? Yu Shanshin was holding a dog. That dog did not look energized, though. Its tail drooped, and its fur was scraggly. Han Sun had seen many dogs like that. It looked like any malnourished dog you might find wandering dirty streets. But there was no way an elite like Yu Shanshin would carry a being in such a poor state. Perhaps it was a high-class xenogenic that just looked like a dog. Perhaps the creature was king class or half-deified. The leader has asked me to help refine the blood feather knife, Han Sun said. I see. How much did the leader pay you? Yu Shanshin asked with a smile. That's what a student should do, Han Sun answered quickly. The leader hadn't given him any money, and he had been dragged there by White Reel. Yu Shanshin patted Han Sun on the shoulder and smiled. You and I are the same. We are good people. Before Han Sun could say anything more, Yu Shanshin looked at the head researcher and said, Leader, are you going to pay me for my efforts here? Do not worry. I won't change what we agreed upon, the old man grunted. Then give it to me now. I don't work unless I see payment first. Yu Shanshin put out his hand. He seemed surprisingly stingy. Give it to him, the old researcher barked, grinding his teeth. He was talking to Old Dong again. Old Dong looked hurt. He opened up a box and in it, there were 7 containers. Each one held 200 milliliters of juice. Old Dong carefully picked up one and held it out to Yu Shanshin. But the man hastily grabbed another 4 before taking the one Old Dong had. 5 of them. I have not taken any more nor any less, Yu Shanshin told Old Dong and the leader. Both of them were looking ill. Han Sun looked at the child-combined liquid in Yu Shanshin's hands. It was a transparent liquid, and it didn't look all that special. Old Wang, this is some good stuff, Yu Shanshin said to the dog. He opened one of the bottles and poured out the contents for the dog to consume. The dog immediately got up and started lapping up all the child-combined liquid. It licked its lips, as if it was saying, "My lips aren't moist enough. You should give me another." Yu Shanshin opened up another vial and poured it out for the dog called Old Wang. Old Wang lapped up the child-combined liquid again. "Can you stop wasting it?" Old Dong burst out, unable to contain his anger. "Leader, what is wrong with him? These vials are mine. What have I done wrong now?" Yu Shanshin looked at the leader with confusion. The leader simply waved his hand at Old Dong, signaling him to stop talking. He then said to Yu Shanshin, "You've been paid, and now you should work. No one will say anything after you are done working, even if you pour the stuff in the garbage." Yu Shanshin smiled. He opened 2 more vials, one in each hand. Then he gave them both to Old Wang at once. Old Wang drank it all up. Yu Shanshin wasn't going to respect the leader just yet. He was going to use up all the child-combined liquid first. "It looks like Old Wang is full. This last one is pointless to have. Take it." Yu Shanshin threw the last vial of child-combined liquid to Senator Han Sun caught it. He was surprised to see Yu Shanshin give away something so precious. Han Sun wished to say something, but Yu Shanshin stretched his limbs and then said, "Okay, time to work." He walked over to the absolute container and touched it. The other researchers all started to look nervous as they returned to work. When Yu Shanshin pressed his hand against the crystal container, it created a hole to allow his hand inside. The container then tightened again around his arm. The container was again sealed against contaminants. Yu Shanshin touched the blood feather knife, and there was a catcha noise. It sounded like ice was being broken. Ice crystals kept spreading across the blood feather knife, and it looked as if everything within the vacuumed container was going to freeze. The ice crystals grew, branching out like blood vessels. It was scary to watch. Yu Shanshin must be half deified. If he wasn't, there's no way he could freeze the vacuum. Han Sun was surprised. Everyone watched as the ice power spread through the container, freezing even the empty space within it. In the end, it was all frozen. It looked like a perfect crystal ball. The absolute container was shining, and something seemed to be moving within the ice. Something was fighting against the cold powers. The researchers were fortunate that the absolute container was deified. Despite their strength, the cold powers weren't leaking out of the container. Yu Shanshin pulled his hand out of the container. He looked as ordinary as ever, and his hand showed no sign of the incredible cold that he had just released. "My work is done here. Let's go, Old Wang," Yu Shanshin said, then pulled the dog Old Wang away. When he passed by Han Sun, Yu Shanshin said quietly, "Why are you still standing here? Don't interrupt their research." Han Sun cocked his head, then followed Yu Shanshin to leave. The researchers inside Sky Path Garden got back to work. Some of them saw Han Sun leave with Yu Shanshin, but no one thought to stop him. "Mr. Yu, do you have a grudge with the head researcher?" Han Sun asked curiously. "Call me Yu Shanshin." Yu Shanshin carried Old Wang as they walked, and he went on to say, "There is no grudge. I just don't like the way they do things." "How do they do things?" Han Sun asked again. "Do you know what child-combined liquid is made of?" Yu Shanshin looked at the vial in Han Sun's hand as he asked. "No, I don't know. This is the first time I've heard of this item, actually," Han Sun said. Child-combined liquid uses thousands of unborn xenogenic babies as an ingredient. There are intelligent creatures in there, like you and me. Yu Shanshin looked at Han Sun and smiled. Han Sun raised the child-combined liquid to the light, so he could take a look at it. He was surprised to hear this, and so he said, "Where do these ingredients come from?" They come from the creatures that the members of Sky Path Garden capture. They do tests on them. What do you think? Yu Shanshin asked. He noticed Han Sun was not having much of a reaction, which interested him. I am a sinner with hands stained in blood. I cannot judge them. Han Sun shook his head. Yu Shanshin laughed. He patted Han Sun on the shoulder and said, This is why I hate those people. But they are the ones that make Sky Palace as strong as it is. I just don't like it. Still, it doesn't matter. I'm a useless nobody here. And that's just that. Yu Shanshin left after that, still carrying old Wang. He disappeared amongst the islands somewhere. Why did he tell me that? Han Sun looked at the child combine liquid and sighed. He was not very noble himself, as he had killed so many. But after Yu Shanshin spoke about the ingredients inside the vial, he didn't think he could bring himself to drink it. Never mind. I'll just give it to the others. Han Sun put away the child combine liquid and went to the general service area. Han Sun researched the rules of Sky Palace. If he wanted to bring Bauer here, legally, he'd need to go to the general service. Han Sun asked the people there how he might bring another person into Sky Palace. And it turned out to be an easier process than Han Sun had expected. Han Sun's rank of teacher was useful in many different ways in Sky Palace. With that title, he could invite his family to come and live with him. Without that title, no parent or spouse could ever visit him here. But annoyingly, if he said Bauer was his daughter, then they'd need to do a DNA test. Han Sun didn't know exactly how the test would be conducted, but there was no way the results would tell them that Bauer was indeed his actual daughter. But according to the laws of Sky Palace, aside from parents and grandparents, only wives and kids were allowed to reside with the teacher. It looks like I still can't bring Bauer into Sky Palace. Han Sun felt depressed. The only other way was for Han Sun to make additional contributions to Sky Palace and gain the approval of at least half of the elders. Han Sun could also ask for the leader's approval, but attempting that seemed unrealistic. His discoveries had made him curious about Bauer's DNA though. He had Bubble take on his appearance and go to sleep on Jade Island. Then he went back to the Alliance and visited Bauer. He took one of her hairs and went for a DNA test, wanting to see if her genes looked like any creature in particular. The DNA tests in the Alliance were rather advanced, but Bauer herself had come out of a gourd. None knew what her genes were like. Han Sun almost bought the entire planet and made the testing place a temporary home. He walked in front of the gene tester and put Bauer's hair inside so he could conduct the test. Not long after, the test results were released. The results were printed upon a sheet of paper, and what he saw made his eyes widen. The DNA test printout read, Father and Daughter. Damn, what a broken machine. And I just bought this thing. Who made this piece of shit? I see. It is Starry Group. I'll complain to Ningyu later. Han Sun did not believe the results, so he did the same test on another DNA tester. The results almost made his eyes fall out. All the tests were the same, telling him that he and Bauer were father and daughter. This is impossible. Han Sun swore he had never cheated with a gourd before. How could the results indicate that he and Bauer were genetically related? Han Sun looked at the report carefully. Bauer's genes had a 99% match with his. Aside from them actually being father and daughter, there was no other explanation. How is this possible? Han Sun looked at Bauer, who was looking innocent and unsure of what to say. You can get pregnant with just a rub? Han Sun remembered that after he picked up the gourd, he used to fiddle with it while he thought. Aside from that though, he couldn't think of any way they could have formed this connection. But now, Han Sun had to admit that Bauer was his actual daughter. Han Sun quickly destroyed all the test results. He took Bauer by the shoulders and smiled. Bauer, let's not tell Mom that we came here for testing. Chapter 2076. Back to Narrow Moon. Han Sun submitted an application at the General Services Building, requesting that his daughter be allowed to join him in Sky Palace. He received permission, and so he left Sky Palace and returned to Planet Eclipse to pick her up. Han Sun was careful not to attract attention on the trip, and his return voyage was not impeded by troubles. He brought Bauer into the Geno universe halfway, and then went to Narrow Moon. He took Bauer to meet Isha, who quickly grew fond of her. She allowed Bauer to stay on Planet Blade, while Han Sun went back to Planet Eclipse. Han Sun knew that Isha intended to investigate Bauer. The rebate did not have strictly enforced rules like Sky Palace, but they wouldn't allow someone unknown to occupy a high-level district. It wasn't as if she was an ordinary immigrant either. Relatives of an important person required some testing to see how far along they themselves might have progressed. Han Sun wasn't worried though. Bauer was incredibly smart, and he was sure she'd have no problems. Back on Planet Eclipse, Xie King, Gu Qingcheng, and the others had all become earls. Zero Dragon Lady, Han Menger Little Angel, and Wang Yuhang were earls too. Han Sen's friends had Geno arts that were easier to level up than the story of genes, and they did not have to practice 4 different Geno arts at the same time, either. In combination with the many resources of Planet Eclipse, this allowed them to level up quickly. Old Han, we are already earls, and the resources on Planet Eclipse can't support us beyond Marquise. We would like to explore and practice off-world. Xie King told Han Senator Gu Qingcheng, Wang Yuhang, and Dragon Lady wished to do the same. Han Sun agreed to let them practice someplace else, but he also tasked them with recruiting. That way, Han Sun could bring more people from the Alliance when they returned. Perhaps it was because of the gold bird markings, but the refugees that populated Han Sen's base were now barren nobles. He had enough people there as well. Han Sun, I have heard about you killing Sharon and Dragon 13, beating Dragon 9 and Return Ruincy. Your name is all over the Geno universe. Everyone knows Knife Queen has a genius student named Han Sun now. Black Steel came to Planet Eclipse looking troubled. He went on to say, but until I become a duke, Father won't allow me to leave Narrow Moon. I really want to go and explore with you. If you want to practice, Narrow Moon is the same as anywhere else you could go. There's little difference. Compared to what I've been doing, I'd rather remain in Narrow Moon. I would stay here if I had a choice. Han Sun laughed. Don't say that. I'm not leaving anyway, Black Steel sighed. By the way, Rebecca is throwing a welcome party. I am here to invite you to come. I don't have a very good relationship with the people of Moon Garden. Why would they think of inviting me? Han Sun was surprised. Black Steel rolled his eyes. Things are different now. You have earned a brilliant reputation out there. So now you're Narrow Moon's golden boy. No one wants a rivalry with you now. Given the absence of any grudges you might have been worried about, perhaps you should go and pay them a visit? Sure. I'll take your advice. Han Sun smiled. He went to Planet Moon Wheel with Black Steel. Rebecca, Du Lisha, and the heirs of other kings were all gathered there. This gathering was quite different from the knife events that Han Sun had attended before. Back then, no one cared for him. Everyone looked down on him, and they didn't bother speaking to him. But now things were different. Han Sun was like a visiting celebrity. The heirs of every king were very polite to him, constantly complimenting him. He talked to more people on that one night than in all the time he had lived in Narrow Moon before. Han Sun had placed first in the Sky Palace exam and fought Lone Bamboo. He killed Sharon and Dragon 13, and he also beat Dragon 9. All those feats made Han Sun the first of a new generation of elites in the Geno universe. Although Han Sun had a low chance of ever becoming a king, it wasn't an impossible task. No one wanted to make him an enemy either. It's only his 15 seconds of fame. All of this is nothing to boast about. It's all for naught if he can't become a king anyway. Sad Knight, who was supposed to be the focus of the night's proceedings, was sitting in a corner and whining into his drink. Night River King had the biggest grudge with Han Senator Sad Knight harbored one too. He didn't like Han Sun becoming so famous. These guys are really short-sighted. They only see Han Sun's fame now. They aren't paying any attention to the difficulty Han Sun has leveling up his Geno arts. There is no way he'll become a king. It's really funny how they're licking his boots now. Sad Knight heard a voice. He turned around and saw a young Earl Rebate walking towards him with a drink. Sad Knight frowned. He did not recognize the young man. Perhaps it was someone of little renown. The young Earl raised a cup to Sad Knight and said, Mr. Knight, My name is Victo. Can I speak to you alone after the event? What for? Sad Knight looked at him with disdain. I have a way in which you could beat Han Sun and take his fame for yourself. Are you interested? Victo said. You can do that. Sad Knight raised an eyebrow, but he didn't seem too interested in the young man's claim. I'm not an important person. There is no reason for you to be impressed by me. But you recognize this, don't you? Victo pulled out his phone and showed Sad Knight a video. When Sad Knight saw it, he looked stunned. He balked. Where did you take this? If you are interested, then let's resume speaking after the event concludes. Victo smiled. After the event was over, Rebecca and Dulisha escorted Han Sun out. They brought him right to the boarding ramp of his aircraft. Brother Han, if we have done something to upset you, it's because we acted foolishly. Please don't hold it against us, Rebecca said, then presented Han Sun with a box. This is a gift we'd like you to accept. It is an apology, and a hope that you'll forgive us for the way we mistreated you in the past. It's okay. Even friends argue sometimes. And I was new to Narrow Moon. I didn't know you guys, Han Sun said with a shrug. Even so, please take this. How about we be friends? Rebecca smiled, placing the wooden box in front of him. You guys are so nice. Thank you. Han Sun took the wooden box and smiled at them both. Chapter 2077. Palm back on planet Eclipse. Han Sun opened the box and found a small data card inside. Han Sun plugged it into a computer so he could view whatever info was stored on it. He quickly found that all the files were on a skill titled Moonlight. The files explained that Moon Wheel, which Han Sun had already learned, was actually a part of Moonlight. Moon Wheel King had written the explanations himself, and he referenced all sorts of skills and experiences as he went. Up until now, Han Sun had not been able to modify Moon Wheel because he had only been able to learn the skill in its most basic form. He had the soft technique named Moon Down Pat, so this information was very valuable to him. It was especially helpful to hear about Moon Wheel King's own experiences and techniques. It was a priceless gift he had received. This wasn't something one could simply buy. The final part of the teachings was when Moon Wheel King explained Moon. This was even more meaningful to Han Sr. This is a lofty gift to receive from Moon Wheel King. Han Sun knew that a gift like this wasn't something Rebecca and her sister could give to whoever they wanted. Moon Wheel King had approved this himself. For the next 2 days, Han Sun remained on planet Eclipse. Bauer should have been returned 2 days ago, but Isha said she had grown fond of Bauer and wanted her to stay in the palace for a few more days. Han Sun did not know if Isha really liked Bauer, or if she had actually uncovered something about her. Regardless, there was no use in worrying about it. He'd just wait for her to return home. When Shadow King came back, Narrow Moon became the focus of many headlines. Shadow King, Night River King, Black Moon King, Moon Wheel King, and Knife Queen had recently explored an ancient high-race ruin. The expedition had been extremely profitable. During the excavation, an important item was unearthed. They brought it back with them, and for the month leading up to its unveiling, excitement swelled throughout Narrow Moon. The ruins had been the home of an ancient deified being. There were many precious items inside, including a powerful Geno art. But that race was different from the rebate, so the Geno art was sent to Narrow Moon's equivalent of Skypath Garden for research. The item they brought back was a giant metal wall. The rebate professor guessed that the ancient deified elite had practiced his Geno art against the wall, using it like a punching bag. It sounded like a simple tool, but any wall that could withstand deified powers without breaking was remarkable. It was composed of a very rare material, and the rebate regarded it as quite the treasure. There were many palm prints denting it, which they believed was the result of a Geno art used against it. It was a scary Geno art, and the palm prints still had a residue of the deified elite's will. Many Narrow Moon students went to see it, and many of them learned something from it. Han Sun had nothing to do on planet Eclipse except eat Marquis genes. He practiced a few Geno arts, but he was growing restless and bored. If Knife Queen hadn't wanted to keep Bauer in her palace, he would have already taken her to Sky Palace. Han Sun was eager to return to capturing the jade spirits in the white jade jing. Han Sun brought little angel, Han Menger, and Zero with him to see the metal wall. When they arrived, Han Sun knew why the rebate had not hidden its existence. Unlike the small wall that Han Sun had envisioned, it was a blue metal cube nearly 1,000 meters long. When he stood beside it, the block seemed the size of a mountain. Hiding it in a building would have been difficult. There were many palm prints all across the blue metal cube. Some were shallow whereas others were deep. Each palm print had 5 fingers, like a human's, but they were much bigger. Han Sun could lie down in one without bumping his head. "This is a giant's relic, right?" Han Sun said, while examining the handprints. "Probably. This item was discovered in ruins belonging to the Ligu. Judging from their bones, they were 100 meters tall." Rebecca approached, with Dulisha and the others behind her. Sad Knight was there too. He looked at Han Sun with contempt. "I see." Han Sun nodded. He looked at the prints, feeling a strange sensation as he did. As he examined the palm prints, he got the impression that any of those strikes could have annihilated a galaxy. Even looking at the aftermath was shocking. It was like an endless number of stars had been broken by a hand, and the whole galaxy destroyed. Deified Ligu were very powerful. I don't know how long the blue metal cube has existed, but the wool put into those palms is quite shocking, Han Sun praised. Han Sun, if you have found something, why don't you share it so we can learn? Dulisha asked with a blink. Han Sun shook his head. I haven't studied the prints. I feel the meaning behind them, but nothing more. After Han Sun said that, a cold voice spoke. Han Sun, you are too humble. Geniuses like you only require one look. You have had a few. Han Sun glanced over at the speaker, and he saw that it was Night River King's son Sad Knight. He was not surprised. Sad Knight had been beaten by Shi Qing King, so it was likely that the young man still hated Han Sun and Xie Qing King. Han Sun didn't care for the man's insults though. I am stupid. I cannot see anything. If you see something, perhaps it is you who should be telling us? Han Sun said with a smile. This was exactly what Sad Knight wanted. He looked happy for a moment, before suddenly looking cold again. He said, I took a brief look too. I have some opinions to share that can get you guys started. Rebecca and the others looked at him with surprise. Sad Knight was talented and very bright, but they still did not believe he could be better than Han Senator. There was no way he could see what Han Sun could not, especially from such a brief look. Sad Knight could see that the others were wary, which just made him even less happy. This was his first time seeing the prince, just as it was for the others. He did have knowledge about them, but it wasn't something he had learned all by himself. However, as long as he could embarrass Han Sun, the source did not matter. Chapter 2078 Password. Everyone focused on Sad Knight. He walked around the blue metal cube, pretending that he was observing it. After walking around it once, Sad Knight said confidently, If I am not mistaken, the handprints on the blue metal cube are a palm geno art. Sad Knight, I think everyone knows that. We can all tell this is the work of a palm geno art. You don't have to say that. The son of a king laughed. Sad Knight looked at that young rebate and said, Condensation. What I meant was, these prints don't appear across the cube at random. All these prints together make a complete geno art. You could tell that too, could you? How am I supposed to know you're telling the truth? How do I know you're not lying? Condensation looked at him with disdain. Sad Knight smiled and said, These palm prints might look like a random mess, but that is because all of them are overlapping. According to the feelings I am picking up, I only need to find the beginning of the palm marks to line them up, and, who knows, maybe I can rebuild the skill. Han Sun was surprised. He had picked up on this too, but not with the certainty Sad Knight was displaying. Did this guy suddenly become a genius? Han Sun wondered. Han Sun was familiar with Sad Knight, and he didn't believe that the young rebate had the intelligence or talent to come to this conclusion. But the blue metal cube had only been revealed a short time ago, and Sad Knight had not seen it before. It would have been difficult for him to gain knowledge of it from another source. Congratulations, Brother Knight. The Night family has a smart heir, Black Moon King said politely to Night River King in a palace. Night River King frowned. He knew his son well, and he was surprised by this sudden impressive performance. Night River King should have been happy that Sad Night was doing well, but he was suspicious about his knowledge, more than anything. You can say whatever you want to. If you're as talented as you present yourself, find the starting palm and line them up. Recreate the skill for us. Condensation still didn't believe him. Sad Night was waiting for someone to ask him this, and so he smiled and said, I have an idea, but I don't know if it is correct. If anyone sees the beginning of it, then I will let them demonstrate. After that, Sad Night looked at everyone. His eyes stopped at Han Sun though, and so he coldly said, Han Sun, you are so talented. I bet you understand, don't you? Why don't you show us where the beginning is? Han Sun shook his head. I can't see anything. Please teach us. If no one else can explain, then I guess I will just have to embarrass myself. Sad Night walked in front of the metal block and went to one side of it. After a while he spoke again with confidence. If I'm correct, this is where the palm skill begins. After that, Sad Night put his left hand into one of the prints. Then, he began striking the print with his own palms. He created some loud metal noises but nothing broke. Sad Night kept hitting that point and he said, this palm is suitable for a wide performance of the skill. It elicits a galaxy-destroying feeling. This palm right here can destroy anything without mercy. It is very overbearing. Anyone could say that, of course. As Sad Night struck the palm print, he did so smoothly. He did not look experienced, but he did explain the feelings well. His thinking was correct. I underestimated Sad Night. He has performed well. Rebecca said with shock. Rebecca wasn't the only one thinking this. The students in the garden, the dukes, and the kings were surprised performance. Even the kings and dukes had only been able to tell that it was a skill. They could not go into such a detailed description. Sad Night was rebuilding a glimmer of that palm skill. And it was a brilliant feat seeing everyone look surprised. Sad Night became cockier. He continued to perform. He hit tens of thousands of palm marks, and he didn't miss a single one. He flowed smoothly around the cube, and everyone admired his precision. This is the palm skill from what I can see. Does anyone else have another opinion? Sad Night was extremely full of himself by this point. He raised his head and looked down on Han Sr. Mr. Knight, you are good. That was beautiful. Someone complimented him. It was just luck, I suppose. It was nothing. I'm not like some genius who can only feel things sometimes and not others. As Sad Night was talking, a catch-a noise rang across the blue metal cube. Everyone heard that noise, and they all turned to look at the cube. What they saw shocked even Sad Night. He had watched the video Victo had given him multiple times. The video had shown a person hitting the blue metal cube in a precise sequence. Sad Night had practiced repeatedly to become famous on this day. But when the video finished the palming display, nothing was supposed to happen. Catcha! Catcha! Cracking noises continued to come from the blue metal cube, and the sounds were getting louder. Seams appeared on the edges of the cube, and it was cracking open. Is that palm skill a password that opens the blue metal cube? Han Sun wondered. Han Sun wasn't the only one thinking this. All the kings were wondering as well. They did not know what inside the metal object, so they moved to the plaza, just in case. Before Night River King could issue a command, the blue metal cube opened wide. A smaller blue metal cube was inside it. It was decorated with a variety of strange patterns. Then the second blue metal cube began to disintegrate, and Han Sun realized that the pattern wasn't actually a pattern. It was many metallic limbs of creatures, all knotted together. A swarm of metal monsters suddenly flew out of the cube. They were about half the size of a human, but they were all composed of blue metal. They stood on 4 legs, and they had claws on their hands and feet. Their heads were bug-like, and their wings were metal, shaped like a dragonfly's. Chapter 2079 Blue Gold Demon Bug. Oh no! Run! Han Sun screamed. He called for Little Angel, Zero, and Han Menger to fly away from the plaza and the metal monsters that had been unleashed. Han Sun swept his Dongxian aura over them. Their presence felt murderous, like creatures that only sought destruction. They were very negative beings. The weakest presence he could detect amongst the metal monsters was Earl class. But many of them were so powerful. It shocked even Han Senator Han Ming'er, and the others weren't slow. They might have only been Earls, but their speed rivaled a Marquis. They were still slower than Han Sun, of course. What are these creatures that dare to drop fecal matter all over my narrow moon? Night River King seethed as he swung the sleeves of his garment. An odd black power rolled out of his sleeves and headed towards the monsters. The blue metal monsters looked as if they were about to drown in it. Boom! A blue light flashed from that group of metal monsters, and a glowing monster emerged. It punched Night River King's galactic water, and its blue fist shattered Night River's attack completely. King class. Night River King looked glum. At that moment, a few more monsters appeared. They also had blue light around their heads, and they were all king class. The dukes and the other nobles of Narrow Moon felt their faces grow pale. Moonwheel King was still excavating, so he was far away from Narrow Moon. The other kings had business to attend to, so they weren't in Narrow Moon either. Right now, only Night River King, Black Moon King, Shadow King, and Isha were close enough to help. When the fight began, Shadow King and Isha were quick to arrive. Isha swept her knife towards a roaring king-class blue metal monster. The blue metal monster squealed, and it swung its blue fist at Isha's incoming teeth power. Catcha! Catcha! The blue fist light was shattered by the teeth power. Knife air hit the blue metal monster, sending it flying away into space. A deep cleft was torn in the creature's chest, but no blood was drawn. It was shocking that a creature could take Isha's strike and not immediately die. She frowned and lifted her weapon to attack again. But before she could, a blue light flashed from within the metal group. One of the monsters appeared before her, completely glowing with that blue light. It had its fist raised to give her a big blue punch. Isha grunted and used tusk. Her skill was purer than Han Sen's teeth knife. After that slash, the purple knife air was like a demon biting into the blue fist. Boom! The two powers collided with an explosion. The space of the region itself cracked, and things started to get sucked towards the fissure. Half deified. Everyone thought in shock. The blue light monster was fighting Isha perfectly well, with no sign of losing. Before they could think of anything else, more blue metal monsters poured out of the cube. This was turning into a dire fight. The metal monsters flew up into space, seeking out other planets. They were branching out to assault all of Narrow Moon. One metal monster had targeted Han Senator Han Ming'er, summoned an arrow and fired at it. The arrow went straight into the blue metal monster's eye and exploded. Pang! The arrow blew the blue metal monster's brain in half, but the creature was still swinging its fist. Zero and Little Angel carried a bone dagger and a feathery sword respectively. They moved to intercept the blue metal monster's fist. They effectively blocked it, then chopped its arms off to avoid a repeat. My friends are scary. They are only Earl class, and even so, they can fight Marquis monsters. Han Sun grinned, pleased with his crew. But the monster was still intent on coming, despite its broken brain and severed arms. The blue light still swirled around its legs. Han Sun swung his ghost teeth knife like mad, cutting the foe in half. The monster still writhed around on the ground for some time before it gave up the ghost. Xenogenic Marquis hunted. Blue gold demon bug. Xenogenic gene found. The announcement played in Han Sen's brain. At the same time, Han Sun saw a blue crystal appear in the creature's head. It was around the size of an egg. Han Sun grabbed the blue crystal. But there were many blue gold demon bugs coming. The battle was far and wide. If an enemy tried to assault Narrow Moon in the traditional fashion, they could use their defenses to repel such an invasion. Even king-class and half-deified sorts couldn't break in from the outside. But the blue-gold demon bug had come out from inside Narrow Moon. The low-level nobles could not fight the blue-gold demon bugs, and Isha and the others were busy fighting their own combatants. The attack was swiftly throwing the entire system of Narrow Moon into chaos. How could this happen? Sad Knight stared around himself, as if he was watching the apocalypse. He could not believe what was transpiring. Over the course of a few minutes, many of the rebate were killed. Explosions rattled the place. Cries and screams erupted from every which way. Victo! That asshole Victo! Sad Knight gritted his teeth. He wanted to find Victo, who had given him the tape, but Victo was nowhere to be seen. When he looked back over his shoulder, he saw a blue-gold demon bug coming for him. What do we do now? Zero asked as they retreated. Let's go to Planet Eclipse and try to fortify the base. There are many of these bugs, but they cannot destroy the entirety of Narrow Moon. We just need to protect our base and wait for Moonwheel King to return. Han's son whistled, and Little Star came to him in an instant. A few people hopped onto Little Star's back, and it used Starseed travel to deliver Han's son back to Planet Eclipse. Some blue-gold demon bugs tried to give chase, but Little Star's body zipped right through them. Little Star had the ability to phase through any form of matter. There were many blue-gold demon bugs, but luckily, they weren't as threatening after they spread out across Narrow Moon. And none had yet come to Planet Eclipse. When Han's son reached the base, he called for everyone to gather arms and prepare for battle. He also activated the base's defense systems. Little Silver and the others followed Han's son, readying themselves for combat. Bezisti, a blue-gold demon bug broke through the atmosphere, reaching Planet Eclipse. It did not go for the base though. It headed for a specific mountain that was known to be populated by Xenogeneics. Chapter 2080 Demon Bug Disaster. Han's son thought the blue-gold demon bug had an overwhelming urge to kill, and it had gone for the Xenogeneics first because they were closest. Han's son summoned Spell as a sniper rifle and used the scope to track the blue-gold demon bug as it flew above the Xenogeneics. It opened its mouth and let out a high-pitched screech. In the next second, the eyes of the Xenogeneics all turned red. The mass of Xenogeneics began to churn, stirring themselves into a frenzy. And when the blue-gold demon bug screamed again, they all started stampeding towards the base. Oh no! The blue-gold demon bugs can control Xenogeneics? I hope they can only control the low-intelligence variety. If they can take over the big ones, Narrow Moon is done for. Han's son took aim with his sniper rifle and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A bullet was fired, and it went speeding into the blue-gold demon bug's left eye. The bullet perforated the bug's eyeball and became lodged in the socket. There was, however, a spell placed on the bullet. The bug became so slow that it started to fall to the ground. Turtle was very useful against foes that relied on speed and flight. Han's son donned his rabbit shoes and summoned dragon wings for his ears and back. His body glowed red as he shot off towards the blue-gold demon bug. He lifted Ghost Teeth Knife, and using Tusk, he sliced the turtlized bug into pieces. Xenogeneic Marquise hunted. Blue-gold demon bug, Xenogeneic gene found. When the blue-gold demon bug died, the Xenogeneics that were under its influence returned to normal again. They felt Han's son's presence and quickly ran off. Han's son looked to the sky, but most of the creatures he knew were above him were too dark to see. Only the king-class and half-deified bugs that were fighting Isha, and the others were visible against the sky. They were fighting in space, shining bright against the stars. He couldn't see them, but he knew the blue-gold demon bugs were probably descending on other planets. You guys stay on the planet. I'm going to go take a look. Hansen thought Planet Eclipse was safe for now. He left Little Star behind, flapping his dragon wings as he sped off into space. Hansen flew around the king-class blue-gold demon bugs. He was far enough away that he only saw flashes in the distance, and he couldn't see the fight properly. The blue lights and the purple knife airs were like a magnetic storm in space. Hansen could tell Isha was the one that was guiding the fight, but if things continued as they were, they'd end up destroying the planet. Hansen flew by the planet closest to Planet Eclipse, and he noted that there weren't many blue-gold demon bugs there. He continued past, headed for the planet with the blue metal cube. He figured that place would have the most blue-gold demon bugs, so it was his target. The more he killed, the less damage would be dealt to Narrow Moon. The bugs had the power to control low-intelligence Xenogeneics. That was more dangerous than the bugs themselves. The planet that hosted the blue metal cube had many low-intelligence Xenogeneics, and if the bugs gained control of them all, the situation would get completely out of hand. It appeared that Narrow Moon's elites shared Han Sen's fear, because they were also focusing on that planet. When the blue-gold demon bugs appeared, the rebate had been thrown into utter chaos. But even so, not much damage was dealt. The Dukes quickly organized the fight and evacuated those who weren't strong enough to fight. Rebecca and the other youngsters were fighting blue-gold demon bugs too. They used the geography of the landscape to their advantage. Not long after, an explosion sounded from outside the city. An earthquake followed, as angry roars and scary screams rolled over the city. Someone went to take a look, and they saw an endless horde of xenogeneics coming from every direction. Their eyes were all red. They were going to charge into the city. A flying group of blue-gold demon bugs squealed menacingly in the air, driving the xenogeneics toward the city. Rebecca was aiding the evacuation of civilians, and her face turned pale when she realized what was happening. Oh no, those metal monsters can control xenogeneics? Rebecca groaned. That asshole Sad Knight. He has destroyed Narrow Moon. Dulisha hissed. If the xenogeneics got into the city, most people below the rank of Duke were going to die. To make the situation even worse, Isha and Black Moon King had yet to kill their opponents. There were no reinforcements to call in. Beezesty, a weird noise sounded, and a green light rose from the city. The sight was a relief to everyone watching. A high-voltage laser net had been activated outside the city. It was very effective against creatures that were Duke and below. If it could block the creatures coming in from the outside, the city would be a fair bit safer. But they soon found out that the net wasn't enough. The crazed xenogeneics were still coming, climbing over the fallen bodies of their allies to slip through the net. A path was built with the charred corpses, and xenogeneics flooded the city like a burst dam. An ape-like xenogeneic broke down a building, while a dragon-like creature soared in the air, raining down an inferno of fire across the land. Death and blood were everywhere. Rebecca and Dulisha felt hopeless. They could not deal with that many xenogeneics. Kill the blue-gold demon bugs that control the xenogeneics. A red shadow flashed over the city, flying high above the xenogeneics. A purple knife with scary knife air came flying by, killing any flying xenogeneics it touched. Overbearing teeth. Please lend me your strength to slay these blue-gold demon bugs. Han Sen flew in front of the xenogeneic and blue-gold demon bug armies. Too many xenogeneics. We can't reach them. Overbearing Teeth shouted. He had tried leading the Dukes past the xenogeneics, but the blue-gold demon bugs were smart. Wherever the bugs went, they commanded the xenogeneics to protect them. The Dukes could not reach the bugs no matter how many creatures were killed. Follow my attack, Han Sen shouted, before putting Ghost Teeth knife back in its sheath. Spell became a rocket launcher on his shoulders, and then he fired. His blood-red body followed after the smoky trail. Boom! The rocket exploded amidst the xenogeneics. The shot didn't have enough destructive power to do too much damage to Marquis xenogeneics, but when the shockwave of the explosion brushed the enemy, it made them far slower. Turtle marks appeared on their bodies. You're tuning in to the Limei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.